got me thinking things I didn't mean to. You got me wanting things I never wanted. Is this the way you always get what you want? Alright, alright. You got me right inside of my head. You got me so, so close on the tip of your tongue. This is the way you always get what you want. Alright, alright. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do. Say that we're I know that I want you, and I know that you want me back, and I know that you want me back. Let's do and say that we're done. Let's do, I know that you want to. Let's do and say that we're done. Say that we're done.
Welcome to the 6th season of the Snapdragon Pro Series Mobile Legends Bang Bang. We've had an exciting season filled with dramatic upsets and exciting matches. And this will definitely be the case with this new season, where it starts off with the Mobile Open, where teams from APAC, LATAM, and EMEA will compete for their spot in the respective Regional Mobile Challenge. Winning teams will qualify for the Regional Mobile Challenge, where teams will have to go up against even better teams for their spot in the next and final phase, the Mobile Masters. Only the top 12 teams split across APAC, LATAM, EMEA, and China will qualify for this prestigious event. Which teams will represent their region and claim the title of being the best of Mobile Legends Bang Bang, and who will ultimately be crowned the champion of it all. It's a long but exciting road ahead, so stay tuned and follow us for the latest information and updates.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
A new year in the land of dawn, a fresh chapter for the Snapdragon Pro Series, MLBB, EMEA, and Turkey. Yesterday, we banged the dawn into the challenge season with an explosive start, an intense 5-game series, and 2 jaw-dropping upsets, shaking up the competition from the start and proving to us that no one's path to victory is guaranteed. This season is just heating up, and the journey for Group B teams begins today. I'm Liz, your host, and you're watching the Snapdragon Pro Series.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Welcome to day 2 of the Snapdragon Pro Series challenge season for EU, MENA, and Turkey. I'm your host, Liz. And today we're going to be joined by our incredible casters, Steph Weezy and a private dancer. How are you guys feeling today?
Feeling great. If day 1 was heated up, day 2 promises to be action-packed. And joining from across the Atlantic, I am private dancer, joined by Steph Weezy.
Yeah, definitely a time to be alive for the challenge season of Snapdragon Pro Series. And yesterday was insane, right? It went the distance, a very long, drawn-out battle, but it was full of excitement. And hopefully today we get the same thing.
Yeah, and for you guys watching at home, make sure to join us on our socials. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and on X at ESL Mobile. And while you guys are at it, make sure to join us on our Discord. That is going to be a Snapdragon Pro Series. Make sure to check for the latest updates and to check what is going on in the Snapdragon Pro Series world.
Yeah, just in case you're not able to stay for all the matches or even want to find out more information about some of your favorite teams in the European, MENA, and Turkey region, you can check it out at their socials.
Yeah, definitely check out the latest and greatest. And today should be packed with highlights as well. So if you miss anything, it'll be there also. We'll be soon dropping a free code as well. So make sure you guys claim it. Make sure you're paying attention to all the banners that drop beneath us throughout all the excitement.
Yeah, make sure to watch the stream carefully because we're going to be hitting you guys with some free rewards. And speaking about this tournament, we have been through a lot, right? In the beginning, in September and October, we went through the Open qualifiers and the Open finals. Both for the Open finals were streamed in double elimination brackets. And now we are heading soon into the challenge season, and we have both Turkey and EU MENA joined 8 teams together for the double elimination format, where only 2 teams will make it to the challenge finals, one in the upper bracket finalist and one lower bracket finalist. And the challenge finals will take place in February 8th to 9th.
Yeah, you're talking about a competition that has spanned all the way from last year going into the beginning of this year. Teams that have been fighting for months for their place, and it's all going to kind of line up here to see who will carry on the torches.
Yeah, I mean, you got to see MENA in Europe fight it out in their open finals, and then get to see Turkey in their own open finals. And now for all 3 to come together in a blended environment for the challenge season, it's going to bring a lot of surprises to the table to see who can just be the top contender and top region as we push through season 6.
And some amazing prizes for all the players and the teams. First place will be going home with $2,200, and for the second team, $600.50, and that's still a lot of prizes for all the top 4 teams. But you have to make it to top 4, so that's what we're going to be in here for.
Yeah, I mean, we were talking about it. A lot of teams here, and maybe even as equal to the prize pool comes the pride, especially taking on some of these teams that have such international experience, so many veterans on the team. There's nothing that really compares to that level of competition.
Yeah, we get to see some underdogs rise to the occasion and give a little bit of upsets to some of the crowd favorites, and I think that's one of the amazing things that the Snapdragon Pro Series provides, right? You get to see, especially stepping into a new year, just how much meta's changed, just how much teams have been developing on the off season. So definitely a time to kind of pay close attention and see exactly where everybody's at.
And looking back at yesterday's Group A matches, we saw from GK versus Papaya Supremacy, we have Papaya Supermassive at top. Birthright versus S2G. Birthright took a 5-game series and ultimately upset against S2G. That brings both GK and S2G down in the lower bracket, and only one of them will qualify for the challenge finals. Both are favorites from their respective regions. That's going to be a heavy match for all the fans.
Yeah, it was an emotional day yesterday, especially with a full 5-game series. But Birthright showing they have what it takes and continue to grow with domination through Group A as well.
Yeah, it just kind of shows you when your back's against the wall, you know, you either perform or you don't. And they definitely were on their A game. I mean, even when I was watching the series, it was full of surprises. I didn't expect, especially with how far they were down in the kills, to be able to turn it around and take that series away from S2G. So with today, we still got a lot of things going on, right? We still got 2 more series to be able to push through, and it's going to be an amazing time for the challenge season.
Yeah, for Group B, we have Insidio Supremacy versus Elevate, BJK versus Falcons in the second half, and only 1 team from each will be going up in the upper brackets, and 2 will be dropped to the lower bracket. Only one of those lower brackets will make it.
Yeah, a lot of eyes on I want to say, Falcons Esports and Incendio Supremacy, just because of the experience and the history behind the teams. As most people know, Incendio Supremacy, this might be a different name for them, but it's still the same successful recipe that's been happening here in Europe for this team.
Yeah, it's definitely interesting to see Incendio Supremacy go all the way back to their roots, their original name before the change to Fireflux and Fednar. But then you look at Elevate on the other side, right? We talk about the rise of the underdogs. We talk about teams trying to earn a name, and we've seen a lot of surprises today with day 1, right? We've seen GK, a crowd favorite, get taken down by Papar Supermassive. Then we've seen Birthright take down S2G. So if history repeats itself, it hasn't been looking good for the household names in the challenge season.
Yeah, but they are a household name not to be reckoned with. So let's find out if the underdogs will continue their rise today, or will our favorites be the favorites for everyone. Casters, take us into the first game.
Yeah, a great matchup here to kick things off. And the one thing that I've kind of picked up from yesterday when it comes to all of these teams kind of competing is just one word, and that is hunger. Does your team have it? Can they use it to kind of push us through, especially more than some of those that have already had the taste of international experience?
Yeah, hunger is definitely something that both of these teams have when it comes to who will be victorious. Elevate first on the board. Lido in the XP lane, Rat Fafnir in the jungle, Enzo as the mid laner, Boro as the roamer, Tiso as the gold laner, and Krev as the sub.
Yeah, a big lineup there, and these guys, you can tell that there is hunger, that these guys are ready to kind of prove that they have what it takes against this a team that doesn't need an introduction, but I will do it anyway. Alien on the XP lane, TNZ on the jungler, the mid being picked up by Rosa, the roam, Apex 47, and Sunshine as the gold. The subs today, Lonely Kid and a bad Gelseth.
Yeah, like you said, a household favorite, right? Ascendio Supremacy, a team that's been in Mobile Legends since the very beginning. Multiple M series appearances. We've seen them at M6 as well, and you know, circling back, it's just honestly a humbling experience. But it's going to be a big challenge for Elevate, right? This is the most in the world, one of the most synergized teams. Teams that have stuck together through the long haul. And now we're going to be jumping into the draft for our first series of the day between Elevate and Incendio Supremacy. And whew, let's see, can the underdogs overthrow the household names, or will the household names prevail?
Yeah, and an interesting note here, while Elevate kind of, I want to say the underdogs and kind of have that hunger to kind of prove themselves, you're talking about a team in Incendio Supremacy who went all the way to international stage, to M6, got that wild card slot, but had a few bumps and bruises along the way. So you know they are here to kind of prove that they still have what it takes to compete at that type of level.
You know, it's interesting too, because even if we take a look back at the M6, right? I love how you mentioned the wild cards. When they were previously known as Ofednar, they did win the wild cards, right? They took down all the teams and pushed on forward to the knockout phase. So, I mean, when it comes to teams trying to overthrow them, they don't go without a fight. So Elevate definitely going to have to lift to their name and elevate over this hurdle, as we are starting to see some of the bans on the board. Hilda taken out, and we know how good it is getting to the back line. You have the Lu Yi as well with the Mathilda.
Yeah, the interesting thing here is where the meta has kind of shifted, has kind of, I want to say, really Europe, MENA, Turkey have started to absorb this type of constant pressure. You can't just kind of take these compositions and hope that you're going to be able to survive without anybody visiting your lane and get to that late game without some type of punishment. And that's been the big thing. That's why Hilda's been a big thing for the bans, because she does so well in the early game to harass, give you vision, give that information. Gatakacha is another one that kind of can help defend you against those early counters when you're trying to pick up those assassins and having those invades. And with that, we are going to pick up Zuxin as a first pick for Elevate, which is interesting because I want to say we've seen her maybe once let through the banning phases. She's been a prio mage for some time now.
Yeah, Zushin's definitely going to be a problem, right? The clearing of the lanes, the overall AoE damage that she's able to provide can disrupt a lot of teams, especially in the early phase, and a power pick in the first half of this draft. But now that's going to open up the joy for the side of Incendio Supremacy, especially with this Hilda being banned out. Heroes that typically can rush in and invade the buffs. I think that may be a good read for Incendio to pick up. I'm not sure if I would want to have a Joy and a Zushin on the same side. They're going to go ahead and lock in their gold laner, though. There goes the Harith. Great for the up close and personal damage, especially with the Granger being off the board.
Yeah, that was something I was going to say. They banned the Granger, pick up the Harith. There's not much that can compete with a Harith in lane, but I do want to kind of mention that Harith, while being a prio pick, while having a lot of pick ban rate up there, his win rate kind of has tanked lately, even in C. So, which kind of tells me he takes a good amount of finesse to pick, and the amount of CC that we have out there and the compositions with the current meta has been a real problem for him. So it really takes a certain kind of player to know when you're going to be able to kind of lay down that Zaman Force, be able to dash around with her to kind of really maximize your damage. Hylos picked up with them as well. It's going to be some great early game coming from Incendio Supremacy, as he's been doing such a great job, especially when it comes to those early objectives and being able to zone out the enemy team.
And speaking of the enemy team, Elevate, they're going to pick up this Hayabusa and this Cho. They're going for a high mobility, isolation, and overall displacement from Lido on this Zushin. I like the way the draft is going so far. A little bit of a surprise to me that the Joy wasn't picked up in the entire first half of this draft, but I feel like we are going to see meta shift as we continue to progress through the challenge season. And like you said, even yesterday, it wasn't like the Joy was a 100% win rate, right? A lot of teams found answers and ways around it, and it looks like that's going to be the plan for both of these teams today, as you are going to see the E picked up by Incendio.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if the Joy not being picked up has to do with the Zuxin pickup, because she's a little bit more tankier. She's surprisingly tankier than most mages that you get, and Joy really shines at getting to that back line, being able to burst down some of those squishier targets, the marksman, the mage, with that electrifying beats. And I'm wondering if maybe that kind of plays into it. They don't feel confident in their ability to get to that back line and take her down before that lantern flare is able to kind of really do the damage and CC that it's able to kind of dish out. As we move into that second banning phase, we've talked about the triangle, that trio of marksmen and gold lanes right now, which is basically the Harith, Granger, and Irithel, mostly having to do with Granger and what can counter his early game pressure. So I'm wondering, once you take Granger off, was Irithel really needed to be taken off, or are there maybe some better picks out there? It does seem like Incendio Primacy does prioritize that Irithel, the damage that can come out there, especially once she can start shredding through that tankiness with the Demon Blade.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be an interesting thing to keep an eye on, right? What are they going to slot in the gold lane? I mean, you're going up against this Harith, can definitely be a bully. I mean, technically the Bruno is still on the table, right? I mean, yeah, we know it got a little bit of a hit with the range, but it was successful yesterday in the game that we were able to see it pulled out on. So, I mean, the damage is still all there, so maybe that could be a possible opportunity. Or the Beatrix, get a little bit of versatility in the mix to be able to play from afar or up close. When I am looking at this draft, though, I'm liking the Hylos pickup, right? It's a flex pick. You don't know if it's going in the XP lane. You don't know if it's going in the roam position. It creates versatility for Incendio Supremacy. But for Elevate, we can say the same thing with the Cho, right? The Cho can play in the XP or the roam as well, which opens up an opportunity for Gatot to possibly walk through, especially for Elevate. If they can pull that off, you have a hero that can jump on to Rosa when he is using this Eve to get that displacement on the RWM and stop the team from being zoned out from these objectives.
From what I'm seeing here, we're taking out the Phoveus right now, which tells me that possibly Incendio is going to be looking for a Lucas in that XP lane, pushing Hylos to the roam there, because I want to say Phoveus has been a huge counter for Lucas. While we talked about it a little bit off air, that Lucas hasn't really had this like just wow impact on a lot of matches just yet. He still has become kind of a main member for a lot of compositions. He's just not taking that star role. Just a lot of abilities for him, tankiness, resiliency, and the amount of damage that he can dish out as well. So they might be looking at, and just like that, looks like Elevate read that as well, taking the Lucas off the board.
Okay, so I think I would say Gatot could be high value here. I would even say maybe Khalid could be high value. They're going to go in for the Ling, though. All right, so you match Assassin for Assassin. Now, with the Ling, you technically get a little bit higher than a 50-50 retry play, right? Because once you use that Tempest of Blades, you're invulnerable from damage, and you just got to pop that retry in time, and you have pretty much a guaranteed objective. We were asking what marksman would go head-to-head up against this Harith, and it was the one we didn't even mention, but definitely not forgotten, the Moskov.
Yeah, and not a bad pick, because as if Harith can lay down that Zaman Force, try to close the distance on you and put on this immense amount of damage, you can still create that distance with the spear coming from Moskov to kind of at least push you away so that you can actually get back and be like, all right, man, go ahead, go off. With your Zaman Force, I'm going to create this distance. Not just that, but then you create this huge amount of split pushing potential from him that he can really take down towers so quickly and then join the fight if he needs to, a lot faster than Harith could when he's in that separate lane. It's going to be a very interesting composition here, just because as a Ling, you're going to need to be very patient. You need to kind of bait out that choke kick. You need to make sure that Way of the Dragon comes out before you jump on, or you're going to be the first target. This will be very interesting because I feel like they're overloading Elevate right now with options for Cho to pick. Do you go on to the Harith once he lays down that Zaman Force, or are you waiting for the Ling to come out there that's going to be trying to dive onto your back line?
Yeah, I feel like both sides definitely have some answers. They have mobility as well. I mean, you have a Hayabusa, a Cho, and a Moskov to be able to traverse across the map. Okay, that I did not expect. That would have been the last thing I thought would have been pulled out here. But you have a Dairoth now picked up. Now, is this because you're going up against the glue and you're going to try and hurry up and hit the Abysm Strike to possibly burst him down? I mean, you have the Armor Burster as well to be able to chunk into the beefier composition. This is going to be a fun one to watch.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting, too. I do like the Abyssal Strike. Does it good well. Even if you have the split out there, it's going to strike every single one of those minions as well. And when it comes to level 1, before, I want to say before level 4, he's going to be able to dominate that lane. My only problem kind of comes into how well he plays into some of this team synergy. When it comes to those team fights, he isn't really known for his sustainability through a lot of those fights. He's actually very squishy. He just has a ton of sustain and a ton of damage. But we are locked in for this matchup. Both teams have locked in their compositions and they are ready to go.
That's right. Both teams ready to fight it out in the Land of Dawn as we are now stepping in to our first series of the day, Elevate versus Incendio Supremacy from Group B.
Yeah, interesting. It looks like both junglers starting up on their purple buff. Oh, it does look like easy or quick, not easy, but a quick kill comes in as it looks like Boro comes in on the enemy side. We were already talking about how well this, when it comes to pressure, right from the opening minute.
Yeah, I'm kind of scratching my head right there. That's not just any target. You took down the ADC super early as well. That's going to hit Incendio Supremacy very hard. Speaking of hits, going in for another Apex 47 hit with the Lantern Flare. The displacement too much to handle, and Fafnir will be able to secure yet another kill for Elevate.
The synergy from Elevate right now is pretty much off the charts. Just the know-how to send Cho into the enemy side quickly to get that first kill, and then right away they know that they have the pressure there. Fafnir comes in. Ooh.
Yeah, both sides still being very aggressive. Fafnir able to find yet another kill as Bilali falls again inside of the gold lane. He's off to a rough start. He's now 0-2-0.
Elevate have come to play. I was almost about to kind of call it kind of a cheese strat, but no, these guys, when it comes to it, I mean, they're just being so aggressive right in the early game to put the pressure onto Incendio Supremacy. And I mean, you're talking 3-0 right now, already a 2K gold lead at the 2-minute mark.
Yeah, massive start for Elevate. The rise of the underdogs, not worried about Incendio Supremacy at all. Now going to shift their focus into the Turtle Pit, an objective to go on their side as well to extend their lead even further.
Yeah, not even much to contend there for Incendio Supremacy, unfortunately. I mean, there's not much you can do. You can maybe even get vision on it. Oh, it does look like they're going to try to get some vision there. Did not really want any part of Fafnir there. As we take a look at the builds here already, I mean, it's already starting to surmount to the point that you can see it, not even a 1K on Hylos right now. Apex 47 kind of suffering. I mean, his job, it's so hard right now because of how quickly that Elevate can kind of traverse the map and that they're getting around here.
Yeah, just off to a really good start, able to find the objectives and not really having any struggle as well. I feel like Incendio Supremacy, they're being very reactive, right? They're kind of just falling into the hands of Elevate so far. And the later this game goes, when you have a powerhouse like a Moskov on the other side, you've got to be wary of that. Speaking of wary, Bilali caught out of position again on the 2v1. He will fall. That's his third death of the game. This time the kill is going to go over to the ADC from Elevate.
Yeah, and Incendio Supremacy, I don't even know what you can do here because you're so behind right now, so early, that even trying to match the speed for the rotations, you're not getting there fast enough. And Fafnir is just blindingly fast right now, getting to these side lanes and surprising a lot, especially when it comes to that gold lane right now. I mean, Sunshine just having one of the most off games right now because he just cannot get his wits about him. Every single time he gets a little bit of gold and trying to get some of those gold crabs, boom, he's being double teamed. Fafnir coming in with that quad shadows.
Yeah, it's almost as if they should have went something a little bit more aggressive to invade into the jungle of Elevate, especially when you're going up against this Hayabusa, because he's just traversing across the map at a very high speed. I mean, Tiso is definitely profiting the most in this situation, right? Not only is Bilali falling behind him in the gold lane, but he's also picking up a kill, and he's also, I mean, look at the gold plating just in the turret alone down on the bot side.
Yeah, and that's the amazing thing. Oh, a little bit of flicker there on Rosa.
Yeah, you can see the RWM drop down for some zoners. The Lantern Flare for the two-man setup and displacement. Fafnir will go ahead and get the turtle for Elevate, but wait a second, both sides fight it out. Fafnir needing to get out with the quad shadow, able to go back to the mid lane. Lido behind him, needs to get to safety, tips the blades, putting him on a trampoline, but back to safety he goes. Incendio Supremacy not able to find a kill and loses the turtle, but Tiso 3v1 needs to use a flicker, needs to get out of there. So much to handle though. Bilali Rosa gonna go ahead and push him in. He escapes though. Fafnir, a saving grace, will find one. Rosa falling. Bilali right beside him is Enzo, able to pick up another kill for Elevate. Now a 6-1 lead.
My man in the gold lane put on his dancing shoes. There was left, right, and then finally able to find the escape. Fafnir going to come in to save his teammate so quickly and so succinctly. The synergy on this team is amazing as we're taking a look at the gold lane. I want to say the gold lane not crazy when it comes to kind of the matchups. You can see there that Jinx not really too far behind, only about, I want to say 700 gold behind the enemy jungler there. So, I mean, he still doesn't have his complete first item, but he's not completely drowned out when it comes to jungling and farming.
But you are going to go ahead and see an 1,000 gold lead from Tiso up against Bilali, though. So he's definitely leading when it comes to the gold, and that's going to be where it hits a little harder. So Sunshine definitely needing to be a little bit more careful and wary of Tiso in the gold lane, especially with him having a little bit more items in his kit. But right now, you can definitely tell Elevate is getting very comfortable. They're being very aggressive. I mean, look at that. It's a 4-man rotation, 5-man rotation toward the bot side.
Ooh, another shadow kill.
He's going to go in. Rosa taking some serious hits. Needs to recall back to safety.
Tried to recall early and it still had some of that damage actually ticking on them from Fafnir, so had to recall twice there. And just look at this job. Fafnir and Lido, while Enosh is doing by himself, holding off the entirety of the Incendio Supremacy team.
And speaking of holding off, Glorious Pathway onto the turtle. Both sides find it out. The way the dragon for the knockup onto Rosas. Jinx is going to go ahead and pick it up, though. Need to get back to safety. Need to get away. Boro very low. Apex 47 falling the Lido on the split. Enzo finding Rosa. Jinx finding Enzo as a response. It's now a 2v4. Alien needing to get out. Able to go back into the jungle, but Jinx is still there. Hit with the quad shadow. Hit with the Ouija shadow kill. Fafnir wants the kill, but he's taking hits himself blow for blow. Fafnir finds one, but Alien finds him. And now the immobilization. Lido, did he overstay his welcome? Did he overextend? Forced to use the split, but Bilali and Alien, they want blood, but they are not able to take him out.
And it's this point in the game where it might be wise to kind of, I was going to say slow down and kind of think about where you're going, but Aboro just dives right in.
Man, I'll tell you what, I thought Indonesia was the Brawl server, but we're looking at Snapdragon Pro Series. These teams are just throwing blows every step of the way, but Elevate is still on top. A 9-3 lead at the 8-minute mark.
9-3, but we're still not looking at 2. They have lost the tower. So when it comes to macro, they are actually starting to fall a little bit behind, especially now that you're starting to see some kills go into the side of Incendio Supremacy as they start to kind of mount a little bit of an attack on to this tower and decide against it.
Yeah, you got to be careful, right? I mean, you're taking these fights, but you got to look at what you're losing in these skirmishes, even if you win in kills. And like you said, the map pressure is still in Incendio Supremacy's favor. They're playing chess, right? They're in here for the long run. They know they'll catch up in items, especially if they're taking these towers and losing members. It's not something they're too worried about. I mean, now it's under an 1,000 gold lead already, even with them being up by 6 kills.
Yeah, which is amazing to me, especially with that last fight. And I'm not sure if we can call that, if that is Incendio Supremacy being able to come back, or if maybe Elevate overstayed their welcome after getting that turtle, kind of really pushing into enemy territory. And this is one of the things that a lot of people kind of, I want to say, talk about when it comes to some of these fights. Is this fight going to get you an objective? That is something that needs to always be on your mind. And if that's not the case, is it a fight you need to take? Because as we see, 3 kills earned by Incendio Supremacy when they were almost completely shut out.
Yeah, and I mean, right now, they're still able to hold this lead for Elevate, trying to circle around this Lord. You are seeing Alien trying to put on suppression. He needs to be careful, though. He hit hard, but he can take some hits himself. RWM dropping down, split on top of him as well. He is immobilized, but finds Boro. It's not going to stop him. A one-man army, but Lally finds Fafnir as well. 2 members down for Elevate. Could it be 3? Lido needs to be careful trying to escape the safety. Enzo back into the mid lane, and Incendio Supremacy will win that trade.
Alien saying you're gonna need more people carrying Lido on his back, and still able to find that abyssal strike onto Boro before finding his escape. What a play by Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, an amazing moment for him. Definitely a Snapdragon Pro Series highlight for certain, as you are going to go ahead and see TNZ claim the Lord for Incendio Supremacy, and now onto the push, the invasion into Elevate's jungle, now gaining their composure, even though it looked like this match was not in their favor. Glorious Pathway dropping down, RWM from Rosa, but not going to hit the mark. Apex 47 will find one, though. Tiso falling the ADC for Elevate, forced back into the mid lane.
Yeah, and right here, I mean, with all of that pressure from Elevate in the early game, it's so important to kind of keep your wits about you and understand what you're fighting for and what the kills and each kill means for you for when it comes to some of those fights. Like I said, does the fight give you an objective? Are we maybe going a little bit too far? They had this early game, and now taking the lead by 2K is Incendio Supremacy, with the Lord knocking at enemies' gates.
And Sunshine's starting to catch up in the gold lane to Tiso, right? He's only down by 300 gold, which was once over 1,000. And now the push, the siege for the tier 2. Rosa finding Bora, Balali finding the turret. Now the map is bleeding red for Incendio Supremacy. Yes, Elevate may win the battles when it comes to the 5v5 skirmishes, but the war, the mechanics traversing across the map with the macro is where Incendio Supremacy dominates.
And this is just a textbook macro versus micro and what actually wins games. You were just talking about it as we go ahead and push on to the mid-high ground tower.
Lantern Flare dropping down, trying to stop Incendio Supremacy from pushing into the inhibitors. Elevate in a lot of trouble right now. Need to be careful. We just passed the 11-minute mark, and this game looked like it was in their favor, but it seems like this was Incendio Supremacy's plan all along.
Yeah, I mean, maybe not their plan to kind of take those deaths early, but I mean, and this just kind of says when it comes to those teams with experience who have competed at that level, that international level, is that they can maintain their composure. They were 9 deaths in, but they have not, like, they got 9 deaths, but they have not let another death slip through in about, I want to say, 6 or 7 minutes now. And they've been taking it to Elevate. They've been great when it comes to these team fights as well. They just are a team who knows what needs to be done despite how the game is going or what kind of disadvantage they're at. As we take a look at some of the item builds here, you can see now a 2K gold lead there for Shimmer Jinx right now, looking for his last item.
Ooh, Boro used the G Kundo, tried to get away, but caught in the tracks of the Glorious Pathway, and Balali will find him. He does fall 1 member shy for Elevate. They do not have the numbers. They need to be careful. RWM from Rosa with the Quad Shadow going in. Does not use the Luigi Shadow kill, though. He knows he doesn't have the damage to take them down. Incendio Supremacy now will disengage, but they have a power play now, right? They're forcing Elevate back into their side of the jungle as the Lord spawns in, and just look at how quickly they're rushing to this objective.
Yeah, and that's just telling you timing. They knew they could push. As soon as the Lord is up, they immediately run for it. Once they have the advantage, there's not going to be much here that Elevate can do. Oh! Tried for it. I mean, A for effort, but unfortunately, Incendio Supremacy just has the better battle plan right now. And that's going to be another Lord, this time a Luminous Lord, coming for Elevate's towers.
You know, I mean, shoot, dude, I honestly thought that Spirit Destruction would have got it. It looked dead on. I was even looking at the amount of HP left on that Lord. Definitely would have been a highlight moment. But with this Luminous Lord pushing through the mid lane, it's a chance for Incendio Supremacy to possibly close out this game.
Yeah, you can already take a look here. A 3K, a 3-item gap when it comes to the junglers right now. And this is when you're talking about somebody who missed almost his first 2 buffs because of the invasion coming from Elevate as the Lord strikes through mid lane.
Yeah, the base has now been opened for Elevate, but they're still on the defense. They're not going to let Incendio Supremacy step into their territory any further. They're doing a lot of damage. The Lord almost bursted out, but they did lose the inhibitor on the mid. May lose the one on the bottom as well, but the airborne knock-up and displacement from the Lantern Flare. Enzo doing everything he can. Rosa dropping the RWM. Glorious pathway to keep the team from going back to the base for some regen. Alien rushing in, trying to get a kill. Look at the base. Crystal, 25%. Incendio Supremacy lets the world know you can have the micro, but we've got the macro, and we've got game number 1.
Man, what a game there too, and especially because I want to say at the beginning of that match, I was kind of at the edge of my seat. I'm like, oh man, these guys are really trying to take it to Incendio. They're trying to show that they have what it takes. Unfortunately, when it comes to those type of fights, Incendio Supremacy, I mean, hats off for how well they maintain their composure, stuck to the plan that they needed, and just waited for those mess ups. I mean, after you get through the initial, I want to say, shock of how quickly that Elevate was coming at you, they just knew that if they keep on baiting out some of these fights, if they keep on elongating some of these skirmishes, they will be able to kind of turn it around to where they are, I mean, jumping maybe a little overeager, a little overconfident as we take a look at some of the damage dealt and the MVP.
Yeah, Alien able to get it done on this Daira. Not the highest amount of kills, only 2 kills, but again, this was more of a map-focused play, an objective-focused play from the side of Incendio Supremacy, which made the difference. It wasn't really the kills that made the difference for them. So overall, yeah, it just showcases the IQ and the caliber of Incendio Supremacy. And like you said, this is not your average team, right? This is one of the most seasoned teams in Mobile Legends history. This is a team that goes all the way back to M1 days, right? I mean, you have team players who have been there since the very beginning, and you have to definitely keep a close eye on them. Elevate, though, I mean, they were off to a good start, right? The fights were there. They definitely know how to take it up close and personal. But the thing is, you have to do a little bit more than that. Even though you're winning these trade-offs, you got to find a way for the objectives. I mean, Bilali, Sunshine, he was taking a lot of hits in the beginning. He didn't only fall once, he fell twice. I think this is where, Jinx runs in, trying to save him, and this is
dancing
footwork. Yeah, the cha-cha slide. Able to sustain himself with Rosa and Bilali by his side, and then look at Fafnir. Rushes in for cleanup.
Yeah, it doesn't show you saw there 0 and 4 on Sunshine there. He was taking some hits in that gold lane, man. There was just so much pressure mounting for him. But I want to say this is probably the fight where it really turned around, where Elevate just kind of went a little too far, and you saw about 3 kills starting to kind of turn it around for the side of Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, and then just overall a beautiful match to see. Look at that spear! Oh, it hit Jinx. It hit Jinx. He stepped in front of it. He bit the bullet and was able to get the retry play for that Lord. And with that Lord, they were able to open up the base to be able to take this game away from Elevate and have the advantage for this series.
Man, not for nothing, especially for Elevate, for a brand new team up here at this level. I mean, hats off for them for the amount of aggression that they were able to put on Insidio's Supremacy. But I mean, in the end, it just came with that experience that comes with international play. Alien here, Insidio's Supremacy, and I want to say, even though it's low kill 2, 1, and 4, it kind of spells out the story that we were talking about. When it's not about the kills, it's about what those kills do for your team. What kind of objectives are they getting for you here? And man, let me tell you, Alien, bro, was focused on the job. We talked about it there. He had the split on his head, but still had enough foresight to be like, all right, where's Cho? Let me get him out of here. Then I'm going to go ahead and back on out of the fight.
This man could cook a 5-star meal with his hair on fire and it wouldn't even faze him, man. That's what that reminded me of when the split was on top of him. He's like, man, I'm not worried about it, bro. Where's this ADC at? Let me go ahead and clean that up real quick and get out of here, man. So yeah, definitely credits over there to Alien, able to get that MVP, well deserved. And for game number 2, we got to look at a couple of things, right? We got to look at, first of all, Elevate. Where did they go wrong? I mean, because the team fights were good. They were dominating. They had fast cuts into the gold lane. They were finding Sunshine and picking them off with ease. But it just didn't work out in their favor for the overall objective throughout the game.
What immediately sticks out to me, I want to say, was that second turtle fight when they were able to get the turtle down, but then they forced a fight. They forced themselves to continue a fight into enemy territory where there really wasn't a need to it. You got the turtle, you could back up, continue cleaning out the rest of the map. You had such quick and fast map clear and pressure. I mean, bro, Fafnir was getting around that map so quickly. Sunshine's head was spinning every single time he was in lane because there was another quad shadow coming at him and a shadow kill. So they could have backed up from that fight as soon as they got the objective, cleared out the map, and continued expanding that lead that they had. However, they got a little kill hungry, and this is something that we've talked about over and over, is when there's kills and then there's kills that lead to objectives. And unfortunately, Insidio's Supremacy, well, not unfortunately, but Insidio's Supremacy just had to be patient. They waited for that mistake. They waited for that one fight to turn in their favor and turned it around from there. And as soon as they got that one fight, it just became a steamroll from there.
Yeah, and it's kind of scary to see, considering, imagine if they were ahead in the beginning, right? Just how fast of a game that could have been. So I think for the side of Elevate, if they want to have a chance to be able to tie up this series, they're going to have to not only win the early game, but they're going to have to keep these objectives on lock, right? Don't be as aggressive as before. Still take the fights, but also sometimes pull back a little bit and regroup and look for the overall objective on the map. As we are now jumping into game number 2, Insidio's Supremacy up 1-0.
Yeah, one of the big things that that last game kind of showed me is that Elevate have a decent understanding of individual characters, where they shine, what point in the game that they shine, how fast that they can get to certain lanes. There's a lot when it comes to how quickly that they can join fights if somebody's getting ganked. I mean, we were talking about those little dancing moves that we saw from the gold lane. It just showed how well, if you can take that micro, if you can take that skill level that these guys have on each individual character and form that into a strategy going forward. I mean, I feel like these guys could be unstoppable, but it's something that needs to be kind of carved, something that needs to be trained in them when it comes to some of these compositions.
And speaking of composition, something that stood out in the first draft, right, was the Joy. It wasn't banned and it wasn't prioed at all. They just went completely around and went for the double assassin versus assassin, the Hayabusa up against the Ling. It was definitely an interesting one to see. And then, like we saw, the Granger banned out, and it wasn't really proud in that game. We got to see the Harith as one of the first pickups. So, jumping into game number 2, I wonder what's going to change here, right? Do we still go in for, this assassin combination and not even allow the Joy to be picked up? But you are going to see the Harith banned out this time around.
Yeah, Harith banned out. Granger still on the board right now. Last time Hilda was taken off the board as well. That's kind of available right now too as well. So looking for what this last ban is going to be for them. The Badang, the prio pick for some of these guys. One thing I am wondering too, because last time I did watch Insidio's Supremacy, last time I watched both of these teams, I want to say we didn't see much of a joy in those competitions. And I was wondering if Joy hadn't caught on. I remember she had kind of a low win rate. I felt like maybe the meta hadn't completely shifted over to a point where she was dominant. And I wonder if that's kind of carried over here, or if there's another reason that we're not really looking at a Joy pick right there. There goes the Hilda, and then the Prio for the Granger.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just because teams know how to work around it, right? I mean, there are a lot of answers, the Belleric, the Frudrin, things that can slow down this Joy in its tracks. And it seems like the gold lane Prio is going to be Incendio Supremacy's #1 focus. Going to go ahead and lock in this Granger. I mean, not too many heroes can go toe-to-toe with him inside of that gold lane. The Mathilda, a wise decision from Elevate. We'll have some mobility. Pair it up with the Suyo as well, who did not get picked up in the previous game. Could be an advantage for Elevate as well. But when I'm looking at this Mathilda, right, I'm expecting maybe in the XP lane, this is a great opportunity to pick up a Phoveus, because now you have the mobility to be able to get him out to safety, but he can also wreak that havoc in the heart of the battle.
Yeah, and that's one of the biggest things, and something that we saw little glimpses of yesterday is that Matilda provides for a lot of teams. There's a lot of heroes out there that just pack these wallop of punches, but lack the mobility needed to kind of get themselves out of fights if things turn a little bit hairy, and that's what Matilda provides to a lot of teams. Not just that, but if you want to be more aggressive with her too, she can lock on to some of those squishies into the back line, carrying your entire team with her, and boom, you've got yourself an engagement onto your back line. Ooh, this is going to be, man, this is an early game dominance type of composition coming out from Incendio Supremacy right now. The Joy, the Khalid, that's going to be, I want to say that's going to be a lot of invade there, potential. Granger can clear lane very quickly, join the fights, even for a Litho Wanderer, with how quickly he's able to clear with his Rhapsody through those lanes as well. You're talking about 3 heroes here right from the get-go that are going to be packing a punch.
The Khalid is interesting as well too. There goes the Phoveus we were talking about to pair up against it. So yeah, that looks like that's the game plan for them with the Mathilda Phoveus combination. Can definitely be deadly. I wonder if this Khalid is going to be flexed to the XP or the roam position though. We know it works well in both. You're going to see this Lu Yi banned out from the side of Elevate, which is a little bit surprising to me. I mean, I would have said they could use a little bit more crowd control themselves, but I guess when you have a Khalid and when you have a Joy, you're kind of worried about them rushing in onto this Lu Yi. So I'm wondering if it's going to go more for the Vexana route for the side of Elevate instead. For Incendio Supremacy though, I mean, they're looking pretty strong. I don't really see an answer to stop this Joy from getting to the back line yet.
I want to say Vexana on Elevate's side could be all right. It's just you've got a lot of mobility on the side of Incendio Supremacy, and Vexana almost like Lu Yi does not shine when the enemy can like left and right you from a lot of your abilities. So we're gonna see how well that kind of plays into here. Irithel, I was waiting for that to kind of come out there. That's gonna be one of the only other counters. I mean, the only thing left to kind of take on a Granger, I want to say at this point, possibly Clint. I've seen him actually do well just because of the burst damage he has. It's just that the Clint doesn't shine when it comes to kind of the rest of the heroes that can kind of close the distance onto him. And that's if you're not going to be able to pick up Clint, if you're going to have something else in that lane, then maybe we're going to be looking at some early rotations to that gold lane to kind of help hold back the Granger that we've seen steamroll in so many compositions.
Now, I'm wondering if we're going to see the glue picked up because it's a good counter for the Phoveus. I mean, you could flex this Khalid into the roam position to be able to pull that off, but I think they're going to wait to see what kind of ADC or what kind of mage Elevate picks up, right? I mean, if they go in for something with mobility that can fight from afar, something like the Farza, then I think maybe picking up something like the Katat could be a wise decision. They're going to go in for the other artillery option, though, picking up this Eve instead. But again, that's where the Khalid can shine. That's where something like the Katat could shine to be able to drop down onto the back line. And both of them can be flexed into the XP lane if necessary. So when we're looking at Elevate, they have a little bit of, I would say, almost all elements, right? You got some good sustainability from this Mathilda and mobility from the Mathilda. You have good damage from the Phoveus. You have the overall crowd control from this Eve. And then you also have this Suyo to be able to wreak some havoc. But look at the response back with the Lucas.
It's interesting. I'm just kind of worried of a Lucas in the XP lane just because Phobius just has such a better laning time during the lane phase against a Lucas there. A Veil, we haven't seen very many Veils kind of pop off there. And this just adds kind of to the mobility of this team. Like you're talking about basic flies that are going to be scattered out throughout the map. They're so quick here, and especially with the passive that Veil has, every single kill or assist he gets even faster. So it's going to be very interesting. This is going to have to be something that Elevate's going to have to be able. They're going to have to be able to lock down onto these guys, lay down that RWM, really be able to get that burst damage onto some of these guys. Because I want to say this isn't the most sturdiest composition from Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, it's interesting. Anytime I see Lucas, I'm just wondering how he just fits into these comps. I feel like teams are just trying to find where exactly to put him. They know he's effective. They just don't know exactly where. But you are going to go ahead and see this carry as the final pick for Elevate as well. I was wondering, I was like, okay, you have the Mathilda, right? You go in for the Phobius, which we kind of expected, and now they're going to go in for the carry as well because both of those heroes lack the mobility. They have the damage, it packs like a punch, but they're not able to get back to safety, even when you pair it up with the Flicker. But with that Mathilda inside of it, it's like the perfect combination to be able to get the job done. So a lot of damage for the side of Elevate. Definitely some surprise picks from the side of Incendio Supremacy as they do pick up that Veil, but we've seen Veil in the M series work out really well. Able to provide some crowd control, but also some massive damage. And like you mentioned, has a lot of mobility on his side as well.
My only question, though, is what does Elevate have to offset the early game that can come from Incendio right now? We've seen that they understand the early game and they know what kind of works there. It's just right now, I mean, you've got 3 characters that are just going to be able to do an amazingly quick job of when it comes to rotations, getting to the lanes, or even trying to disengage.
Yeah, my problem is with TNZ too, because normally we see a Beleric, we see a Fredrin, we see some type of hard stoppage with the electrifying beats, but here there's not really much to stop that. I mean, you have a lot of mobility, but I mean, Joy is just as mobile, so you're gonna have to watch out for that. You definitely don't want Incendio Supremacy to pick up in the early game, because if they do, Joy is gonna have a heyday when it comes to getting into the back line. Now, Elevate. In game number 1, their team fight composition was pretty good, right? They were able to win a lot of these trade-offs, but it was the objectives where they were falling short.
Yeah, the objectives had a huge impact on them. They were able to get the kills, but I mean, especially when it comes to those kills in these super duper early game, they don't matter as much. It's all that right there is kind of all about like fortitude of a team. It's just like a fortitude test for them to see if they can kind of withstand some of that. I can't tell you how many games that I've seen where like the early kills, you get like 4 or 5 good kills. Hell, I want to say Sunshine had 4 deaths alone for his team, just to tell you how much of the pressure that Elevate was putting onto him, but they were still able to kind of come back here. I want to say a little bit more of an organized pitch here for these guys. They're looking for opportunities, but it doesn't look like Incendio Supremacy is kind of going for the bait that you see them kind of laying. Oh, as I say that,
a lot of aggression. That was a 4-man rotation onto Apex 47 with a quick Sand to be able to regen himself, and you are going to go ahead and see the turtle spawned in, not wasting any time in this objective. Elevate knows they need to pave the way in the early game. Fafnir will be able to take the turtle for their side.
Yeah, and very quickly disengaging from that fight. And this is something, and I saw a little bit of hesitation there from Boro and from Fafnir up there. Looked like they almost wanted to fight. Ooh, Enzo in a little bit of trouble. Coming in with the turret guns is Bilali from the side. We were talking about Granger, how quickly he comes online, and especially when you're talking about a team up or a matchup against a carry who traditionally, man, it's a very late game hitter.
Yeah, you got to watch out for the Granger. Definitely put some respect on it. One of the most dominant marksmen so far. Already picking up that Hunter Strike as well for the pin and for the mobility. But I'm also keeping a close eye on this Veil, right? I mean, it was a pocket pick in the M series. A lot of teams weren't really prepared for it because you don't traditionally see it too often.
Yeah, he's got an amazing, I want to say just such a wide berth of area that he can affect, whether well, with all of his abilities, including his ult, just so much of the map that he's able to cover and damage that he's able to dish out there. So, I mean, you've got just a huge amount of CC for him, and especially when it comes to dropping down a real-world manipulation, he throws on an ult. I mean, 90% of the time he's going to be able to land it onto it just because of how big the ultimate is to be able to land on somebody like an Eve.
Yeah, and you are going to see Tiso pick up this corrosion side for some slow when he is going to be doing some damage on this carry, especially it's huge when you have a marksman who lacks the mobility, right? When you can slow members down, it just makes you a little bit more effective. But right now, a little bit of a slower pace to the start. It's not a high kill game within the first 4 minutes, unlike game number 1, where Elevate was just cruising around looking for every opportunity. But this is working in Incendio Supremacy's favor. We said if they can kind of pave the way or at least match the tempo in the early game, as soon as they find a window of opportunity, they start steamrolling.
Yeah, well, I'm kind of wondering because a few of these picks on Incendio Supremacy start to kind of wither away during the mid and late game. Carry very close to kind of taking a death there.
Ooh, Fafnir able to get the second turtle of the game. 2 turtles for Elevate, and no punish nor trade from the side of Incendio Supremacy, but may have spoken too soon. Mathilda Airlines circling Eagle back to safety. Apex will hit the quicksand for some regen as well, but neither side will find a casualty.
Yeah, an ocean of difference between the first game and second game. At this point, I think we were already 9 deaths in for Elevate there. So a much slower paced game here as Alien in enemy territory.
Yeah, you are going to see that Wolfform come out. Lucas in the heart of the battle. Alien now need to get to safety, though. He took a lot of hits right there. Tiso as well, trying to stay inside of that turret, but deal some damage from afar. Look at the Phobius rushing in with the Infernal Pursuit, trying to find a possible kill. Enzo will find Apex 47. First kill on the board for this game will go to Elevate, and Incendio Supremacy not able to match it up.
I actually like this from Elevate. They were very, very careful about this fight. They were in their safe territory. As this fight started, they were kind of baiting it out. They weren't trying to really force the engagement. And once they saw the advantage, they pushed forward. Lido able to kind of push back the rest of the team. And then they found that kill onto Apex 47. So a great job by them. I mean, it's only 1 kill to speak about, but just a wild difference from the game we saw in game 1.
Look at the proxy on the top side from Incendio Supremacy, far behind enemy lines, but very effective in Sunshine, able to deal the hits necessary to take down this turret on the top side, which means map advantage will work in Incendio Supremacy's favor, but it looks like a trade on the bot side may happen just yet to even it out.
And we've seen this before when it comes to Suyu. I mean, he doesn't join a lot of these fights, or what we've seen as a type of strategy is Suyu doesn't join these fights. It's usually a 4v5, and he waits until that mid game, once he's been farming the entire time, finally comes into the fights, and it's like a huge surprise to the enemy because you're finally facing a full strength enemy, and it kind of can be overwhelming, especially because the team is actually able to handle this with 1 person down.
Speaking of 1 person, 1v3 on the top side. Wolfform comes out. Fafnir will go ahead and shut that down. Another kill for Elevate, and now focusing into the turtle pit. Apex 47 forced to go back into that bush, but he's very sustainable. Already hits the quicksand, back to full HP. Does he go in for the contest, though? Fafnir will be able to get this turtle for Elevate.
I want to say that might have been a little bit of a mistake. I mean, I understand Lucas is the new guy, and we were talking about how tanky he can get, how much sustain he has, but that was 3 or 4 people there that he was trying to contend with, and eventually got shut down, and that led to an objective being taken by Elevate. So maybe a little bit of a misplay there, especially now that they were able to get a tower out of it. They've evened things out, or almost evened things out. I think there's 2 towers down for the side of Elevate, so they do have a little bit of room to go to kind of try to make this an even game. As we take a look at some of these item builds here, does look like Lido actually a little bit ahead, does have that radiant armor as we look for another engagement.
Yeah, both sides find it out. Apex 47 hit with the knockup, hit with the Infernal Pursuit. Airborne knockup on the Lido, though. Looks like both sides trying to find a casualty. No kills on the board for Incendio Supremacy yet. RWM from Enzo for the slow, for the overall crowd control. Batiso not worried about it. Finds Apex 47. Lido looking for a punish, but will fall himself. Sunshine will be the one to draw that kill. And Incendio Supremacy forced back into the mid lane.
Man, man, it's hard to not swoon over the different type of fights that we've seen from Elevate here compared to the first game where it was just throwing everything at the wall to see what sticks and having mild success. Here, they're careful, they're strategic in where they're taking some of these fights. Lido goes in with that, and we talked about the combination of having a Phobius on your team with a Matilda. Lido goes in, doesn't like dive well into the back line, but just very carefully trying to push the line back. And then there is Boro immediately with the Matilda to get him back to safety.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Incendio Supremacy, even though they weren't able to get these turtles, they lost all 3 of them. They're still able to maintain their composure and remain in this game. It's almost an 1,000 gold lead for Elevate so far, but they did lose some turrets in the process. Both sides even on the map and trying to push in. Elevate does have the advantage, though, because they took the mid turret away from Incendio Supremacy, which means they do have more invasion potential. And now going to go ahead and shift their focus to this Lord.
Yeah, you see Apex looking for an opportunity here.
Sacred Beast form coming out. Massive knockup from Elevate.
Oh!
So we'll find Alien. Lido finding Rosa. You can see Sunshine take down Enzo as well for a response. Gets a double. Finds Tiso. Boro finding Sunshine. Apex 47 responds back to take down Lido. 3 members down for both sides. TNZ need to get out of there. Fafnir, Boro on his tail. Needs the guiding wind. Needs the mobility. But look how quick TNZ is. Puts on the skates, but they're not fast enough as Fafnir will shut him down.
Yeah, and I have to wonder about the... about that. I want to say you did shut down TNZ, but he was able to kind of drag you away, and I doubt that this is going to result in an objective. It looks like they're going to try to start the Lord here, at least now.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the full team of Elevate, full sending over there, trying to get there as quick as possible. Alien and Rosa, they know the objective. They're not going to allow it to go for free. Sunshine wrapping around. Rhapsody, Destinata coming out for some damage. Lord at about 25% HP, and Fafnir will claim it for Elevate. And now the punish on the way. The cavalry charging. You're going to see Bilali, Sunshine falling the Tiso. 8-4 lead for Elevate and a Lord on their side.
Yeah, as we take a look at some of the items here, man, it's still very even here. Did a great job. Was the carry here able to keep up with Sunshine? You can take a look at the same items here. They're both actually, I want to say, a little bit ahead of Granger here because carry's working on one of that last item as well. And just so much damage coming out. 3, 1, and 2 compared to the 3, 2, and 0 from Sunshine on the side of Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, just off to a really good game for both sides. Just past that 11-minute mark, trickling into the late game for sure. But I mean, this is similar to the first game where Elevate was leading in kills, but Incendio Supremacy, the later the game went, they were just able to turn it back around. Look at TNZ on this joy, rushing in, trying to stop this Lord from pushing in, but may have overstayed his welcome. RWM still not gonna catch him. What do you have to do to get him? Well, does he get out of there? The dive through both turrets in the mid lane and the recall back to safety.
Yeah, and I was going to say, there comes a point where you're like, is it worth to chase this, to chase TNZ up there, especially when you've got a Lord looming onto the enemy. You can start getting some more towers, open up the map a little bit more. I mean, look at this. You've only got 2 towers down on your side, and I mean, so much pressure building. You've got the game in your hands. Just keep it still, keep the fights organized as we've been for the last, I want to say, 7 minutes.
You are going to see Sunshine pick up the Sia Halberd too. A little bit of that Life Bane now in effect to be able to stop this Mathilda on the region for Elevate's side. Definitely moving in the right direction when it comes to the itemization. But right now, Elevate in such a strong position in this game right now, forcing Incendio Supremacy back into their base with their inhibitors.
Yeah, it's not completely out of the woodwork here. Oh, take a look at the gold leaderboards. I mean, like I say, you can take a look at the gold there. I mean, it's at the top of it. It's pretty even for both teams here. So it's not like Elevate have this whopping advantage over them. It's just going to take one fight, maybe getting caught one time, and they just need to be careful, work around their advantage, which right now is the map, clear out the map, try to shut down Incendio Supremacy, try to keep them held down to one area as this next Lord comes up.
You already see electrifying beats locking on, forcing out the circling Eagle. Eagle, you're not going to be able to get away. Elevate, needing to be careful. They have this lead, but we've seen this before. Just how quickly you can turn around from Incendio Supremacy. 10 seconds until this Lord spawns in, and Incendio Supremacy starting to push back Elevate on the map. But wait a second, that's a mistake. Tienzi will fall. Tiso able to get the kill, which means there is no retribution for Incendio.
That is not a death you want as the Luminous Lord comes up. And this is the advantage. This is what I was talking about. Getting an advantage, then going for the fight that you need right now. And unfortunately for Incendio Supremacy, they take the most costly death on their team here. And that is a Lord for Elevate.
Yeah, with that Lord on their side, may be the difference on opening up this base against Incendio Supremacy. Now needing to be careful as this is an enhanced Lord as well.
Yeah, and we're taking a look at some of the items here, but I mean, they're just nary some little advantages over there for Elevate. So you can see that Suyu already has the BOD, so he's got just a huge amount of damage. But I want to say Suyu really hasn't been like the big qualifier for a lot of these fights. It's just these smart, I want to say, team clashes that are happening between Elevate and Incendio when it comes to having the Phobius go in there to kind of bait out some abilities and then kind of drag back out with the guiding winds, allowing Fafnir the room that he needs for a lot of these objective takes, which is where he's really shining.
And speaking of room, not much more for Incendio Supremacy as Elevate knocking on the door, trying to take down a base Crystal on the bot side with the Lord. Tiso will find Alien, one member falling for Incendio. Need to be careful. 5-man stack in the mid lane from Elevate, and the mid inhibitor will fall.
Just like, oh, onto the back line.
Tienzi will be able to get a kill, but Fafnir with the response back. Circling Eagle is going to drop down onto Apex 47. No, he goes to the backline instead. You're going to see Sunshine find Boro. 2 members down from the side. Incendio Supremacy. Make that 3. Lido will fall. Fafnir finding Apex 47. Sunshine with the double kill. And that is going to be 2 members left standing for Incendio Supremacy and 2 from Elevate. Both sides forced to disengage.
Sunshine, can he be stopped? We've talked about the Granger waiting for him to get an opportunity. 5-2-1 right now, able to hold off, almost single-handedly hold off this offense coming from Elevate and stop, I want to say, a push possibly that could have gone to the core. Elevate's going to have to be very careful here. We've talked about this before. Incendio Supremacy, once they get that advantage, they're very hard to let go of it.
This reminds me of the matches yesterday, the final series, when you thought it was going to go one way. Everything was looking in one side's favor, but then again, just one mistake could be costly, and the other side may be able to punish. And Incendio Supremacy, they only have 1 inhibitor on the top side. There's a lot of insurance from Elevate, but the longer this game goes, the longer the respawn times will be. We're already past that 16-minute mark, which means everybody is getting to full build. TNZ even picking up the winter crown to chase on to TNZ as well, but the mobility is the problem.
Man, Tienzi is running for the hills. This might be another death. Is going to go ahead and dash away. Circling Eagle
is going to go ahead and lock on. Winter crown, clutch moment, but not enough to get him back to safety. Boro will find him. 1 member shy for Incendio Supremacy. They will not have the damage. Need to be careful without having that backline potential. Elevate could punish.
Yeah, the Winter Crown already picked up there. Even Suyu, Fafnir has the Winter Crown right now as we're starting to fight for this possibly final Lord.
Yeah, they don't have the retribution on Incendio's side again, as TNC does fall a little early to these engagements for these neutral objectives. Now Elevate has a high chance for the retry play. Fafnir not going to waste any time. We'll get it. Mobilization with RWM does drop down. Lord is going to go to Elevate as well in this skirmish, and now Incendio Supremacy forced to recall back to the base for yet another defense against the siege.
And I know a lot of people might be asking too. I mean, you don't have a retribution. Why even contest that? And it's probably because they thought, like me, this is probably going to be the last Lord. We need to do something to try to shut it down. So an A for effort from Incendio Supremacy, and you can see that they were trying to lock onto the heroes. They weren't on the Lord at all. They were on the heroes, trying to get them down. Fortunately, Elevate just has such a lead right now. They were able to kind of zone them out while Fafnir did what he does to those objectives.
And now the red carpet being rolled out for Elevate as the Luminous Lord pushing through the mid. Tiso will find Alien. The Lord now in distance to deal damage to the base Crystal with the full 5-man team of Elevate behind it. And down it goes. Elevate able to take game number 2 and will tie up the series against Incendio Supremacy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have ourselves a competition between these two teams. Elevate here coming from what was a very rough loss in the first game, recapturing a victory in game 2. Hats off to them, especially as I was talking about before, the change in the strategy and mindset when it came to these fights.
Yeah, able to accomplish where they fell short in game number 1. The objectives, they had the team fight capability, but it was just the overall map control where they were lacking. But this time around, it looks like they've learned from their mistakes. You're looking at a 14-7 domination at that 18-minute mark, a pretty late game as well, and overall a great series.
And I want to say some great pickups too here as well when it comes to the composition. The Carry, the Phoveus, the Matilda. I want to say the big 3. Those were the big 3 for me, just because Carry countered so much on their team. Whether it was Tienzi or Alien that usually have some big roles to play in here. Same thing with Phoveus, who had a great job in his lane. And then when it came to those team fights, those coordinated attacks where he leaned on Boro to be able to get him away with those guiding wins. A well-earned MVP by Boro on this Matilda.
Yeah, 100% kill participation too. It was just all over the place for the objectives and for his team. As you see a lot of these skirmishes, there was a lot going on back and forth from both sides, but ultimately when it came to the team fights, the one who kind of stood the test of time was not Incendio Supremacy, but was Elevate instead. A lot of times we saw TNZ get picked off super early. This is Boro, just some amazing gameplay as well, circling around to be able to get these setups and also provide the sustainability for the team. Just overwhelming on these objective plays and these pushes. A lot of Lord sieges for the side of Elevate as well. Without TNZ being in the mix, I mean, it's a guaranteed objective, and that helps them push through to be able to end these games, and not something that Incendio Supremacy can afford in game number 3.
Yeah, and I want to kind of mention too, with the Lucas pickup, and while I don't want to say, I don't have enough information right now to say how well it's supposed to do in the XP lane, but I do feel like Alien was just a little overconfident with that pick. There were a few times where he was just diving in 4v1 just because you think you can sustain. What was that earning you? What was that fight going to accomplish with you? Say you took down 4 of them in top lane. Were you going to be able to push anything? There was no reason to really do that or even put that kind of test onto a Lucas, and they were able to use it, turn it around, and bring an objective out of it.
And there we go, Mr. MVP Boro for Elevate on this Mathilda. 12 assists on his side, kill participation sitting at 100%. Look at the mobility, man. He was just all over the place. Quantum charge, agility, and the Swift, just able to pretty much get the job done at a moment's notice, and at a high speed as well. I mean, he's moving like 100 miles per hour with that emblem setup.
That's honestly one of my favorite builds when it comes to Matilda, is just all mobility, quantum charge, agility, boots, everything. So it helps with Matilda, especially because of her passive, or not her passive, but I want to say her first ability, forgot what it's called. But the more movement speed you get, the more damage that you can do to enemies. So it just really, it behooves you to be able to kind of get that much more movement. And not just that, but to be able to traverse the map as quickly as she was, and to be able to kind of pull back team members when it was a fight that wasn't really looking like it was going into their favor.
You know what's funny with all of those mobility emblems? The fact that TNZ on the Joy is still able to outrun this Mathilda. Hey, that just shows you how fast the Joy is, man. You don't even need a mobility emblem on him. He still can outrun and outpace a hero with 3 mobility emblems and mobility skills as well. But overall, that was a great game for Elevate, able to accomplish where they fell short from game number 1. Now, this is looking good, right? We're talking about Incendio Supremacy. This is a heavy contender. This is a multiple M-Series appearance team that dates back to the beginning of the Mobile Legends scene. And to be able to see a team that's a little bit newer, at least for me, to be able to see, since it's not from my perspective region, it's showing that Mobile Legends is developing, and a lot of the underdogs are rising to the occasions and showcasing that they have the talent. And it's a great thing for the MLBB scene, and also a good thing to watch inside of the challenge season, as you can't really expect the household names to dominate anymore.
I was joking about this yesterday. This is real time, how quickly Matilda, with all 3 movement emblems. No, but just, I mean, you could just tell just how all over this map that Boro was on that Matilda, being able to help out with the team. And that says something else about the team, and the difference when it comes to these fights is that they always made sure that they had their roam with them before they were initiating these fights. You know what I mean? So like it wasn't just like, oh, we have an opportunity. No, it was, is Boro here? Are we going to be able to do something with this? Yes, he is. All right, we have that assurance. We have that safety.
You know, it's funny too.
Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. It's funny too because I've never seen a heat map with a Matilda before. Like, this is honestly a first.
It's all over. This is slow-mo here right now. How quickly he was able to get around there. But one thing that is interesting is what I brought up before is how skilled Elevate showed that they were in game 1 about the heroes, their understanding of the heroes. And dare I say, Incendio maybe a little overconfident on certain heroes like the Lucas, like the Joy, and really leaning on her ability to get away and not be chased. And because I mean, we saw like she got away once, but that was once out of like 3 times that she was getting nailed down, especially with a carry and a Matilda in tow. So maybe something to think about is maybe kind of lean back on some of these chances that we were taking, especially in the early game.
Honestly, I mean, I'm just super surprised and also happy to see a team rise to this occasion to be able to put on a good fight against Incendio Supremacy. It's definitely to see it tied 1-1. I mean, these guys got a lot of talent, and it just shows that they're just getting started. So, yeah, back into the ball game we go as we are into game number 3, the draft on the way. The Matilda this time getting banned out from Incendio Supremacy. It looks like they think that was maybe one of the main problems on why they weren't able to turn that game in their favor.
Yeah, and I'm wondering where we go here. Actually, is Elevate going to be on the red side again? Did they elect for the, or it's, I don't know if it's the losers that get the pick of where they want to go. Either way, but it's going to be Incendio Supremacy on the blue side again. So I'm wondering, do we leave open that Joy? Are we going to take that Joy? Is Granger going to be one of those things? Especially because we don't have the Matilda anymore. Like, so it's going to be a lot harder to lock on to some of these more mobile heroes like a Joy. And I don't see them catching or doing some of those chasing without a Matilda. So it's going to be very interesting to see what they go with.
And I feel like they're going to go in for this Granger again for the first pick for Incendio Supremacy. I mean, the Joy, it lost. You know what I mean? I feel like there's a lot of answers now for the Joy where a lot of teams aren't going to probably prio at first pick. I would probably just lock in the Marksman again. If not, I mean, Elevate's, they're comfortable going against the Joy. They did it in game number 2, right? They were able to pull off the victory. So technically they pulled it off against the Granger as well. So they're going to go ahead and go for the Hayabusa. They're going to throw in a third option into the mix. But okay, hear me out, right? This is, I don't know how I feel about it, and this is because it's so counterable now. You first picked it. There's a Hilda on the table that can rush in and deny you your farm, and that would be a high value target if I was going up against Incendio Supremacy and I was red side with Elevate.
Well, and that will take out one pick as the Hilda, but then I think they're kind of trying to offer up. They're trying to offer up the Granger. They're trying to offer up the Joy as a pick for them to see if they're going to go with that, if they maybe take the bait. Hilda, yes, the obvious choice for me is just something that can invade. They can shut down the assassin early, especially because last time they tried to pick up this Hayabusa, that was the immediate ban for them. The Hilda. coming up there. Yeah, exactly. Hilda comes out there along with the Harith as well as a first pick too, especially to be able to counter the potential pickup of the Granger on Incendio Supremacy.
Okay, that's what I was going to ask you. I was like, okay, in that situation, if it was you, would you have preferred to pick up the Hilda and the Granger combo, or would you have still went to the Hilda and Harith combo to counter the Granger? Because that was interesting to see. But they're going to go ahead and response back with this Granger, and they're going to pick up this Hylos as well. Now they have a little bit of mobility on their side. Maybe the Hylos, I don't know, man. This is still looking like it's going to be a little bit tricky for Incendio Supremacy, as there's still a lot of counters on the board for Elevate to be able to stop this Hayabusa from popping off.
Yeah, the Hylos is a decent, I want to say a little bit of a counter for Hilda, because he has that wide berth of AoE that he can have to kind of try to slow her down, get a stun. And Hilda's biggest weakness is CC and being slowed down before she can reach that next bush where she's going to be able to regen, where she gets that shield back from herself. So, I mean, it's all right. I kind of prefer other picks when it comes to something like that, like trying to shut down the Hilda. Even Gadakacha I kind of prefer over the Hylos, just because Gadakacha can grab that aggro from her, so she's not going to be able to be all over your assassin. She's going to be stuck on the Gadakacha, and by the time she actually does get released from that, you're going to have the rest of your team kind of coming in and being able to close ranks. Speaking
of closing ranks, closing in on heroes that we would have thought would have been picked up but completely just ignored is the Joy. It's not even an option anymore between these two competitors. Now, when you're looking at Incendio Supremacy, one thing they do have in their favor is the mobility with the Hayabusa. As you do see Elevate, they don't go in for the Assassin versus Assassin again. Well, I guess they go in for the Blue, but they don't go in for something like the Ling or anything that has the high mobility that can match this Hayabusa. So it's going to be an interesting one. Now we got to look at what's going to be slotted into the mid lane for both sides, right? I mean, when you're looking at crowd control, there's almost pretty much zero for Elevate. Yeah, you have the Zombie Force from this Harith, but it's just not enough to keep a team in their tracks. So they definitely want to go in for something that has a little bit more a CC on their side. The Zushin is actually, no, it's banned out. The Lu Yi's banned out as well, and also the Eve. So a lot of AoE control is gone. I'm probably expecting maybe an Aurora to possibly walk here.
Depends on whose side. Aurora for the side of Incendio Supremacy, yes. On the side of Elevate, not so much, just because there's so much mobility on that side. The only person right now that you're catching is a Hylos. Granger's going to be able to dash out of the way. Hayabusa's going to be able to quad shadow out of there. So it does kind of leave open, well, where would we go into that mid lane? Is a Vexana viable here? Or even maybe, I was going to say possibility of possibly a Farja or Sicilian possibly as well, as you can kind of keep some of that range back, but I do want a little bit more of a better front line for something like that. Here, they're going to go with Valentina, somebody I completely was out of my mind for some reason when it comes, but that's a great pick up there, too, for the side of Elevate.
And it's also a deny to not allow that to walk into Incendio Supremacy's hand, considering when you have the Hilda on the opposing side, you have the Valentina, that Terrify can pretty much deny the invasion plays from the Hilda going and being aggressive into the jungle for Incendio Supremacy. So I think it's a good read from Elevate, and now we got to see what the response is from the side of Incendio Supremacy. I wonder if they're going to lock in, I mean, I would say, okay, they're going to go in for artillery, so they're going to go in for this Farza. It has mobility as well with the wings by wings, so it's not the worst decision, especially when you have a hero like the Hilda that can try and rush in on you at a moment's notice for a backline kill.
Ooh, and there's the Gadakacha. That's so we do have a very thick front line for the side of Incendio Supremacy, which is going to be very interesting. A very thick front line and a decent amount of CC there as well. So I want to say the Harith here is going to have a little bit, you have to be very picky about when he's going in for some of these Zaman forces as well. Waiting for that last pick from Elevate. I like both drafts here too as well. The only thing is I'm kind of wondering, do we have something to stop this feathered airstrike on the side of Elevate? To be able to kind of shut that down. We do have the IMU, so we could possibly use that, but are we going to be using the Avatar of the Guardian for that? Possibly. It just depends on where we're going with this Valentina and what she prioritizes. Ooh.
Oh, the Jawhead. Finesse, last minute pickup from Elevate. This is giving me M6 vibes all over again. A lot of teams just underlook the value of the Jawhead with the lethal ejector to be able to get the isolation play set up. So I'm honestly a little surprised though. Oh no, okay, never mind. No, I'm not. I was gonna say because the Cho was available, but it's banned out from the side of Incendio Supremacy. So this looks like since the Cho was banned out, they go for the next best option, and that is going to be this Jawhead. Now, this should be the Hilda in the XP lane, which still works out really well, especially when the Hayabusa tries to go to the same side as the XP lane. That's when you're going to see the Hilda be very aggressive and trying to get the denial plays. The Jawhead is going to be huge too, right? If they can find a lethal injector, find a setup, especially on a hero like Farza, who's going to be a little bit more stationary with the Feathered Airstrike, it can give them the opportunity they're looking for.
Not just that, but he's got Jawhead's got such a great early game as well. And he's at a very nice sweet spot when it comes to the meta where a lot of people just aren't used to the ejectors like they used to be and being prepared for it. But we're about to get started here.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we are now jumping into game number 3 of our first series for Group B of SPS Season 6 Challenge Season. Incendio Supremacy up against Elevate.
Yeah, and actually very curious to me is that Tienzi was able to clear out his jungle just as fast as Fafnir was, which is I kind of, especially with a Jawhead next to him, I would expect the Jawhead and them to, oh, actually, as I say that, they're already invading.
Yeah, they're going in. They're being aggressive. They're not going to give him any breathing room. Need to be careful, though, as they don't want to overextend and give Incendio Supremacy the advantage from a costly, aggressive play.
Yeah, as you can take a look at some of those emblems, a lot of tenacities on the team, too, as well. So for some of those tank emblems, Boro in trouble.
We were just talking about this. The aggressive plays bit on more than they can chew, and Incendio Supremacy will make the most out of the situation. Rosa will be the one to take down Boro.
Oh, you see them waiting up at top. Thankfully, it looks like they're going to... Harith kind of keeping his distance.
Yeah, need to be careful. Looking at Fafnir. Need to go back as well. Tienzi, he's already level 4. He has the Ouija Shadow kill. Big stun on the Boro. Level 3 for Apex 47, though. You are going to see Tienzi take down Boro. What is going on? Elevate just overextending and being punished before the first turtle even spawns in.
And that's kind of one of the double-edged swords when it comes to having a Jawhead on your team. Yeah, he's got a lot of damage, but especially in the early game, he is actually quite squishy. And especially now that he's kind of trying to traverse the map by himself, he's running into a lot of issues here.
Ooh, AOG dropping down. Fafnir will be able to get the turtle for Elevate, and now Boro may be punished. Need to get away. Glorious Pathway does drop down by Apex 47. And now you're looking at both sides being able to disengage. Elevate will find the objective.
Ooh, Alien looking to put some information on there on the Fafnir. Boro's just having some problems. Oh!
Did he get it?
Yes, he did. Fafnir is alone without a purple buff up there.
What a steal from Tienzi with the quad shadow play. Need to be careful on the mobility that this Hayabusa can provide. It looks like Elevate's plan with the invasion maneuvers of Lido on this Hilda and Boro on this Jawhead just haven't been as effective.
Yeah, and I mean, doing a good job of kind of keeping Hilda to a minimum, not really having the huge effect that you want for this team right now. As we take a look, oh, another fight here. Starting out, Lido down.
The Glorious Pathway, just the ultimate touch to block off his path to his turret. There was no way he was getting out of that one.
Oh, here, as we take a look at the level leaderboard. I mean, it does, TNZ is at the top, but the rest of Elevate still doing a good job. They were really thirsty for that one up at top.
Yeah, right now, 3-0 for Incendio Supremacy, now up by over 1,000 gold, and you're already seeing Sunshine picking up a kill on this Granger. Now gets the Hunter Strike as well for some additional pin and damage.
Yeah, and that's kind of amazing too, because usually you're kind of looking at Harith to kind of dominate that lane. Looks like Sunshine, man, really kind of coming at it with a vengeance, especially because every single time that we had Boro trying to rotate up there to provide support, he was getting ganked and killed.
Ooh, speaking of killed, Lido need to be careful. Feathered Airstrike from Enzo trying to save him, but the Rhapsody and Rosa with the final touches of the Feathered Airstrike will find him. That's Lido's second death of the game, and a turtle possibly on the way for Incendio Supremacy.
Man, I was just about to say, poor Lido, his entire pathway was lit up by a feathered airstrike. He didn't step anywhere where a feathered airstrike didn't just come crashing down. Ate the entirety of that ultimate from Rosa, and unfortunately did not survive and expanded the lead to 4-0.
And now the proxy of the lane, a good AOG from Alien to stop Elevate from defending. Gonna strip all the gold plating off feather airstrike from Rosa from afar. Finds Boro. He was a mile away and able to connect still. Enzo will find Alien Glorious Pathway for the slow double. Glorious Pathway from the IMU as well. Both sides lacking the mobility now, but still putting on a fight. 5-1 for Incendio.
Yeah, but with that, there's a lot of, I want to say they have TNZ down at the bottom. He's going to be able to claim himself a tower all while that fight is happening.
Ooh, Fafnar control, delete will fall. Man, just how quickly Incendio's Supremacy bursted him down. They are miles ahead in the economy right now. Stocks are up as they have 3,800 gold lead against Elevate.
Yeah, and with that, I want to say, like, the effective... Oh, Boro down again. Glorious Pathway. And I want to say a feathered airstrike out there as well. The effectiveness of Boro on the Jawhead and Lido on this Hilda has been stomped out right from the get-go.
Speaking of the get-go, there goes that Sky Piercer for the lethality. To be able to have that execution play when members get low and Sunshine is dealing damage, and we may get a little bit of a taste of that here as we see a skirmish on the top side. It looks like Sunshine took a couple of hits. Need to be careful. There goes the AOG, does not connect in the heart of Elevate. They all separate. Rosa will find Tiso as a response back. Lethal ejector for the knockup for the airstrike dropping down. Enzo will find Rosa. Boro maybe next on top block. Fafner will find Alien. Glorious Pathway from Apex 47 to stop Fafner, but he dashes right through it and they will disengage.
Basically throwing Enzo in front of him and just like, bro, take some of these shots, boy. They had to run for his life there, especially from the Death Sonatas coming out from Sunshine. But this is going to be another tower for the side of Incendio Supremacy. And right now, this game is all them. A lot of pressure here. And especially once you have this type of pressure and you're behind, it's very hard to kind of get back ahead with some of these picks that they have.
Ain't no way we just seen a lethal ejector on the Apex 47 into the tier 2 turret, and he just runs out of there like, no problem. Everybody's attacking me. I'm not worried about it. He's still at about 50% HP, and that just shows you that's definitely not the one you want to set up. Try and go for more of the ADCs. Look at the feathered airstrike damage. Tiso barely alive, getting the burn as well on his way out. But wait a second, Enzo wrapping around with the Terrified Boro as well. Fafner will find Sunshine. He does fall. The ADC for Incendio Supremacy. Lido finding Apex 47 on the Glorious Pathway. 2 members down for Incendio and a push from Elevate.
Ooh, that might be a decent mistake. Oh, conceal play coming in.
They're going all in onto Alien. Hit with the knockup, the ejected play. Lido will find him. 3 members falling, still an 8-6 lead in kills, but Elevate starting to possibly find a way to turn this around.
You saw the avatar of the Guardian spring up there, and Boro's like, no, you don't. Ejected right back into the team. Great play there. That's 3 unanswered deaths on the side of Incendio Supremacy.
And now Salmon Force dropping on top of the Glorious Pathway. Both sides trying to find a kill. It's going to be a 2v2, but Boro wrapping around the side. Fafner will be able to find a turret in the heart of all this. Bilali, Sunshine able to find Lido. Wait a second though. Tiso very low, but the dive in and Fafner shuts down Sunshine. TNZ finding Tiso. AOG. Oh, and the feathered airstrike combination. The chase, but not able to lock in on a kill. Fafner needing to get away though. Quad Shadow in. 4 members of Incendio Supremacy trying to get him, and TNZ shutting him down. What is going on? Both teams battling it out, but Incendio Supremacy still reigning high.
Oh, what an unfortunate death there, right as this Lord spawns up there. Fafner, the retribution for his team, not going to be able to join. Oh, well, it doesn't look like they're actually going to go for it. As we take a look at some of these stats here, 2K above for Fafner, or not Fafner, for TNZ over Fafner right now. Has himself a whole item. We talked about it. He has a Sea Halberd as well. So just so far ahead that he decided to kind of go with the anti-heal instead of just kind of that raw damage that we usually see coming from a Hayabusa.
Which is interesting. It's not like the life bane, though. It's not like the anti-heal. The passive stacks. So I would have expected just one of them to get it on these team fights, especially if they're grouping together. But it looks like he's just worried about when they're separated. He still wants to be effective to deny that sustainability from coming back and cutting it by half. But you are seeing both teams fighting it out. Malefic Roar picked up by TNZ in the heart of all this, and a tier 2 turret will fall in the mid lane.
Man, a lot of pressure kind of mounting. Boro from the side.
Rushes in the knockup, but nobody there to make the most out of the opportunity. He may have set himself up, and Boro shut down by TNZ. What a play, but not for him, as Incendio Supremacy will find the kill.
It was a good plan in his head, but Apex, another kill there. Sunshine finds another one. TNC with the hair. If he sneezes, he's going to fall down flat dead on the ground over there. That's just how much health he doesn't have. But I want to say, who was at Apex 47 was the key role there. As soon as Boro jumped in on that jawhead, Apex 47 threw down a glorious pathway to stop everybody from Elevate from joining that fight, and just stood there like, yep, not gonna be anything that you guys can do.
Yeah, at that moment he knew he made the wrong decision. Boro needed to be a little bit careful on these plays with the lethal ejectors, as he has to make sure Elevate can get in position to make the most out of it, or he's just going to fall and increase the lead that Incendio Supremacy already has. They're down to their inhibitor turrets now. Incendio Supremacy definitely locking in, trying to take the advantages. Both of these teams are tied in this series 1-1.
Yeah, they do need to be careful here, as somebody once told me, is a lot of games are lost at the high ground tower. So you just still need to be careful about it. Don't get overconfident here, especially while you're pushing for some of these high grounds.
Man, they are painting the Land of Dawn with these ultimates. You have the IMU, so you have 2 glorious pathways dropping down, and then you have Harith with these Almond Force as well, man. That's not something you see every day. Just a lot of colors on the ground. Both sides fighting it out, though. A siege for the top lane from Incendio Supremacy, trying to take the inhibitor. But a good defense from Elevate, but they have to shift their focus toward the mid now. TNZ rushing up the quad shadow, finds Fafnir. Rosa able to take the turret. The base has been opened up against Elevate, and now going in with minions, possibly to try and take the base crystal. Inhibitor on the top side will fall. Still standing strong and have the numbers on their side. Incendio Supremacy is not letting their foot off the gas. TNZ will find Lido, feather airstrike from Rosa to control the situation, and Sunshine able to find Tiso. A double kill, finds Enzo, and next will be the base crystal, as they get a full wipeout against Elevate in a 5-man recall. Getting the job done yet again. Incendio Supremacy reigns supreme for game number 3.
Man, TNZ Busa, man, on that, I think it was 8-0-6 on that Hayabusa. Absolutely from the get-go, thrashed on to Elevate here. A well-deserved victory, and whatever they got working in the back to adjust. I mean, that Matilda takeout absolutely, I want to say, threw Elevate for a whirl right now. They might have to go back to the drawing board when it comes to some of these compositions that they're looking at, especially when you're able to shut down the Hilda, shut down the Jawhead so quickly. Yes, we take a look at the stats. 8-0-6. Apex 47, another shot out there. 0-1-13. Man, a heck of a game here played by Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, definitely another one that was a treat to see for everybody. 18-8. But overall, Incendio Supremacies are starting to kind of pick up the pieces where they were falling short. They're not allowing Elevate to win in these team fights, and they're also overall still able to climb up on these objectives. Elevate now need to go back, like you said, to the drawing board, need to find a game plan, because just brawling it out and trying to overall win these engagements is just not working anymore, right? You got to be a little bit faster on getting to these rotations and finding these objectives. I feel like their head was in the right space, though, right? They picked up this Hilda, they picked up this Jawhead, but they were too aggressive with it. They need to know when to push back, and they were quickly punished with 2 early kills. And in the first, before the first turtle even spawned. And these are the things that helps Incendio Supremacy climb up with that lead.
Well, I want to say, like, immediately kind of caught off there. Boro had a lot of trouble in this early game. I feel like he was playing this game like he was a Tigreal when he was on a Jawhead, which is just a much different character when it comes to his ability to sustain damage.
Yeah, and it's definitely going to be a problem. You need to find a little bit of that sweet spot when it comes to these setups. Well, I mean, that was a setup right there. He thought he had the opportunity, but he created it for Incendio Supremacy. And this is where they have the massive punish. Even the Feather Airstrike, not enough to stop them. And, I mean, it came in clutch on a lot of these moments from Rosa, from afar, not even needing to be up close and able to still do the final touches to take several members down. Now looking at the final closer for this game, it was at that 12-minute mark, not even a really long one, which really shows you that they're starting to pick up this micro and macro combination from the side of Incendio Supremacy. And then this is the best part right here, right? They get all the kills. Man, we don't need to take down this base, Crystal. Let's just go back to the base. A couple of recall spams on our way out and an MVP on our way in.
Yeah, TNZ 8-0-6. I want to say so confident, even picking up the Sea Halberd, like you said, so that he could be a little bit more effective when it came to him trying to find those Sola Hilda out there in the wild, so to speak, to be able to take her down as well. He just came out so far ahead, 78% kill participation. For me, the big story here, besides TNZ and his team, Apex 47 had a great game there as well. These picks really had a great counter when it came to the Hilda and the Jawhead, because and that was what I called out in the beginning too, as far as Hylos being picked up. I'm like, I really prefer Gatakacha because he helps out. Hylos isn't bad. Then they pick up the Gatakacha. So now you've got this huge tanky front line. You've got a ton of CC that you need to try to get through as a Jawhead, as a Hilda. While Hilda wasn't taking as much deaths in the game, it's only because she just has so much more sustain than a Jawhead. And one of the biggest, I want to say, possible flaws that I would want to point out for Elevate is just rotating as a Jawhead. You can't just blindly rotate through the jungle, through that river lane without having some type of pressure with you, having the Suyu with you or something like that, because he was getting caught left and right from the beginning, and he wasn't being able to have an effect because of that wall that was in front of them in the name of the Gatakacha and the Hylos.
And the Jawhead's the isolation king, just like the Cho is, but it takes some different things to be able to pull each one off, right? You have the Jawhead, you rush in, you get the chases. Initially, when you rush in for that setup, it's very hard to get back out. Unlike the Cho, you have the G Kondo, right? You have the invulnerability for a brief moment from the crowd control as well to get back to safety. So I'm starting to see, I guess what we would say, a crack in the plan from the side of Elevate, right? If you allow Incendio Supremacy to pick up this Hayabusa, I don't feel like they're equipped just yet to be able to go against that, because it forces too much on their side in the draft on things that they're not really comfortable performing on. So I think the better option for them jumping into game number 4 would just be to ban the Hayabusa out entirely.
I was wondering, was it Incendio Supremacy who banned out the Cho? Because if it was them who banned it out, that was an absolutely a great read. So like 2 great bans for them against Elevate that really kind of put them on the back foot, that Matilda and the Cho, which kind of, I want to say it felt like Elevate had a composition in mind, and they kind of went with their second best picks for this composition, which had some obvious counters out there. So a great read there by Incendio Supremacy. We're going to see if Elevate has what it takes to be able to kind of pick themselves back up, dust themselves off, and come back and maybe bring a successful game here against Incendio.
And it's all going to start here in the draft as we are now jumping into game number 4 of our first series for Group B, Incendio Supremacy up against Elevate. Now, I kind of raised the question, right? When you allow the Hayabusa to walk, it requires a certain strategy to go up against it. And I feel like with Elevate and the way they like to play, I wouldn't recommend letting this walk, because they're not really equipped for the invasions. I feel like they just overly extend and they don't know when to pull back their punches, and then it ends up translating into a death on their side, which helps an early game assassin like a Hayabusa to pick up even more and start to steamroll. So don't play into the palm of Incendio Supremacy should be the game plan. But Incendio Supremacy, this is starting to look more like the team we're used to seeing on the M series, right? They bring a lot of different elements to the table that kind of scratch up a lot of teams and ruin their overall plans. So like you said, this is going to be a big challenge for Elevate, but they were able to find a victory off them once. But the question is, can they do it again? You're seeing this Lu Yi from Elevate and the Fanny taken off the table.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you take out the Hayabusa, what are you giving to Incendio Supremacy too? And I mean, what do they go with? Are they going to go with the Joy too as well? Especially because Elevate does not have the Matilda to try to be able to kind of keep up and lock it down. There are some other options though, although I just haven't seen them play it, like the Fredrin we talked about, Gatakacha. There's some good options out there for them, and then why they didn't pick up the Joy themselves. However, I want to say, yeah, it's just they really are kind of sticking with that Suyu pick. Yep, the Hayabusa is going to be out there, so I'm wondering if this is going to be prioritized again. It had, I mean, there's no reason not to with how well TNZ did on it last game, even earning an MVP.
Not to mention he picked a first pick and he's gonna do it again. Hey man, look, if you're gonna let it happen, then you can't complain when it works out well for the other side. So hopefully Elevate has something in their kit. This time around though, they do have the opportunity to pull out the Cho though. They don't have to be forced on that Jawhead pickup because it wasn't banned in the first side. So I guess maybe that could lean more into their favor, and if they want to be even more aggressive, they can pair it up with the Joy as well, try and force out some of these picks like a Belleric. I mean, they can't pick the Fredrin now because they have the Hayabusa, so I feel like those two could be options, but I wouldn't pick them up first. I would wait to pick the Joy until the third pick of the first phase. Maybe go in for the Granger and the Cho should be probably one of the wisest options, I would say, for Elevate.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks like, they're going to go with the Granger and the Hilo. So they're going to take away two picks that they thought did a decent job against them. And not a bad pick, especially with the Hylos out there as well. It's just I've gone over this before when I talk about sometimes when it comes to picks that you're taking away from the enemy. Are you taking it away because this was part of your plan the entire time, or is the only plan you have to take away from the enemy? And then that kind of speaks about the composition not being as synergized as you would like. Here, it looks like Harith and Gatakacha being picked up as well. A great answer to Elevate.
I feel like, I don't know, man. I'm not really too on the fence with the Hylos pick up there. And the only reason being is because technically, let's say that Incendio Supremacy did pick up the Hylos. You could have picked up a Valentina, and then you have a Glorious Pathway on your side and not really having to worry about it. So, I mean, we'll see. It's not the worst option, though. It's still a flex pick. Could be XP, could be Roam. And, I mean, it does provide great slow for the enemy side and also mobility for your team as well. So, now looking at what we're seeing so far, it is going to be the Harith paired up against this Granger. We talked about how it's a good counter. One of the more dominant gold laners definitely being slotted in. They are still going to go for the Joy, though, and I think that's still something that could be a challenge for Incendio because they still technically don't really have much to stop it.
They do have a Gatakacha. He does have to try a little harder to get that taunt onto Joy, a little harder than some other people need to try, like a Fredrin. So to speak, but Gatakacha is quote-unquote a counter for Joy, so we'll see if they can actually kind of manage to possibly get around Joy, because I mean Joy brings a lot to the table, especially when it comes to getting to the back line and even the split pushing ability that we were able to see from them as well. I'm expecting Cho, I'm expecting Hilda, I'm expecting all those type of bans to be coming out here in this second banning phase.
Yeah, and we're going to have to see. I mean, we have yet to see the mages from both sides, right? We know the Farza is still up there on the table, so there definitely still is a little bit of artillery. The Valentina is still up for grabs to be able to counteract that. The Tig ban, though, from the side of Elevate, they're trying to stop any pressure from this Joy being able to get to those back lines. So we'll have to see which way this plays out. I think the Joy right now is still looking pretty good. I mean, you still have the Vexana, which can get thrown into the mix as well. But I'm also looking at, okay, you pick this Hylos first, right? So are you going to go in for the Cho still? I mean, you still have an isolation XP laner, and then you can kind of pair that up with a crowd control mage, and I feel like they would have a good composition.
Looks like they're probably leaning into a Lucas pickup for Incendio Supremacy. But it is that we're leaving open the Cho right now. I don't know, maybe we're kind of assuming that this Hylos is going to be the roam position. So, I mean, I will say he fits better into the roam for me than he does for the XP lane. So it is kind of a smart bet there that you won't be seeing the Cho out there. But there's still some other things out there, especially like a Hilda that could probably come out there and in for the XP lane as well. I just don't know how Hilda does against Lucas. In my head, Lucas or Hilda just, I mean, you go out there, you tap, you run back into the bush. It's like, not to call it like a cheese method with Hilda, but that's just basically her entire plan. And it works against most XP laners, allows her to get clear out the lane, and allows her to kind of have that speed to kind of run back and harass the enemy, which is what they're going to need. You do not want TNC to start getting fed onto this Hayabusas. We've seen how effective he is right from the opening minute.
Yeah, and I mean, the only trick also with the Hilda is that there's a Harith on the other side. So when that Zaman Force drops down, it's going to be a little bit of a problem when you're trying to get to that backline ADC. You are seeing that Farza taken off the board from Elevate, though. Not going to allow the artillery to work in Incendio Supremacy's favor. A couple of options still on the board when it comes to the mid lane, though, right? The Valentina is still up for grabs. Definitely a safe option if either side wants to be able to pick that up. The Vexana could be a decision, maybe even working in Elevate's favor, considering if you drop that Eternal Guard and you have the Hayabusa with the Ouija Shadow Kill, I guess technically you would split the damage a little bit. But we'll have to see which way this plays out. You know, something that could be a pocket pick that could also work for Elevate is technically the Lunox. It could be picked up here. I mean, you have the AOG drops down, you use the Brilliance, you get out to safety, you have the Hayabusa with the Quad Shadow. Ouija Shadow Kill won't kill you, but they're going to go in for the safer bet, though. We are going to be able to see this Valentina back in action again.
I was going to say, too, the Linux actually does a great job against the Harith, too, as well, especially when you go with that Darkening ultimate, where she's just able to chunk down like a turret, firing all those shots out. They're going to go with, yeah, like you said, the safer route there, the Valentina here. It means that they're going to have right now they're going to have an Avatar of the Guardian of their own. But the only thing, though, is who is initiating for Gatakacha. One thing that I've known and we've kind of figured out when it comes to Gatakacha, when it comes to that Avatar of the Guardian, is he cannot be the initiator. Oh, we're going to see Hilda picked up by Incendio. Are we going to see a Cho on the side of Elevate? Or what are we going to do? Or we're going to go with an XP laner here that can deal with it?
Okay. I thought the Hilda would have came out, but not for Incendio Supremacy, honestly. But I don't think it's the worst option. It's definitely a very aggressive composition when it comes to these team fights, when it comes to these neutral objectives. I mean, they have the damage, especially. But when it comes to the overall, I would say, setups, it may be a little bit more challenging. You're going to require the Gatot to really knock down and get to the backline in time, or you're going to have to require the Hilda to be able to get a shutdown. But this time, this is going to be Hilda on the side of Incendio Supremacy, not Elevate. And usually when Elevate is the aggressor, they have a little bit more of the struggle. There goes the Cho that we were looking forward to seeing as well as the final pickup for Elevate, and both sides are now locked in.
I was going to say that's a very interesting pick, the Hilda, because you have the Valentina. You can have that Frighten on there that can kind of, I want to say, off end that early aggravating ability that Hilda has in there. Now we're going to have the Cho, which does a decent job. And maybe the plan here is to have the Hilda to keep everything focused on the enemy's jungle instead of having that Cho in your jungle, which what we saw from the first game is how quickly he was able to get a kill there.
Now, I mean, but now seeing the Cho into the side of Elevate, because the Jawhead was not able to get the job done, but maybe the Cho is a little bit better because you have the ability to kind of traverse a little bit better with a little bit of an invulnerability of the crowd control as well, because we saw a lot of setups from Boro just not able to hit the mark, and he was not able to get back to safety when he did make that mistake.
But we're about to get started here. We see a possible last game point here for Incendio Supremacy.
Yeah, game point. But you can't count out Elevate, as they were able to find a victory in this series up against Incendio Supremacy, but we've seen them fall short when it comes to the overall macro on the game, and that's when Incendio Supremacy starts to shine, as you're already seeing a lot of hits on the board. Apex and Boro, 50% HP.
Yeah, Boro, electing not to really go for the invade right now, just trying to help and ensure that Enzo is going to be able to kind of clear out the lane and possibly get some of those rotations. But you can see Alien showing himself. He's not even hiding in the bush, just wants to let them know he's there at the bottom.
Yeah, they're at the bottom, needing to be careful. TNZ on this Hayabusa. This is one of the deciding factors which helped Incendio Supremacy push through the previous series. They were able to find some nice early kills, and Elevate struggled on the shutdown, but this time around they have Fafnir on this Joy, and I mean, he has some challenges as well. You have Alien running on this Hilda who can be aggressive, who can deny his rotations. And you're already seeing some heavy rotations as he did try on the top side to stop the jungle rotation from Elevate.
I do want to say with the Hylos put into the XP lane, we have kind of limited pickups for a Hayabusa here, as you see him already starting to close the distance up at top.
Yeah, able to close the distance at top. Need to be careful. You are seeing the turtle spawn in the next 12 seconds. Right now, both sides ready for this objective. This could be a potential final game for Incendio Supremacy if they play it right, and Elevate need to be careful on how they engage, as they're known to be a little overly aggressive, especially in the early phase of these matches, which has costed them a couple of games.
They're going to go ahead and start on this turtle fight. Glorious Pathways out.
It is going to drop down. You are going to see the AOG as well right now. Elevate still in control of the turtle pit. You guys are going to see the electrifying beats as well, connecting onto Alien. Apex 47 taking some hits as well. Elevate in position for the retro play, but look at Alien. He may not let it go. It looks like he still wants to rush in. I'm trying to figure out the game plan from them, as they don't have the retro play unless TNZ tries to rush in with the quad shadow. He is going to go in for it, though. He is stunned, but gets the retro just in time for Incendio.
He rushes in, and they did what they were supposed to. Lido was even able to get the stun off, but still gets the retribution off.
Yeah, Boro will find TNZ as well. A little bit of a punish. Apex 47 may be next. Need to get away. Rosa trying to help get him back to safety. He does not fall.
Ooh, they're very low here. This is a little distance. And up atop, it does look like Sunshine's going to be able to show how strong that Harith is against the Granger.
Yeah, right now, 1-1 on the scoreboard. Incendio Supremacy and Elevate tied up in kills, but the objective will go to Incendio Supremacy for the slightest advantage. Right now, though, Alien still trying to find a way to proxy these lanes and provide some pressure into the jungle up against Fafnir on this Joy. Definitely heading toward the right direction. Right now, though, there's a lot on the line, right? If Incendio Supremacy wins this, they continue on the upper bracket for Group B and knocks down Elevate to that bottom bracket to have to claw their way out.
Yeah, and I want to say, we're going to actually get a replay of it, and you can see here, Zaman Force drop down there. Just the immense amount of damage that a Harith is able to do, even with the flicker, catches him with that side auto attack, able to take him down. But, man, Elevate, I feel like needs to cool down and get back to a place that they were, I want to say, into the second game, where they were having these organized fights. They knew what they needed to do for these fights. Here, it kind of feels like we're just kind of looking for a brawl to have with somebody right now. We're not actually even getting some of these Way of the Dragons that I want to see from Boro to start these fights. Lido in trouble.
Yeah, need to watch out. Glorious Pathway does drop down. Incendio Supremacy still leading the way in kills. You are going to see the next turtle spawn here in the next 5 seconds. They were able to find the first objective, and if they can find this, they're going to start snowballing their way with a gold lead against Elevate, as they're already up 1,200. Boro with the G-Kundo finds Rosa, finds the back line, just needs the G-Kundo knockup, and Enzo with the connection play. Fafnir finding Rosa. Apex 47 may fall. Fafnir able to get the turtle. Boro finding Apex. 2 members down for Incendio Supremacy, and a failed play on the objective as Elevate will dominate on this pickoff.
This is what I was talking about, having a plan for your engagements. Boro comes in, finds the Way of the Dragon onto Rosa, and then you had Enzo right there dropping the IMU Eternal Guardian on him, and that set up, you took out the big main source of damage for Incendio Supremacy, and all the rest of the dominoes fell for that next objective.
And a quick play on that turret in the mid lane, that's huge for Elevators. Now they have the potential to invade into the map of Incendio Supremacy.
Not just the turret at the mid, but a turret at the bottom too as well. So they're getting the kills, they're winning the fights, they're getting the objective, and they're getting 2 towers on their side.
Yeah, you are going to see the Hunter Strike picked up over there by Tiso on this Granger, one of the more dominant marksmans. But you are going to see a lot of damage coming in from the side of Incendio Supremacy and a lot of focus. I mean, they need to be careful, though. If they try and fight this in the mid lane, they don't really have a lot of safety to run back to when they fall low, but they still want to take the fight. Elevate taking some hits.
Yeah, taking some hits, but I like, I mean, Boro just on this show is just doing such an amazing job too. Even just came in with that Jeet Kune Do just to kind of shut down that engagement or the hope of an engagement Incendio Supremacy had at mid before he ran back to his tower. So he's doing just, I mean, monumentally better here than having that Jawhead that he was having a very rough time with in the last game.
Yeah, a couple of core items picked up too. Herrick just picked up the Starlium Sight, so he will have those enhanced basic attacks and the Feather of Heaven as well. Need to be careful as he's starting to get to that core Trinity build to deal some massive damage, especially when Elevate decides to try and get up close and personal. Alien and Rosa, though, good rotation, sticking together. We are going to go ahead and see this turtle spawning in the next second. Right now, both sides able to find one turtle who will be able to make this work in their advantage as we're about to see them both fight it out.
Yeah, and they have control. They're trying to gain control of this L bush right now. Turtle at 50%.
Yeah, very low. Fafnir may get the Reggie, but Tienzi, last second with the steal. Glorious Pathway drops down Tienzi with the quad shadow, finds Fafnir. Bor able to take down Alien as a response back. Rosa finding Lido. That is going to be a trade-off, a 2-for-1 trade, but the turtle to Incendio Supremacy.
Oh, I want to say oh man, as they're continuing the fight here on the purple, they don't want to let this go.
They're trying to get every little bit of farm they can, but need to be careful as it may have been a little overly aggressive. Boro, Jikondo, knock up. Tiso with the follow through. The alley-oop will shut down TNZ. Rosa may be next. Does fall. They find the queen. Enzo with another knock up. Finds one. Sunshine able to find below. Tiso able to find Sunshine. Alien by himself, 2v1. Wait a second, 4v1. They all want a piece of the pie, and they're gonna go ahead and find him.
The rest of Elevate, I heard there was a party down here. They all come running to help out. I actually thought that Alien might get away there. Stayed a little bit too long, lingered, and found the rest of Elevate. I want to say I was going to bring up this point during that last turtle fight. It was just the unfortunate that Boro found a great way of the dragon onto Sunshine, but Sunshine immediately purified and then laid down that Zaman Force. So it just kind of comes down to target selection that really kind of threw that for a loop for Elevate. So it's something that they're going to need to keep in their mind when it comes to some of these next fights as well. We want to kind of get that Purify off of him before we kind of use that Way of the Dragon, or we're going to kind of be setting our team up for failure.
And speaking of team plays, right now, Elevate sticking together. They have the advantage in kills, but when it comes to the map, Incendio Supremacy doing a good job of matching their pace. You've even seen some of the builds as both of these teams getting ready to deal some damage. Right now, the gold laners, you're looking at Sunshine still leading ahead.
Yeah, Tienzo actually has the Sky Piercer working on the BOD, while Fafnir actually only has his one item right now. So, I mean, significantly ahead when it comes to the items. But Fafnir's still doing a great job as we've seen him with the split pushing ability.
Ooh, speaking of pushing, looks like Elevate wants to go in for the lore pit. They are going to force Incendio Supremacy down to the bot side, may be able to get this objective, but Incendio Supremacy is not going to go without a fight. They still find their way into the pit. Glorious Pathway for the denial, for the slow, onto Apex 47. The Terrify may be too much to handle. Boro, very low as well. May fall. Cosmic Fizzin dropping down, not going to be able to hit the final mark. Fafnir able to find the Lord for Elevate. Tizo able to find another member of Incendio Supremacy. Rosa finding Lido. Enzo finding Alien. Needing to get out of there. That is going to be a 1-for-3 trade. TNZ finding Boro. Make that a 3-for-2. Enzo with a double. Finds Sunshine. TNZ finding Enzo to respond back with the counter. One member standing for Incendio Supremacy. Elevate able to take the Lord away from them.
Yeah, they get the Lord, but Tienzi comes in and just unleashes a monstrous fury onto Elevate for that. Gets 4 kills unanswered for the team there. And I was just about to go ahead and pay homage to Elevate and how well they handled that team fight, being able to juggle everybody around, especially Boro on that show to create that distance that allowed them to get that Lord. But man, it's just been back and forth. Both of these teams are hungry for this victory.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot working for Incendio Supremacy's favor, right? They technically could afford to lose this match considering they're up 2-1, but Elevate, they don't have any breathing room. They're on the chopping block to be knocked down to the lower bracket. They need this victory to tie up this series, and they're still putting on a good fight. With that Lord on their side, they were able to keep that momentum moving up against Incendio Supremacy, and now going to push for the top lane play for the Tier 2. Apex 47 rushing in for denial. Maybe a full 4v4 as you are looking at the junglers going up against each other off screen as well. Elevate still in control of the map.
Yeah, BOD has finally been picked up for TNZ. So, I mean, we already saw an example of all the damage he was able to do when he cleaned up that last Lord fight. But I kind of want to see him kind of joining these fights a little faster now because it feels like Elevate. Oh, as we thought, speaking of fights.
Tiso finding Alien, TNZ finding Enzo. One member down for both sides. Maybe more and climbing. The rush in. Apex 47 hitting Lido. Fafner able to find TNZ. Rosa may be next. Sunshine finds Lido though, just in time. Boro find Rosa respond back, but Sunshine finding Fafner, trading member for member as Tiso will find the next one. Fafner dropping down. Sunshine finding Tiso as well for the triple kill. Now on the chase, he wants the Maniac. He uses the Zaman Force, but Boro able to go back to safety.
Oh, I was just about to say, Granger, do not get in front of Cho. Please do not. And Sunshine punished him heavily for that. And when you think you have it in, he just got tunnel vision there. And unfortunate for Elevate there, not able to clean up.
Yeah, not able to clean shop right there. You're looking at Incendio Supremacy, able to still remain in this match and push on forward. Both of these teams are at the 13-minute mark, double digits in kills, and the gold is climbing over that 36K mark.
Yeah, and right now they're starting to do their job, trying to zone out the rest of Elevate.
Hey, we see a mega kill over there as Sunshine finds Fafner. Controlling the Lord Pit. Incendio Supremacy understands if they find this objective, it's a way to push through this mid lane as that turret is still standing strong for Elevate, giving them a little bit of that uphill battle against Incendio Supremacy. Lord at 50% HP and Elevate not able to find a way in. Lido's hungry for it though. He wants to find the opportunity. Boro can still play. Called out, but the Lord for Incendio Supremacy. Wait a second. Glorious Pathway. Lido trying to get away. Quachado drops in. TNZ able to check out Lido. And Elevate will disengage.
Yeah, and right now, Elevate's, I mean, they have their backs against the wall right now. Incendio Supremacy doing such a great job right now. TNZ, I mean, he's come online here. The rest of the team doing a great job of zoning. They're behind right now, only about 2K, so it's not like it's a huge factor for them.
Yeah, right now, Incendio Supremacy with this Luminous Lord will be pushing through these tier 2 turrets and making their way toward these inhibitors. You're seeing Tiso pick up the Blade of Despair to be able to get as much damage as possible to get ready for this fight, which will be on the way here momentarily. Alien looking for the setup. Boro with the G-Kondo play does not connect.
Yeah, and they're going to go ahead and start creating some more pressure. Just when we thought it was all on to Elevate to kind of push, now we are at the high grounds of Elevate as they continue the assault.
Yeah, the assault on the way. Triple knockup on Incendio Supremacy. Glorious Pathway dropping down. Sunshine finding Lido. Need to get away. Tiso finding Apex 47 for the double kill and able to fend off the push into their base.
Yeah, and I mean that top tower is on stilts right now. It's about to go down no matter what. And there needs to be. Speaking of which, there TNZ goes in there. Now he's already full items right now. 3K gold above Fafnir right now, who is having a lot of trouble being able to kind of create that pressure as Rosa gets taken out.
Yeah, he does fall. Need to be careful. Elevate looking for an opportunity. They only have one inhibitor in the mid lane to be able to hold them against Incendio Supremacy, but the later this game goes, it's going to boil down to just overall the micro and macro. The respawn timers are going to be very high. Protect the ADCs at all costs.
Yeah, and right now, I mean, Elevate's, they what we need is for Boro to kind of find that pickoff. Oh, speaking of pickoffs.
Yeah, Tiso very low. TNZ. Final touches. We'll find him. The ADC will fall. We were just talking about this. Lido finding Alien. Sunshine finding Boro. 2 members down for both sides.
And they're going to kind of continue on with this push. Only 32 seconds left on this next Lord. Map pressure. And that map pressure starting to go over. I mean, heavily leaning in Insidio Supremacy.
Yeah, right now, Supremacy doing a great job. Wait a second, Fafnir has been spotted out. He wants Rosa before he falls, but not able to get it. Rosa, the queen, will go ahead and make him bow down as Alien will fall.
Yeah, 3 down for Elevate. 4 seconds left on this Lord right now. You can take a look there up at the damage leaderboard. Sunshine and Tizo up at the top right now when it comes to the amount kind of come up there. And there's not much for Elevate to do as we take a look at Lido coming in for the front. Glorious Pathway is out, gets caught by some damage from Vexana. And Rosa is taken out very quickly. Tienzi finds himself a kill onto Lido. Boro running for the hills, but making short work of him is Tienzi. That is going to be 3 down for Elevate. Only 1 down for Incendial Supremacy. And Elevate, man, they're still kind of sticking around. They want to get that information. Enzo in a little bit of trouble here as you see that quad channel coming out from Tienzi. Sunshine at the mid. Fafnir coming in with the electrifying beats he's trying to lure them away. He's trying to create some time so that they're not going to be able to take this Lord. Enzo takes a little bit of damage from the side, gets a quad shadow, and taken down by Tienzi. Tienzi now returns, and this is going to be the opportunity that they're looking for to be able to pick up the Lord.
Yeah, major play for Incendio Supremacy to be able to close out this game. I mean, right now they're sitting 2-1 and moments away from being able to move on forward in the upper bracket. Tiso with the shutdown finds Apex 47. They're not going to let them win this one with ease. They're going to give them some fight. But Elevate, the clock is ticking. They may be running out of time. We're 17 minutes in. A Luminous Lord on the top side and everybody at full build. Even Winter Crown has been picked up by Rosa for a little bit of insurance for this next engagement.
Yeah, right now Incendio Supremacy showing the expertise. They have the veteran status. They have the international experience that they've experienced just recently at M6, trying to put the boots down onto Elevate. Alien going in behind bars. Boro juking in and out with that Jeet Kune Do, trying to create. Oh, Tienzi comes in with the shadow kill. Not going to be able to find it. Look at how well Elevate, as soon as the shadow kill comes out, they all group up around each other. Eternal Guardian is out onto the mid tower. That might be the last high ground tower going down for Elevate. Team fight. Zaman Force laid down on the ground, and Sunshine looks for an escape. Boro in a little bit of trouble as the Granger comes in, laying down some of that suppressive fire. Minions on the core right now. Almost take out the base. Elevate so close to ending this game to minions. We have a shadow kill on there. Enzo in trouble as Tienzi quad shadows himself out to safety. Still continuing on this fight, trying to lay down the suppressive fire. Is that going to be enough? Lido in trouble, lays down the Glorious Pathway. Tienzi finds the kill as Enzo finds one on to Rosa and Alien. And down, we're trading it up. 3 down for Incendio Supremacy. Elevate showing signs of life. Tienzi running for the hills right now, trying to keep the advantage that they have.
Oh, if they find Tienzi, that might be game. I mean, look at the respawn time versus 30 seconds. That was a very close call. They bit onto the bait from the minions, pushing through and thought they had the final touches for the base crystal, but fell for the trap Elevate was laying out. And now Elevate has another chance to be able to take this game back in their favor, but they may have overextended themselves.
Oh, we do have a Proclamation Immortality. Down goes Tienzi, and we might have a final push here. Apex here alone to try to protect this base. Rosa's going to be up in 1 second. We have Sunshine coming up here too, trying to put the pressure onto the mid-ground, high-ground towers. Elevate say they are not going down without a fight here at the 20-minute mark of Game 4.
Yeah, it's so funny seeing both teams trying to think they have the advantage, but then they overextend and it turns right back around to the other side. Both of these teams playing tug of war past the 20-minute mark. 5 seconds until this Lord spawns in, and this may be our final clash of this series. Even if it's not for the Lord, it'll boil down to if you can get to the back lines for the pickoffs. And here we go, Elevate already making their way into the Lord pit, but Incendio Supremacy looking for a counterplay. TNZ needs to get there in time.
They need to be able to do something here before TNZ gets in here to join this fight. Apex 47 very low. Is going to have to use that Avatar of the Guardian. Zama's Force has already been used too. That's 2 ultimates down for Incendio Supremacy as they are trying to get some type of grasp onto this. They only have a little bit of time to be able to fight at this Lord because they have no high ground towers. They have no pressure there. They're going to have minions, enhanced minions running for their core very shortly. So there's a very big time limit here locking on. You can see Sunshine hiding in the bush. TNC looking for an opportunity. Lord taken down to 10%. Comes in with the quad channel. Fafnir gets the retribution. Elevate has the Lord. They're looking for a fight. They do disengage here, and this does not spell well for Incendio Supremacy.
Elevate living up to that name, able to push on forward with this Luminous Lord. This is a great chance for them to possibly be able to turn this around on Incendio Supremacy, but they don't have wave clear right now. Incendio Supremacy was dominating on the minions for the top and bottom side, which may buy them a little bit of time, but not much. Look at TNZ. He's already clearing the minions on the bottom. He has the mobility. Needs to watch out for Fafnir with the electrifying beats, though. Is going to connect onto him off screen, but Fafnir taking a lot of hits.
Ooh, he's got that immortality. Has the Winter Crown. Is he going to be able to get away? He takes down TNZ. Fast hands, be damned. He gets away with a kill onto the enemy jungler as the rest of the team comes through the mid with a Luminous Lord trying to break a hole into the base. Alien in trouble onto the backside. The rest of the team closing in around him. Electrifying beats as Alien makes his escape. Glorious pathway locked onto the core. Can Elevate do it against all odds? Are they looking for a game 5? Sunshine with 2 kills, 3 kills under his belt. Looking for the 4th Apex. 47 steals it away. Now it's Lido running for the hills. Horse Legs trying to take him back to the base. This could be the push that Incendio Supremacy need to turn this around. This might be game. 40 seconds timers for Elevate right now. Leading the charge is Rosa. Brings down the damage. Glorious pathway is out there. Ladies and gentlemen, your winners in game 4, Incendio Supremacy.
Able to reign supreme up against Elevate. A back and forth tug of war and a recall spam on their way out. What a series. Incendio Supremacy will be moving on forward in the upper bracket, winning this series 3-1 against Elevate.
Oh boy, my heart is pumping right now. What an amazing series there by Incendio Supremacy. Oh, I mean, I get the recalls, I get it, but you came so close to losing that game. I'm glad that they were able to keep it together there, TNZ, and then especially Sunshine finally letting loose on that Harith for that defense, completely flipped that game around for them and allowed them that final push that was needed.
It's insane how close of a game that was, back and forth. This is literally one of those situations where it was down to the wire, but Incendio Supremacy throughout all of that did not lose their composure with a push into their base crystal. The difference was literally the minions, which helped them overthrow Elevate and close out this series. The 23-minute finish. Look at the kills. They almost had 30 apiece.
Look at Sunshine, the back carrying the anchor of his team. 13, 3, and 11 for Sunshine on that Harith. A well-deserved but very obvious MVP for Incendio.
Yeah, just overall well done. 13 kills on this Harith. 16 kills from Tiso, though. Man, both of these ADCs were putting in God's work, but right now the stories about Incendio Supremacy is they just were able to overall clash it out. Elevate, though, they look very promising. I'm going to be keeping a close eye on them on the lower bracket as well. But in Incendio Supremacy, I mean, like we said, this is a team that has been on the international scene time and time again. And in these situations, they find a way to make it work in their favor. Once again, credits to the Queen and the team to get the job done.
Man, a great game played by all as we take a look. I mean, it's even hard to really tell when it comes to who had the real advantage here. Elevate was on the back foot for most of the game, having a few issues when it came to kind of dealing, especially when it comes to TNZ, when it came to a lot of these objectives.
Objectives literally was the whole focus for this game, but towards the end it just became a bloodbath, right? Everybody just tried to find that one mistake, but they ended up overextending and it would work on the other side's favor. I mean, you're looking at the 11-minute mark. I mean, we're down to almost the inhibitors for the side of Incendio Supremacy, but it doesn't stop them from pushing in from the overextension from Elevate. And this is pretty much what we see in the entire game. I mean, it was literally one of the closest games I feel like I've ever casted when it comes to the tug of war effect.
Yeah, I mean, both teams are showing how much they want. It's unfortunately when it comes to, I want to say, the more discipline on the side of Incendio Supremacy just really showed out through a lot of these games. When they won very dominantly. Or at least they had the more dominant amount of victories when it came to it. Like 2 of their victories, I mean, were kind of almost complete washouts for their opponents. And Elevates, when they won, were more kind of close when it came out to it. But man, they're showing the skill, and I can't wait to see. Oh, this was that outplay there. TNZ got put on his back by Fafnir here. And just a great outplay. And this is where Sunshine takes the team and puts it on his back.
Yeah, able to clear out the Lord and the minions just in time, and then they have minions of their own, so they can't push into the base crystal, and now needing to retreat and the push forward from Incendio Supremacy, and a close to this series. Pure cinema in the making, and Sunshine, well-deserved MVP on the Harith.
A great game played by all. Incendio Supremacy, I mean, absolutely showing the chutzpah that it takes for that international, showing why they had such success, especially when it came to those wild card games on the international stage there. A little bit more needs to be done on the side of Elevate. A little bit, we've seen how skilled they are on some heroes, especially when it comes to some of these compositions. There is a great road ahead of them. When it comes to competition here on the pro level.
What the? When did you get here, Liz?
I just marked my ways back here, just like Incendio Supremacy ascended into the upper brackets, taking their rightful seat. Some mistakes are still made. It seems like all the teams we've seen so far have a difficult time closing the game, and that just shows how important it is to manage your waves and get that macro in place. Good job to Elevate. They still have a chance in the lower bracket, and we'll see who they have to face with the next series, BJK versus Team Falcons. Now looking at all the teams that have gone, we have 2 teams from Turkey in the upper bracket and 1 team which is Birthright in the lower bracket. And now moving forward, we will see a BJK versus Team Falcons, and let's find out who is going to be the team that makes it to the upper bracket.
Yeah, and we are, I mean, from what we've seen here for the last 2 days and from that last match, we are in tune for some wars between both of these teams. And man, I'm excited to see what is up next, especially between these 2 teams that are about to match up.
Yeah, I mean, these are teams with some powerful names behind them, right? I mean, Besiktas Esports and also Team Falcons. Both of these teams ready to step up to the mantle. Turkey up against MENA. I can't wait to see which way this goes as well, as it's definitely going to be another one full of excitement. It's going to be hard to top off the first series, though, man, because that was a cinema at its finest.
Yeah, I like how you guys mentioned it's Bra server coming in from EU, MENA, and Turkey. I do notice a lot of the games, we see a lot of kills happening. There were some games that were very tactical, but most of the time people are just having fun. And yeah, a lot of shakes-ups that we've seen.
Yeah, and it's something that's kind of births from your server and from fighting in that server, and that's why I say that's why we usually, as casters or as people who have been around this in the wild, usually give that advantage to people that have that international experience, because it starts once you start getting higher up on the mountain, those brawls start. You can start getting punished for them. You start needing to have value for those types of kills. But as we've seen here, man, Ensenio Supremacy able to reign supreme, at least over Elevate for the time being.
Yeah, and on the final thought.
Matches. Oh, no, go ahead.
Yeah,
Liz.
and for privates, you are going to be saying goodbye for now for this final match. What is your prediction for the next series?
I predict a full 5-game series. That's what I predict.
Oh.
Well, we'll have to see. We're gonna take and come back to you with BJK versus Team Falcons.
Welcome to Tiso. Tiso is the gold laner of Elevate. How are you doing today?
I'm fine. I'm very good.
So, we will play a game with you. You will hear some voices. Those might be, the hero's recall effect, or, the line, a sentence. So, you will guess the hero. We can start. Let's go.
Okay, sure.
Sacrifice everything for victory? Gladly.
That sounds Chinese, so maybe it's Kagura?
No, it's Gustion.
Okay,
Now we can go
okay.
next. Yeah. Let's go next.
Okay. Sure.
Watch out, Leo. Mother Universe needs you.
You must be familiar with this.
Sounds like some robotic kind of hero. Maybe Alpha. That sounds like a woman. Like, actually, I have no idea.
Is your
Maybe
answer
Irito.
Alpha?
Is it Irito? No, I think it's Irito. Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah,
Grats.
Okay.
Okay.
It was
Good one. Good one.
It was some skin. Okay. Okay.
Yeah. Good one. I thought you were familiar with this one since you play Gold Lane. Let's go to the next one.
Okay. Interesting. That was just a slash. Maybe some type of fighter hero. Is it Alucard or Alpha?
You really love Alpha. Your answer for all questions is Alpha.
Yeah, I would just guess Alpha.
Alpha. Okay.
Yeah.
It's the new hero, so you must not
new
be
hero.
familiar with. Yeah,
So
Lucas.
it's probably Lucas, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Okay,
really-
good try.
that's
then,
why I
Good try.
didn't know.
At least you figured out it was a fighter. That was a good one. Let's
Yeah.
go next.
Kind of sounds like an assassin. Is it maybe Amon?
Okay, that was Lunox.
Oh, it was Lunox.
Yeah.
It sounded like a male. That's why I thought it was like an assassin. Kind of cheeky.
Yeah, that was different. So, Tiso, thank you. That was a good one. You at least got Rital right. We wish you luck and success in the upcoming tournament. See you tomorrow then.
Thank you guys. See you tomorrow.
We are joined by Koba, the gold laner for Team Falcon. Today we got a game. Guess the hero. You think you have what it takes?
I think I'm ready enough. Let's go.
All right, let's go ahead and roll out the first one.
Everyone has a beast within.
I know that one, but I forgot.
You know it, but you forgot. What?
Like I heard it before, but I forgot. Of course I heard it. I've been playing this game for 6 years, and I still forgot.
Okay,
Everyone has
give me a
beast
guess.
within. It's lost. Esmeralda. It's wrong. I know.
No, it's not Esme, but close, I guess. Masha.
Ooh.
You ready for the second one?
Yes, I'm ready.
I can squeeze in 25 hours of sleep into a day.
How's that for efficiency?
That's Cyclops voice, right?
Cyclops? Is that what you said?
Yes.
It starts with a C, but it's Chip.
They both sound the same. How would I not?
They do kind of sound similar now that I think about it. All right, you're 0 for 2. Maybe you can even it out. All right, let's go ahead and roll on to the third one. Come on, I know you got this one.
Gas with enhanced auto attack.
No. Oh, look, it's in the mid lane.
What I made would do that like very strong voice. Like I can't find it in my mind.
Give me
I
a
can't
guess.
go it.
Give me a guess.
Aurora. I know it's strong as well.
Nope, it's Eve, actually.
Eve. Oh my god.
You can see it now, huh? You probably know exactly what skill it is now.
Yeah,
all right,
like
we're moving on to the final one. One more shot. All right, if you get this one right, hey, you get them all right.
That's value, right?
Oh, actually, no. It's not a mid laner. This one's in the XP, and it's Arlot.
This is like
wait a second. These all
heard it.
sound the same.
Like this is the first time I hear it.
How do you feel? You think it was a lot more challenging than you expected?
Well, I guess I don't know my game. There is no gold laner, so it's not my fault.
Hey, there you go. Well, Koba, thank you so much for joining us today, and good luck in the challenge season.
Thank you.
Give it more, give it more, give it more right now, right now. Give it more, give it more, give it way more, way more. Yeah, we give it all that we got. Measuring what's in our pockets, then we give it a lot. Cause we've been hustling for years, now we up at the top. And no, it's still not enough, so we ain't gonna stop. Cause that's full throttle, zoom, zoom, hop, skip, jump. Gotta eat it up, but the goal is lunch. I'm the big goose, so I never duck, duck. Just keep my head up and yeah, we going up, up, but don't call it good luck, luck. Earning what we got, cause all we do is give it. Yeah, we going up.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
A short break indeed. We are back, guys, to the day 2 of the challenge season with Group B, and we have another guest joining us back at the caster's desk.
Thank you
Yue.
for the introduction. Exciting game. I mean, exciting first series that we got, but you know, we still have more games to continue. Now I get to have the honor to cast with one of my mentors, Mr. Steph Weezy here.
Oh, you know you wanted to say it. The Rush Hour Duo, baby. Don't hold back on that, Yue. We say that with pride over here, but no, it's definitely a pleasure to be casting alongside you with our amazing host, Liz.
The Rush Hour Duo is back. What else could we ask for but an amazing series with these two amazing casters? And for you guys watching at home while you're at it, make sure to follow us on all our socials. That is ESL Mobile at Facebook, Instagram, and on X. Make sure to follow these casters as well on their individual socials. I'm sure that will be somewhere on Instagram. And make sure to join us on our Discord channel at Snapdragon Pro Series.
So last series, right, we got the first Savage that we've actually seen in quite a long time. It was kind of like an extended Savage. I knew the side of an Incendio was kind of like throwing themselves at the Granger, able to pick it up. It was a pretty tight match coming out from both of these teams. So I'm actually expecting this series to go all the way to that deep end here.
Oh, you saying you wanted to go the distance, Yue? Is that what you're saying?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. 5 games, please. Just like yesterday.
That's what I'm talking about, man. I hope it goes 5 games. I hope we get a bonus game for this one.
A 6th one.
I don't know if we'll get a bonus game, but we're definitely gonna get a bonus code. So everyone, make sure you pay attention to the stream and unlock that code when it's here. And also for any information that you guys are missing, make sure to look down on the ticker down below. And now, next game on the road, BJK versus Team Falcons. Casters, take us into the second game.
Besitas, right? BJK. This is a team that I actually have not personally seen before, Weezy. Not sure about you with international experience, but definitely for me, a little bit of a brand new team against Team Falcon, which I've actually been able to cast a few times before.
Yeah, I mean, Besiktas, they have a big organization behind them, so they definitely have some talent to represent them, as we are going to be seeing that on the board as well. Eskiskin in the XP lane, Tiaru in the jungle, Yaya as the mid laner, Exception in the roam position, and Chapo in the gold lane.
Yeah, it's definitely looking like quite a strong team here coming out from Turkey. You know, so far in this tournament, Turkey has been performing quite well, but the EU and MENA side has been taking things on to the next level. Team Falcon coming out, Alpha in the XP, Kenji in the jungle, Smiles in the mid lane, Super in the roam, and Koba. Don't forget the 2 subs, Ryzen and Lark. Team Falcon is definitely a team to be reckoned with. They have done quite well in majority of their regional tournaments. This time, they're looking to take it on to the next level, especially with a brand like Team Falcon. There's definitely going to be a lot of fans out there looking to have a good performance with them.
Yeah, a couple of roster changes for Team Falcons, but overall the same household name. And we know just how fierce of a competitor they can be. They've been on the international scene time and time again, but I feel like the narrative so far for the challenge season has been just how much the underdogs can rise to the occasion and put on equal talent when it comes to in-game competitiveness. So I'm looking forward to seeing Besiktas Esports go up against Team Falcons for our final series of the day. Keep in mind, both of these teams are going to be fighting it out in a best-of-5 fighting for a spot in Group B for the next spot, or the last remaining spot in the upper bracket. The other one will have to claw their way through the lower bracket up against Elevate.
I mean, that's good news, at least for the people that are watching, because at least their favorite team, even if they do end up losing here, they still have another chance to be able to kind of get their acts together and get the wins. Now, draft phase coming to us. Besiktas again is the team that we're looking out for in terms of the overthrowing against Team Falcons. The bans are on the table. Now, if you guys were watching yesterday, I was kind of shocked by the Badong picks, by the Badong's draft and stuff. Now, this time around, I have done a little bit more homework. I did notice overseas, it was my mistakes. They actually have been playing this Badong pick in the XP or in the roam, so it's actually a great flex picks coming out. It's a kind of a new meta, but it's something that we definitely have to watch out for. But Besiktas over here, they don't want to deal with it. They take it out in the first phase.
It's been one of the most prio banned heroes so far for today as well. You don't really get to see it walk as much, but I feel like when I was casting my games, I didn't really get to see it as profitable. Even when it was selected, it just wasn't really that impressive. But then when I got to see the second series from yesterday, it did look a little bit more promising when SDG did pull it out. So it looks like it's not going to be walking today. When we're looking at some pickups, though, the Joy is still available on the table. It's been heavily prioed, and a lot of teams now are finding ways to work around it. Even some teams picking or prioing the Marksman instead of going in for that instant slot of this Joy in the first phase of the draft.
Yeah, I mean, there has been a lot of prio towards assassins, especially in the jungle, right? We pretty much saw Hayabusa get picked almost every single game. It was a first pick prio for the side of Incendio. So, you know, it's Joy against Hayabusa. It's a great matchup for both of these teams. I feel like Hayabusa probably has a better time retribution on these objectives. But taking out the Soyu pretty much just allows, you know, this assassin matchup that I think BJK is looking to play. Now, there's still a lot available on the table. The Harith gets banned out here, allowing this kind of Granger to walk free. And Granger, we've seen it in previous matches. It's extremely hard to deal with the range and the poke, and even the laning phase is just quite good. With the Harith being taken out, it kind of just leaves open the Granger and the Rithel for both teams to pick up.
And yeah, I believe that Granger may be first proud from BJK here. I don't think they're going to allow that to walk to Team Falcons. I think they're just going to want them to pick up that Irithel, like you mentioned, and possibly the Joy. Not really too worried about the Joy there. Seems like their game plan. I wonder if Team Falcons will ban out the Joy, or are they going to just try and pick it up themselves? They're going to go ahead and take out the Hilda, so we know something for certain, right? They're going to be seeing the Assassins. Again, I mean, technically, Besiktas Esports could pick up the Hayabusa here, considering the Hilda is taken off the table. If you allow the Granger to go to Team Falcons, hey, that's fine, because we'll still get the Irithel to work in our favor. So there's definitely a lot of options when it comes to what they can solidify for this first pick of the draft. But they're going to still go in for the Joy, which means the Granger should pretty much be guaranteed for Team Falcons.
Okay, well, Joy first pick, very safe option for the side of BJK. It's definitely still one of the highest priority junglers, even in any regions. But with the bans that are on the table now, it does leave open quite a bit, right? If they want to do an XP blind pick, Phoveus is a great option. There's still mages like the Louis and the Eve, both are available here. Granger, which is 100% pick or ban. I believe Granger is going to be up first. They should take probably the Eve. They could also go for the Phoveus if they want that XP, blind pick in the beginning, but there's just so many options, even in the roam. Oh no, they actually decide they want to protect their blind picks, right? They don't want the opponents to come out with a counter. The Rithel should be slotted in from the side of BJK now, but having the Hayabusa being placed up first allows the side of Falcom to kind of see what BJK is going to be picking up in this phase, so they could have a counter play before the second phase of the draft.
I don't know how I feel about it though, because there was no reason to first pick the Hayabusa, right? You could have got it for the third slot pickup instead and stopped BJK, Besiktas Esports, from picking it up something else. I'm looking at the Cho, right? I'm looking at maybe even the Gatot, and there it goes. They're going to take the Gatot away from them. And yeah, I just feel like that was something that Team Falcons could have took away from them and still got the Hayabusa with no problem, considering there's already a Joy for Besiktas Esports. They're going to go in for this Lucas though. Now, you mentioned the Phoveus play, right? If they pick up Phoveus here, the issue is he's going to lack a means of escape since they didn't lock in the Mathilda in the first half of the draft. So that will be a little bit of a gamble if they do pull it out. And I would love to see what they do respond back with this Lucas. Speaking of Lucas, I got to pick your brain a little bit, Yue. How are we feeling about the Lucas so far?
You know, the Lucas, it's a little bit hard to deal with, especially since you can't really CC the Lucas in lane. When Lucas does transform, he becomes someone that like you just cannot really deal with. Right? He has a lot of invulnerability timing. He can rush onto the backside. He deals tons of damage, even, without really building any damage items. But I think the response from Team Falcom is quite good. This Hylos, which during the first series has, had a lot of impacts on winning teams. And it's a great early game counter. It doesn't really have the CC, but it kind of sets that Lucas up, puts him in his place. And even if the Hylos is put against the Gatakacha in the roam position, he's still gonna do quite well. So Team Falcon coming up with the flex. This actually forces BJK to, ban out maybe the mage, since they don't know exactly if the Hylos is gonna go in that roam position or in the XP.
And also, I think when you're speaking about the mage as a high value target right now, is definitely going to be that Farza, considering that or the Eve, I guess double artillery works on both sides and you don't have to worry about the Valentino. So I think we might have a double artillery match between the Farza and the Eve for this matchup. I'm also looking at the Cho, right? The Cho was not banned out from either side, and it's not going to go to BJK. So Team Falcons possibly could pick that up. It would be great, especially up against this Joy. You can use the G Kondo to get the isolation play, and then not to mention, if you do pick up the Cho right here, if they do pick up a Farza or a Eve, it's still another hero that you can go back and get the disruption for. But they're going to go in for the crowd control aspect instead. Picking up this Aurora, just need to be careful a little bit, especially against that Gatot who's going to rush in, or even the Joy who can kind of close the distance.
Yeah, this Aurora sets Team Falcom up for a very CC dominant mid, right? They could pair it up with something like a Tigreal with a stun and a stun combination. They could also pair it up with a Chow to make it where it's just extremely hard for that Joy to make an impact here. And I have to double check, dude. That's a Ling coming out from the side of BJK. They're putting this Joy in the mid per se. It's quite interesting here. I like the Bruno pickup. That's something that's we've kind of seen often going up against the Granger. But this has taken a turn of events for me, myself here. The Ling gets picked up going up against the Hayabusa. Something new. The Joy is going down mid. I'm not sure how it's going to be able to deal with the amount of pressure that the Aurora is going to be giving out. Again, this is something uncommon. I know BTK back in North America, they like to take the Joy into that XP position, but the Joy in the mid is going to be something new for me.
To me personally, I feel like it's a little too much for game number 1, right? You just don't just want to show all your cards that early. I feel like putting the Joy in the mid, it would have worked just fine in the jungle, and having a traditional mid laner could have been a possible better option. But I mean, this is Besiktas Esports, and like I said, we haven't seen them on the competitive scene internationally. So it'll be a treat to be able to watch just exactly how they pull off this composition.
Yeah, BJK versus Team Falcom. This is going to be game number 1, right? Game number 1. It does seem like there is a bit of a lag issue. The Ling kind of just walked back straight into the base. Yeah, it's going to be a tough opening from the side of BJK. Team Falcon already up, finished the blue buff, and just, you know, in terms of the composition coming out from both sides, it's going to be a little bit rough, I would say, for the side of Besiktas, just because we really haven't seen the Joy up and about in the mid lane, right? The Joy, especially for mid laners nowadays, they always try to have prio clear and prio winning lanes, right? And when it comes down to prio winning lanes, it's kind of like they have to make sure they poke the enemies out. They have a faster rotation, and especially for the bush pressure, they should be able to stand in either the left or the right side of the bushes. And Joy is one of those heroes where it doesn't really have the necessary range, doesn't have the necessary poke in the beginning, and it just doesn't deal that much damage. So I would expect Team Falcom to have a much better time in terms of the early game rotation. And for the side of Besiktas, they're gonna struggle a little bit, but I do think they'll find their power spikes, especially when it comes down to the mid and late game.
The only problem also, though, is when you're running this Joy in the mid lane as well, you're going up against a Beleric on the opposing side, which is going to be rotating with the Aurora, right? I mean, Aurora's not highly mobile, so the Beleric's definitely going to have to keep this mage alive. And when you have a mid lane Joy, I mean, technically you're trying to beat them to these side lanes, but it's going to be hard to beat them when you have a direct counter right in front of your face with the Wrath of the Dryad to stop you in your tracks. So it's definitely a little interesting on seeing which way this is going to work for the side of Besiktas Esports, and maybe a little bit of a challenge for them stepping on forward into it. But they do have the Ling, they do have the mobility, they do have that 50-50 guaranteed. As long as he can get that Tempest of Blades up as the neutral objectives are in play, he should have an easier time getting these neutral objectives. But there's a vulnerability on the other side too, because you have the Hayabusa, you have the Quad Shadow, and you have the Ouija Shadow kill plus the Retri combination. So both sides have a pretty fair chance when it comes to the neutral objective play. It's really going to boil down to the tank mage synergy.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite interesting that Besiktas is actually looking to play this Ling up against the Hayabusa, right? Typically, a lot of the teams, they don't mind it when, you know, enemies have this Hayabusa going up against something like the Joy. It is what it is. It may be a matchup that they don't want to play against, but picking this Ling up, I feel like, is a little bit risky, right? It's something that we don't see quite often. I do believe in game 1 of our last series, the Ling did come out and play against the Hayabusa, but it's just something a little bit uncommon. It just depends on how these teams play with it, right? The Ling is going to have a lot of pressure in terms of split pushing, especially towards that mid and late game. He's going to be able to get onto that backside, going for a lot of dive. Right, and again, BJK right here looking to defend a little bit in terms of their jungle. They did have kind of a distraction early on, so it's going to be taking a little bit slower. I do think this is going to make it where they're just not going to have enough right now.
Yeah, right now, a lot of pressure into the mid lane. Kenji, a full dive in, maybe punished. A quick finch poise down from the mid bush for some damage, but won't be able to deal the final touches. Neither side will find a casualty, but a lot of early aggression.
Yeah, it's a slow start coming out from the side of Besiktas right here. Of course, Team Falcon has the lead already. You can take a look at the experience difference. It's level 5 versus level 3 on Ling. The ultimate coming out from the mid side here. They're able to get the flicker off of Smiles early, so that is going to be a utility that Team Falcon does not have. But you can already see the struggles coming out from Besiktas here. The Ling is just unable to get his ultimates.
Yeah, but you're looking at Detective Super. He already has level 4 compared to Exception, so there is no Avatar the Guardian for Besiktas Esports for the initial setup. This could be a time for Team Falcons to just rush in and go for the objective play, but Kenji's going to go in for the farm instead. Now, like we said, there's a Ouija Shadow Kill versus a Tempest of Blades, so both of them have an advantage when it comes to the 50-50 trade-offs, but look at Yaya with the electrifying beats.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely something I did not see myself. The Glorious Pathway does get sent down here, kind of just like a warning sign coming out from Alpha here. It seems like Team Falcon has has the turtle in play.
Ooh, but Kenji able to get the retribution just in time before the Finch Poise connects, and now the damage is being dealt. Avatar the Guardian for the drop down setup. Ayaya finding Smile. Ty is gonna go ahead and take down Alpha. Need to get away though. Kenji very low. Ayaya with the chase, able to draw the kill. 3 members falling for Team Falcons, but they secure the turtle.
Yeah, it definitely seems like Aya, he has quite a good understanding on this Joy, right? Team Falcon's really unable to do too much. They did pop the flicker on Smiles, able to get the kill there. And then the Avatar Guardian hits 2 targets, making sure that Team Falcon stays in place. BJK comes out ahead in the very first objective. This is a little bit unexpected, right? Because we really did see the Ling. He was level 5 going up against Kenji, which was level 7. They were able to take Team Falcon out in that fight. And honestly, I think it's just due to the Joy, right? The vengeance on him. It's just a little bit too hard for Team Falcon to deal with. They're just unable to get the peel that they're looking for. And again, BJK coming out with an unexpected first fight. You know, it's out of control here so far.
Yeah, unexpected for certain, as we take a little bit of a brief pause in all the excitement. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one to be able to see play off. We just saw the first turtle go into the hands of, Team Falcons? So they were able to find that advantage over Besiktas Esports. It looked like Ty was just a little late to getting that retro play, even with this Ling on not getting to that turtle pit. So with that objective on their side, we'll give them a little bit of the upper edge. But it's interesting, right? Not too many teams take the risk of putting a Joy in the mid lane anymore. It's not something you traditionally see. Honestly, it's not something that I've seen too effective even when it is pulled out. So to do that in game number 1, I mean, it kind of has me, questioning just overall, what other things do they have in their pockets in terms of surprises to keep teams on their toes, as we are jumping back into the land of Dawn. There goes the turtle play on that highlight over from Besiktas Esports trying to get it, but Team Falcons with the Retria. Yaya finding Smile and Ty finding Alpha. Yeah, that's the moment we were talking about. There's a little bit of bait. I thought we were going in for a turtle play, but it was the highlight, which is still a pleasure to see nonetheless. But yeah, right now, as they work out their issues, we will go ahead and talk about some issues that we've seen from previous teams to where they weren't able to close these games out. We've seen a lot of teams, even top competitors, step into the scene, and we think they're going to dominate in the games, but then you see some of the underdogs turn around and make it work in their favor. And I think it's just a bull of falling for the bait, right? Falling for when you think you have an opportunity, but then you overstay your welcome.
I feel like a lot of these teams, they have been watching the M series throughout the tournament, and they have a lot of expectations up for themselves. They have a lot of new strategies that they've came up with. It feels like there is a rise of underdogs overthrowing a lot of these strong teams, especially in the M series, right? So with the expectations behind them and the new strategies that they're devising up, it feels like a lot of these underdog teams, they have the opportunity to take games against even series against these top dogs. And with those pressures, it comes with a lot of either mistakes, hesitations, missed opportunities, whatever, right? And especially in the series yesterday, I got to cast the Birthright match. It was an upset 3-2, and they were down 2-1, and they were able to come back in that series. And it was just a lot of throwing, a lot of disrespecting the opponents or not respecting them enough. Right, and we saw in the last series, we almost saw, I think in the very last game, it was a throw on the base as well. Those opportunities, it's very common. If they had like a disciplined coach, they would say, hey, go for the heroes first, and then you could always end the base. But they decided to go for that, base ending play, end up backfiring, and it's just kind of throws on throws. And I feel like a lot of the teams, they have to go back and review these matches. I think that's going to be the most important thing that they can do. Review these matches, look for the mistakes, and try to make sure that their team does not make the same exact mistakes later on. Because yes, they have the opportunity to go into a lower bracket right now. These mistakes, as long as they continue winning, they're gonna be okay. But the next time that they do make that mistakes, it might be like the end of the tournament for them, and they have to make sure to clean those little things up before they actually have to face some of the big dogs here.
That's right. As we, with the format and with the bracket, these teams are fighting in the upper bracket for a chance to move on to the upper semifinals and not be knocked down to the bottom side to go up against Elevate. With Group B in effect, it's going to be interesting to see how this plays out. Whoever wins this series is going to be fighting as well on the top side, which is fun to watch as well. Yeah, it's going to be Incendio Supremacy that they'll be facing. So is it going to be a Turkey versus Turkey, or are we going to see MENA rise to the occasion and not allow Turkey to kind of hold that tight spot for the upper bracket? Now, yeah, MENA, it's kind of interesting that you kind of bring that topic up compared to the M Series, right? This is pretty much the first, I would say, international tournament we've had since the M Series. So we got to see just how many teams have been preparing, what they've been doing on their off time, and how much has changed since the recent patches came out after M6. So I know for me, one of the things that's definitely new, actually for everybody, is the Lucas stepping into the scene. We've been seeing some teams prio it, trying to figure out exactly where to put it. XP lane, roam position. Is it effective? Is it worth not going for something else, like something more heavily CC oriented or more backline finessed? That's something I'm keeping a close eye on. We've seen the Bedang, like you mentioned. You've been seeing, was it Besiktas using that and stepping into the scene? That's not something I thought I would ever see come out and just be so heavily dominant after M6, man. But these are the things you gotta love when you step into the land of Dawn for MLBB.
I want to have a conversation with the Bedang pick. Okay, it's like a Grok when it comes down to having that wall up, and it stops a lot of like heroes that doesn't have dashes, right? We talk about no dashes. Ooh, okay. Before we talk about this Bedang, I do think we're gonna go for a little bit of moment of a short break here. When we come back, it is gonna be BJK versus Team Falcom. Guys, do not go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills. Always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills. Always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life. 'Cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move, wanna step in my shoes. Gonna need to bring your A game if you step in my you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. The original. Sensational. Everyone wants a piece of this. So beautiful. Incredible. Everybody wants to have my life. 'Cause this is my life. This is my life. Yeah, this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. This is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. My life. Yeah, this is my life.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning, 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your...
And guys, we are back for game number 1 between Besiktas and Team Falcon here on the desk. It is going to be Yue here and the Rush Hour duo, Steph Weezy.
I feel like the way you said Besiktas, I felt like it was a lot more excitement with it, as if you're favoring them, Yue. What's going on here? You know we can't be biased on the desk now. This is crazy.
There's just always been an uprising of these, smaller teams getting these opportunities to face against kind of the favorites, right? I always talk about it in the M series. You saw the rise of the upsets, and I think that opens a lot of doors, especially in this 2025 here. Right, a lot of these younger teams, they have the opportunity to overthrow, and I think Besiktas here, they have a good opportunity. Team Falcon is a team that has been there, especially in most of these tournaments, and BJK here with an opportunity.
Yeah, with an opportunity to give an upset and continue that pattern we've been seeing since the M series that's been trickling into the competitive scene for MLBB. Right now, though, Besiktas Esports, they're up 3 kills, but they lost the turtle against Team Falcons, and now going to go in for the punish to try and keep an advantage. Smile fell really fast right there. That's the second death of the game. Ayaya barely able to get out with a hair on his chin. An AOG from Exception trying to get the setup, but not able to find it. And Kenji needing to get away as he's on his tail. Elden Lord Eski is trying to find a potential setup, but he just does not have the numbers.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite interesting that Team Falcon, with the advantages that they had, jungling through the lags and stuff, they're still really unable to capitalize on BJK's, you want to say mistakes, right? There's, the jungle difference, that's 2 levels off. Smiles actually is the one that's being killed twice already, but it just seems like Team Falcon doesn't have it in them yet so far.
Yeah, both sides fighting it out. You're going to see Wrath of the Dryad drop down. Exception caught in the middle of it. Trani is going to go ahead and take down Ayaya. 2 members falling for the side of K. Team Falcons still looking to take this turtle. They found the first one, but need to get the second one as well. They're going to go ahead and shift on focus to their lanes, though. They're not going to even go in for it. I guess they're going to respect the invulnerability from the Temps of Blaze that Ty's still holding on to with this Ling.
Yeah, and I think this makes a lot more sense, right? Team Falcon, they had the experience advantage. They're able to kind of get the very first pick off onto Inception. And this is going to lead them towards this second objective. And I think it's going to be where the side of Team Falcon kind of turns around. But top side here on Yaya, getting that Granger quite low, does pop the Melody beat here. And they're looking for a little bit of a push onto the mid side here.
Ooh, mid turret will fall. Smiles will be the one to claim that. A major objective for Team Falcons to pretty much control this map now. And you're looking at Besiktas Esports. They're struggling on finding the objectives. Yeah, they're winning in the kills, but I mean, they have to translate these into these turrets to be able to push on forward on the map, where Team Falcons will quickly be able to just dominate. I mean, they're already up 3,000 gold against them.
Yeah, and I really expected this Joy mid to kind of scale well into the mid and the late game, but it honestly seems like it was an early game pickup for the side of Besiktas, right? They were able to get 2 kills, 2 assists onto it, but now it seems like Team Falcon has, you know, put the metal onto the gas here. They're able to take control over all the outer towers, and this smells a lot of trouble for the side of BJK. They want to be able to have a good mid game to deal with some of the objectives, but it seems like Team Falcon is able to group up with this 4-1 strategy and just take control of the whole entire map.
Yeah, right now Kinji 1 level ahead of Ty right now on this Ling, doing a little bit better of a job. It definitely credits to getting these objectives to work in their favor, whereas Besiktas Esports looks to be more fight oriented rather than objective oriented to go up against them. So we'll have to see just how well this will translate as we get closer to that mid game power spike. We're looking at the Bruno, who does lack the range now, still being a marksman that's been prioed in the challenge season. And speaking of challenge, you're going to see a little bit of an invasion play from Team Falcons onto the purple buff for Besiktas Esports. They do go all in for it. Glorious Pathway dropped down, Wrath the Dryad as well from Super. May not be able to get a kill though. Exception very low. Chapo finding Alpha though, will fall himself to Swayne. Kinji is going to go ahead and take down Eski at the last minute. 1 member down for Team Falcons, 2 down for Besiktas Esports, and a push through the mid lane as they're going to try and claim the tier 2 with no punish.
Yeah, the Granger is going to be a lot of trouble for the side of Besiktas, right? There's not much of a counter when it comes down to the amount of damage and the range and the poke ability that the Granger has, and he's really doing quite well. 2-0-1. You talked about the Beleric during the draft here, and he's doing a great job zoning in the front, not really giving any kills here, and just, you know, creating a very bad situation for the side of Besiktas, right? The Joy looking to go in. Same thing with that Ling and the Bruno. Yes, he does have a range, ability to be able to kind of just hit from far away. But again, it seems like the Beleric is just a little bit too much to deal with. Team Falcon is just going to get this next Lord. And I think it's just going to be leading up to a snowball. The side of Besiktas doesn't really have too much that they could do against these sieges.
Yeah, but Chapo, we're going to make the most out of the separation. We'll be able to take the turret on the bot side to work in Besiktas Esports' favor. That will be their first turret of this game, as we are now at the 9-minute mark. They do have a gold advantage for Team Falcons, still trailing ahead, as you are going to go ahead and see Swayne take a turret for himself. The Lord now marching through the mid lane, and an opportunity for Team Falcons to close in even further on the map. There's only 1 tier 2 standing left for Besiktas Esports.
Yeah, I think it's going to be quite grim for the side of Besiktas Esports right here. Team Falcon has a great setup, right? They're looking to siege either 4-1 or 5 as a group. And there's not much they could deal with against the Hylos, against something like the Beleric. There's just too much health, too much defense. And you can see the Glorious Pathway being shot onto the mid side. They should be able to get this uncontested.
Swayne is up 2,500 gold compared to Chapo as well. So he's going to be hitting like a truck in these. That's the Dryad dropping down for the slow. Yaya caught in the stun, needing to get away. Alpha doing a great job of the front line sustainability and crowd control. Swayne will go ahead and take down Tayaru. 2 members falling for Besiktas Esports, and a push from Team Falcon still looking to open up the base, but they need to be careful. If they overstay their welcome, Tayaru will be respawning. Eldon just got in, so Eskiskin is back in action to be able to defend. Exception taking a lot of hits. That's Sonata connecting as well. Back to the base he goes.
Yeah, but the front to back composition coming out from Team Falcon is just a little bit too much to deal with. A second Hylos ultimate does come down. They're looking to get a little bit more on the mid side.
Smile able to find Chapo. ADC will fall for the side of Besiktas Esports. Exception getting Alpha. Schwane taking down Ty. Eskiskin getting a kill as well, but will fall to Schwane. But before he fell, he was able to take down Smile. That's one member left, Ayaya, to defend against a 3-man stack and 1 minion. He needs to clear that out or they're going to start doing damage to the base. Crystal, Desanata connecting. Inhibitor in the mid, standing but not no more. All they need to do is hit the base Crystal. He's giving it his all. Yaya with the Electrify beats the buy time. Chapo rushing in. Base Crystal 5% and Team Falcons will burst it down, taking game number 1 against BJK.
Yeah, Team Falcon able to take the very first game of the series in 11 minutes fashion, right? And, you know, Team Falcon's definitely a group of players that is hard to deal with. And with the draft that they set up, it definitely has set them up for a bigger chance of success, right? They're able to take this very first game with like no problem at all. Yes, they dropped a few kills here and there. Some of the team fights did not go the way that they wanted to, especially in the early game. I think the Joy in the mid definitely caught off Smiles, but they were able to kind of come back, group together, and using the Granger, they really just sieged every single tower and was able to get this victory pretty much quite easily here.
Yeah, 10-7 on the board, a very fast finish for Team Falcons. I mean, it's no secret, right? We've seen them on the international scene time and time again. Whereas Besiktas is a little bit newer, at least for us on the international level, maybe not in our local region. But going up against MENA, it seems like they're reigning supreme, at least for game number 1. Besiktas Esports had a little bit of those issues, though, like we said, connection-wise, which could have been a little costly, and hopefully for game number 2, they're able to work it out. But everything should be A-okay and good to go now. With one victory on Team Falcon's side, though, they have a chance to be a region, or be the team in MENA to remain in the upper bracket. As right now you're looking at Incendio Supremacy from Turkey already sitting up there.
Yeah, and I really feel like the Granger was quite a big issue for the side of Besiktas, right? You're looking at 90% kill participation, one of the highest gold per minutes that we've seen so far in pretty much all the series today, and they really have to find a way to deal with it. And one way is to pick something like the Rithel or the Harith against the Granger. If you do take it out in the first phase, you need to make sure that you have a counterplay up. Now, this is where things were actually going quite well for the side of Besiktas, right? They were able to get the objective. They got 2-3 kills here, and they had a winning team fight even with the jungler being down 2 levels. But this was pretty much the best case scenario for them. They did get another winning team fight here, and then after that, where Team Falcon just started playing much better here.
Yeah, and it just translated to a lot of these objectives. I mean, right there, you see the 4-0
Oh,
lead.
man.
You see a lot of domination in these battles. The Wrath of the Dryad able to catch Joy in his tracks. So Yaya not able to move, and then you see the team just picking up the pieces from Team Falcons, cleaning up those amazing setups coming in from Detective Super. And just overall, a beautiful performance from Team Falcons for game number 1, and a very fast finish as well, as they kind of pushed through this mid lane. They realized the objective, that numbers were not inside of Besiktas Esports' favor, and this is where they make the most out of the situation. It was a gamble, though. I mean, look at the respawn timers. Look, just a matter of seconds before Exception came back in to be able to drop down an Avatar of Guardian, but they were able to pull it off, and they were able to get the finish, and the MVP going over to Koba.
Yeah, well deserved there. Koba did not die a single time, and he was able to dish out so much damage, was there on almost every single kill for the side of Team Falcons here. And again, Granger is one of those heroes that are really hard to deal with. I don't think, the side of BJK should let it go uncontested. And especially if the Granger is being picked up, they need to find a way to counter it. The new Bruno that has been nerfed is just not good enough. Something like the Rithel or the Harith is better to deal with it, or just take it off the map, right? Even in C regions, it is just 100% pick or ban, and the response is just not there so far.
And also a challenge when you put the Joy in the mid lane as well to mix things up. Sometimes that could work against you, especially when you're playing from behind. And that just seemed to be the story for Besiktas Esports in game number 1. So I wonder if they'll even take that same gamble again. honestly, it probably wasn't even worth picking it up. I would have just let the other side take it and just found the hard counter with the Beleric or a Fredrin or anything really to be able to stop that joy in its tracks. So jumping into game number 2, definitely a couple of things that we have to look at, right? First of all, that was a very fast game. You got to look at why, right? You didn't get to see the Ling pop off, had a little bit of issues in the beginning with the connection, obviously. But then after that, when everything was resolved, still with the advantage of having that join the mid lane and they're not being effective in a direct counter of this Beleric to be able to rotate around and catch him in the Wrath of the Dryad, there was nothing they could really do to catch back up with that double mid lane synergy. So game number 2, I would expect maybe it starts in the draft, right? Get something a little bit stronger in the mid lane that's not the X factor.
And I really think if a game is ending, especially before or around the second Lord, which is around like 13 minutes, this one ended in 11. It really tells you that there is a draft issue coming out from the side of BJK. You talked about it. You mentioned the Joy on the mid side. The side of BJK first picked the Joy, allowing Falcons to pick up this Granger uncontested there. That's the number one issue. And then you put the Joy in the mid lane, which is something quite untraditional, not used by any of the professional teams out there. That's already 2 problems. Now, BJK, yes, they did take the very first objective quite well. They had a few winning team fights and a pretty good moments that the Joy kind of shined more than Aurora, right? Smiles struggled at mid early on. It was just due to the gap closing that the Joy had. However, it didn't translate to a successful formula into that mid and late game. So BJK, they have to draft a little bit better. The Joy is fine as long as they have a counter against the Granger. They had an opportunity to pick up the Rithel, but instead they didn't want to pick that up early, and I think that is where BJK's issue lies in the draft.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, not to mention when you have an X Factor pick in the mid lane and then you pair it up with a new hero that still takes a little bit of time to adjust to, the Lucas, it's just a little bit too much of a dynamic to try and hurdle over, especially when you don't have to, right? There was just so many things available to grab up that you already know is proven to work. So why go for the riskier route when you know there's something that's proven to just be a little bit more effective? So we are looking at game number 2. We both said we want this to go the distance. I think we even quoted a bonus round if we were lucky. But if they don't switch it up in the draft, we might not even be going to a game number 4. So I think they need to definitely go back to the drawing board and go a little bit more traditional, right? Wait for the riskier picks until you're ahead and you can afford to be able to do something like that with little to no problem.
Well, I think a Granger Prio is definitely needed, especially if BJK has the first pick, right? And look for the Hayabusa, which has been quite successful in the last few games, even our series, right? If the Suyo is open, definitely look to take that up. But I think the Granger is going to be the first pick Prio. After that, you talked about it a little bit. Lucas just wasn't that great. It's a very good hero when it deals with a lot of blind picks in the XP. For example, if a team wants to go for that Phoveus, you could counter it with the Lucas because you just can avoid a lot of the CCs. But when it comes to Lucas blind pick, the Hylos was just such a good flex pick coming out from Team Falcon. You don't know if it's going in the roam position or in the XP, and they took it in the XP, ends up winning in the draft. So Team Falcon does have the first pick here. BJK, I believe they have to take out the Granger. It's going to be a possible matchup that the Suyo is going to be let open here, but Team Falcon has a lot to work with. BJK has to make sure their draft sets up well and translates into the mid and late game.
100%. And in order to do that, it's going to start with some of these first pickups for the first phase of the draft, right? I mean, this time around, you're looking at Team Falcons on the blue side and Besiktas Esports on the red. When we saw Besiktas Esports on the blue side, they prioritized trying to go in for that Joy, and then they put it into the mid lane, which is very interesting how they switched that up last minute in the draft and picking up a Ling. That's not something you normally see.
Yep.
But this time around with the 2-pick swing, they may be able to get something to work in their favor. I wonder if Team Falcons is going to prioritize taking this Granger, not picking up the Joy. As I don't know, I'm starting to feel like it's a better answer, right? I mean, you get the Granger, you already won the gold lane. I mean, yeah, you got to worry about what, a Harith, maybe an Irithel getting slotted in there, but you already know that you're the more dominant hero. Now, when it comes to that situation, and if not that, maybe something like the Hayabusa could be. Actually, I wouldn't first pick the Hay. I would let the Hayabusa come out afterward just because the Hilda is still on the table. But now Hilda's been banned out, so you can guarantee an assassin pickup from the side of Team Falcons.
Now, with the side of BJK, they decided to take out the Harith. This poses a little bit issue with me just because of the fact that they didn't have an answer for the Granger. Now, if Team Falcons were to first pick the Granger and BJK goes with the Rithel, I would say that is actually a win on the Rithel side. So as long as they pick it up early, I think that's going to be fine. Now, with the Hilda ban, again, Lucas, Phoveus, Hylos, they're all available. And even the Badong that has been banned out quite a bit, there's a lot of open options. So Team Falcon here, they ban out the Joy. This sets them up for a Suyo first pick. The Granger should be going in the hands of BJK. And the counter with the Rithel should be on Team Falcon. So it's going to be kind of a trade coming out from both sides. No, the Granger gets taken out. It should be a free Suyo here.
Yeah, free Suyo could be a decision. They can go for a flex pick like the Hylos, like the Cho, the Katat. Anything could be really effective in this type of situation. Just something that can be either flexed or just a guaranteed win in the jungle. I think the Suyo could be okay, but the Hayabusa is still available and there's no assassins, or the Hilda's gone. So I would even say maybe locking that in could be a decision, because if Team Falcons doesn't get it, then I expect Besiktas Esports to go in for that Hayabusa play. So Cho is probably the safest option here, but they're going to go in for the Suyo. Instead, they're going to allow the assassin to be picked up from Besiktas Esports, and they're going to go ahead and hit the Badang as well for their draft. Now, how are we feeling about it? Because we said it's hit or miss so far, man. A lot of people are riding that wave, but I'm just not on the bandwagon yet.
Hey, I mean, you can see the win rates already from the Suyo. It's a 63%. It's highly prioritized in our tournaments. It's definitely a strong first pick. Now, the Badang, 33 or 34% win rate here is just not having the performance that they're looking for. Now, it is still highly prioritized. It is still a flex pick, but it takes away the Hylos opportunity that I think BJK kind of needed, right? The Hylos has been doing good in every single one of our matches, has a good win rate, yet BJK doesn't go with it. So I think this is going to allow Team Falcon to pick that flex pick up themselves. We talked about the Hayabusa prioritization. BJK goes with it. I think it's a good decision. It might be a little bit too early, because I think there is still a lot available, right? The Eve, the Louis, which we haven't seen before. The Rithel can be blind picked in this situation, and even some of the roamers, but they decided to go for the Badong and the Hayabusa. That's 2 physical damage dealers, 1 flex pick. I want to see the response come out from Team Falcon. They blind picked the Rithel. It's a very strong pick here.
Yeah, and they pair it up with the Katat as well. I think that's definitely a wise decision, especially when you don't know who the mid lane is going to be. At least you can drop down with the Avatar of the Guardian for the setups, and you have the taunt to work in your favor as well, especially if they have a heavy dive-oriented hero to try and rush in like a Hayabusa. But when I'm looking at Besiktas Esports, I'm looking at what they're going to be putting up against this Irithel, right? The Granger's gone, the Harith's gone. I mean, these are the 3 main goal laners we've been seeing so far. So maybe throwing in the Beatrix or the Moskov could be a plan for the side of Team Falcons, but there is that Katat with that taunt, so need to be a little bit careful. They're going to go in for the artillery, though, solidify their mid laner. Does this technically mean they have to ban out the Valentina, though, right? Because if not, then you're going to give the RWM to the other side.
No, I mean, I like this because they pick out the mage, so the side of BJK is going to look to ban out 2 of the mid laners to, you know, take away some of the picks from Team Falcon. You brought up the Valentina. I think the Louis is also something that they can watch out for, or even the Aurora that they did quite well in game number 1. Now, this does allow Team Falcon to ban out some of the counters on the Rithel, right? The Bruno, the Moskov, you know, you talked about the Moskov there. It's bad against the Katat, but there's just a lot of other options. But no, both teams actually opting to go for an XP/roam bans. And, you know, the interesting thing is you don't know where the Katat's going. You don't know where the Badang is going, right? They could both go in the XP or in the roam. So this is kind of a mind game coming out from both of these teams. They do ban out the Hylos, which I think the Hylos has gotten quite a good amount of wins today. So it does leave open a few other heroes. The Glue, the Khalid, the Edith, things like that are still available.
Yeah, and the Cho's still on the table as well for Team Falcons if they do want to go that method as well. We've seen that time and time again, especially in the M series. But I think the Valentina could be a safe option for the side of Team Falcons, especially grabbing up that RWM for artillery. They can match artillery with artillery, technically. You do have to watch out for the Hayabusa. I mean, if they go for the Farza, could be a little bit of a struggle. They took the Phobius out from the side of Besiktas Esports, and I think that was a wise decision. Especially if with because technically the Katak could have been flexed to the XP lane. They still could have pulled out Mathilda, and they still could have had this the Phobius with that. Would have been a nasty combination to be able to rush in and stop that artillery from even starting. So I think both sides definitely keeping their eyes on the prize. Some really good drafting. Speaking of drafting, we asked the question what was going to be paired up against this Irithel. There wasn't too many options on the table. But we forgot about one, and that's the Bruno, right? Despite the nerf with the range on his basic attacks and the nerf to the Malefic gun, it's still not really a problem for many teams. They don't really worry about getting up close and personal to be able to get those setups.
Yeah, I think both teams are quite happy here, right? Team Falcom, I expected them to go for some of the marksman ban, taking off the Bruno and the Moskov, leaving Irithel pretty much some good matchups. But instead, they opt to ban out some of the roam / tanks, right? And the same thing with BJK. I expected them to ban out some of the mages, and now they're allowing Team Falcom to find a matchup that's favorable in their position. You talked about the Valentine. I think the Valentine is going to be great, and they actually come out with a chip and a Kadita. Now, we don't really see the Kadita often. This is a traditional counter for a stationary mage like the Eve. It forces her to grab the Purify early up. Now, this chip, though, we haven't seen the chip kind of do too much, especially in the professional scenes with the nerfs coming up. But he is still one of the best, I would say, laners down at mid. He has good trades, he has good CC, and it's just annoying to deal with the passive where he just regenerates a lot of health and just makes it very annoying for the enemies to deal with.
And speaking of things to deal with, the Kufra being locked in from Besiktas Esports, definitely an interesting one to slot in here, but I guess he has the setups to be able to rush in and get some potential stuns, but it's going to be a little bit of a challenge if he's not careful. Besiktas not afraid to kind of keep us on our toes when it comes to thinking about what they're going to pick in the draft. But yeah, you mentioned the chip on the side of Team Falcons. Definitely an interesting draft for them as well. I feel like they have such a wide variety of tools at their disposal now, with the element of surprise from the chip, with the Kadita to be able to rush in with the bouncing or the rough waves, and the Ocean's Oddity for the knockups. Everybody in their team definitely has something you have to look out for, especially in the team fights. But BJK has some answers too, and it's only up to them to write that story on how it plays out.
And BJK here coming out with game number 2 with the Kufra against Team Falcons. Again, guys, this is the best of 5 series for the Snapdragon Pro series here. And both teams are looking to get their victory, to go up against Incendio here. And the losers do end up heading down against Elevate in the losers matchup. But again, both of these teams, even if they do end up losing, they're still going to have another opportunity. And our first blood coming out on mid side. They take away Anyaya, which has been aggressive in game number 1. And they found the punish early on.
Yeah, Yaya just caught out of position and Smile with a quick punish. Very good moment for him, especially opening up the way for the early game for Team Falcons prior to this first turtle spawning in. As we look at that replay, look at Ayaya. This is the positioning way too far into the mid lane. Hit with the Petrify.
Yeah.
To deal that final touch and blow in a first blood for Team Falcons.
Yeah, I talked about it in the drafting phase. I was expecting the Eve to take the Purify. It forces the Eve to take the Purify. That's what the Kadita does. However, punished so early on, it's expected since the Purify is not available, but it kind of shows BJK is not prepared to deal with Smiles with this stunner.
Yeah, need to be careful. And I'm also keeping a close eye on Detective Super with this chip, right? How is he going to use these teleports? The element of surprise working inside a team's favor. You got to watch out. And then, not to mention, Smile can pretty much just hide in a bush and catch somebody off guard with the rough waves and the Ocean's Oddity to get a knockup and a kill with. There it goes right there. We just talked about it. Ayaya falling for the same trick twice in 2 minutes of this game starting.
And notice that the flicker is still available, but the Avatar's Guardian does hit Inception onto that blue buff. They're looking to deny it, and they get a kill on top of an objective. Team Falcon on fire so far. It's just a little bit hard to deal with the amount of CC that the side of Team Falcon has. They even have the chip ultimate, so they're just going to be rotating around fast here.
Smile's having the time of his life. He's has 3 kills in 2 minutes, which means he's now going to be fed when it comes to having the damage to be able to get these early kills. And now it's going to be a secret weapon that Besiktas Esports is going to have to watch out for. Not to mention paired up with the chip for that element of surprise. Just hit those teleports and catch somebody off guard. Definitely not something you want to go against. It's going to be a hurdle that Besiktas Esports is going to have to jump over.
Ooh, double stun coming out with the knockup paired with it. The Krupa gets taken off the board immediately by the side of Team Falcon. Here's Smiles. You talked about it. He's having such a great impact. And the last pick, Adita, this is not something that we're really, usually accustomed with, right? The Petrify coming out is just having a lot of impact. It's giving BJK such a big headache in this matchup. And you know what? We still haven't seen that super teleport coming out from Detective Super. He still hasn't put it out yet. That's something I think Team Falcon is going to be using towards their advantage. BJK really has to watch out now.
We're almost at not even 4 minutes, and it's close to a 2,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
For Team Falcon, Smile now on his 4th kill. Kenji picking up the Hunter Strike. Thunderbelt from Alpha as well. It's going to be a lot of slow when it comes to Alpha running in and rushing for these attacks. And then Kenji going to have that mobility to work in his favor. Speaking of mobility, quick invasion play from Team Falcons. Exception will find Detective Super on the punish. Overstaying is welcome. Chapo now picking up the Haas class for the sustainability in this fight. But Chapo's on the top side, though, dealing some damage.
Oh.
Big knockup on the Exception. Full dive into the turret from Smiles. Doesn't lead to a kill, but forced to recall back to the base.
Yeah, I mean, the Kadita just forces a lot of spells, right? That's 2 flickers for a Petrify. Smiles is smiling in the back right now. He just has a great time in this matchup, and Team Falcon gets away with another objective uncontested here. Weezy, I feel like BJK, they really have to dig and try to figure out how they can get this Kufra to get the sets that they're looking for. Because so far, Team Falcon is getting away with everything. They have, winning team fights. They have winning picks. And look at another one here. He gets knockup up.
Onto Yaya, but now punished. Oh my goodness.
That's great.
What a play. Yeah.
Yeah,
Caught out of position again.
Yeah, I mean, he had the ultimate. I don't know why he did not decide to use it, but the Badang does come out with the punish, and that is exactly what BJK is looking for, right? They have to find some pickoffs here and there, because when it comes down to these overall team fighting, it feels like the side of Team Falcon is just having a little bit more success. When it comes down to pickoffs here, the same thing. Team Falcon, they're getting away across the map, picks here and there, and they're just looking to have a good time.
Yeah, they're definitely having a blast so far, passing that 2,000 threshold in gold against Besiktas Esports. Besiktas looking to find an answer on the top side, though. But look at Detective Super wrestling into Chapo, making him go back into the turret. Need to be careful. Soul Sever connecting. Kenji able to find him. Chapo will fall. Look at Ayaya trying to find an opportunity, but he's been caught out of position so much he is lacking the damage. Not to mention he's most likely going for the utility with this E. There goes RWM for the drop down, not going to connect. Both sides still fighting it out. Ayaya trying to close the distance. Quad Shadow out from Ty. Exception very low. Joanie on his tail. Need to deal the final touches. Rushes in. Alpha for the pinch maneuver. Detective Super taking down Exception. Ty will fall as well. Smile picking up his 5th kill of the game. And Swaine taking the turret on the top side.
It really just looks like Team Falcon just having a great time in this game so far, right? They popped the Bruno Purify, and Kenji was able to take the kill onto the top side, and the same thing happened, but reversed, right? The Kufra was able to get a Tyrant's Revenge onto the Rithel, but the Purify just allows him to walk away pretty much unhurt there. And Team Falcon, again, everything is just going in their favor. There's not much of a response coming out from BJK here. They do get the flicker off, though.
Yeah, big knockup on the Kenji and forced to fall. Yaya dealing the slow in the final touches. Alpha able to find Ty to respond back. 1-for-1 trade, but numbers now working in Team Falcon's favor. Double kill from Alpha, but Chapo will shut him down last minute. Exception trying to find a setup, does not connect. Detective Super able to sidestep, and Swinani rushing in. Lark looking for the kill, finds Exception. There goes a possible fist crack on the waves. Swinani able to take down Eldon. Chapo finding a kill of his own. What is going on the top side? 12-6, Team Falcons leading in kills and up 4,000 gold at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, Besiktas is definitely falling apart in this game number 2, but one thing that is still holding up is this Badang pick. We saw it getting picked up early on. He does have the Thunder Belt, so the damage is there for him with the slow and the CC. But he's 0, 1, and 6, right? He's pretty much the only member on the side of Besiktas that is really holding it back here. But and Intercepted here gets another jump onto it. But again, it's just the frontline units. The Kufa is just not doing as good as we wanted to go.
Yeah, and you're going to see the Windtalker picked up by both Bruno and also Earthel Lark alongside Chapo. Gonna have that Typhoon, gonna go ahead and have some additional damage alongside that. Now the siege possibly for the bot side. A good defense from Besiktas Esports to deny Team Falcons to push up further on the map. But let's just talk about the map for a second. Let's just talk about the objectives. Team Falcon has claimed everything in this game and has only gotten 6 deaths, but doubled the numbers in kills against Besiktas Esports.
Well, with the opening like Smiles on Team Falcon, able to get 2 kills on Ayaya, pretty much uncontested there. You know, it's expected, right? The Kadita is just extremely hard to deal with. He's even looking onto that bot side. I know that Bruno has the Purify, so he's going to be able to get out alive, but a quick objective for the side of Team Falcons here.
Yeah, controlling the Lord Pit, no problem. Besiktas Esports not finding the opportunity. Smile will find it though. Say cheese as he gets the kill onto Ty on the top side. Chapo trying to find the trade, takes down the turret in the bot lane.
You know, but good news is a lot of these EU or Turkey teams, what I like about them is that they're really not scared to take an objective across the map when the enemy teams are doing these lords. And BJK picks up a tower on the bot side for themselves. It's not gonna, you know, do too much, but at least that's one objective down for them. They do end up losing the mid, and there's gonna be a lot more that they lose if they don't get these minions cleared out.
Yeah, all tier 2 turrets have fallen. Lord on the top side. An opportunity for Team Falcons to push into the inhibitors. It's a tier 2 falls on the bottom lane as well by Lark. And now a chance for Team Falcons to claim another victory on their side. This is a total domination. They're up by 5,000 gold. And the Lord's still intact. The flicker play for potential setup and the teleport. RWM forces a defense by Ayaya. Smile falling. Chapo gets to the backline. Super falling to exception. Ayaya taking down Smile. 2 members down for Team Falcons, but they took the inhibitor.
I will say this though, BJK in the last series, at this 10-11 minute mark, the game already ended. Right, and BJK holding up this time around, I would say, you know, that is a small win in their books, right? Yes, they're not really getting the team fights that they're looking for. They even have a 4K difference between the junglers, but they're able to hold out this time around, and I think that speaks a little bit of volume, right? BJK is able to find just a little bit more of a defensive strategy, and they're not allowing Team Falcon to get everything that they want. They're still holding out on some defense. It seems like the Badang is still holding up well, 0, 1, and 8. And I think BJK has an opportunity here, especially when the game goes longer, right? They have the Eve, they have the Badang set up at the backside here with the conceal.
Ooh, and the teleport in, not able to find the opportunity they were looking for. We'll go ahead and shift focus onto the purple buff. Ty with the quad shadow. Did he? No, he didn't get it. Close call though. He was able to at least try and go in for it. But yeah, Ty just falling very behind. He's 0, 4, and 5. Just off to a really rough game. And it really was Smile who's just been opening up these opportunities. It's an 8,000 gold lead. It just keeps climbing every single minute for Team Falcons.
And really expecting Falcons to find a way to end the game right now. They get the petrify, a pick off on the Hayabusa. Again, this is expected coming out from the Kadita. Kadita is one of those heroes that I really enjoyed playing back in the days. And this time around, Smiles is able to take that hero out for a play. 8, 3, and 1, the impact. That's, you know, as much kills as the whole entire BJK roster. Right, and Smiles is just doing that by himself. But topside here, Bruno should be taken off the map.
Yep, Alpha able to get him. Does get the dive in. The teleport comes in from Smile as well. Yeah, just caught out of position. That's a very far extension for a Bruno. When you know there's a chip on the opposite side, need to be careful. That's definitely going to hurt Chapo a little bit when it comes to getting those core items to be able to deal the damage that we're used to seeing, and already lacking the range. It's not a good recipe, especially when you're playing from behind against a team like Team Falcons with the massive advantage that they've built so far. They're up 10,000 gold now.
Yeah, and that's just the power of Chip, right? He can kind of just teleport around the map with the big mobility, and it forces BJK to kind of play differently. You can't have somebody soloing defend on the top side here. Before that, we're talking about a 10k advantage for Team Falcon, marching down with the Lord on the top side, 13 minutes in. I think Team Falcon's gonna close out the game here.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if they didn't, but it's been full of surprises the challenge season. So, hey, you never know until the job's done. And right now, job not finished. BJK will go ahead and take down the Lord.
A good defense coming out from BJK here so far. They're able to clear the mid side. They do lose up top and mid, but the conceal play comes out from the backside.
In the teleport, Kenji able to find Ty. Rough wave, Smile finding Chapo, gets a double, takes down a Yaya. Swainy takes the inhibitor inception. Wondering where they went wrong. Where did the pieces fall? Into Team Falcon's hands as they soar high, taking down BJK for game number 2.
Another swift victory coming out from Team Falcons. Again, Team Falcons is the stronger team in this series. However, we've seen a lot of upsets come through, and we expected BJK to kind of, find a way to deal with the aggressiveness coming out from Team Falcon. However, the early game this time around, it just seems like Smiles was able to snowball their team into this victory. Again, a 13-minute match. They really have to go back to the drawing table and find a way to deal with the draft to deal with Team Falcon.
Yeah, this is a rough start for Besiktas Esports inside of the challenge season. I mean, 2 losses in a row. Now they have to get a reverse sweep in order to climb out of this hole that Team Falcons has put them in. And MVP going over to Super on this chip. But honestly, how? Because...
Smile.
What?
I don't know, how Super got it, but definitely still well-deserved on the chip as a supporting cast. You talked about a rough start for the side of BJK, but I think it might just be a rough end at this point, right? We don't see signs of life here. Doesn't seem like BJK is looking to find a way to respond to the aggressiveness of Team Falcon. And it just seems like it is due to the draft that they've set themselves up with. There is no response in any of the lanes. They always find a way to lose early on. Ayaya here this time around gets picked off twice in the beginning. These objectives are just not working out. Take a look. It should be a Purify 100% against the amount of stuns and CCs that they have. Yet there's no Purifies on the board.
Yeah, I mean, and then there's a lot of times where he didn't even get to use the flicker. That's how quick you got to see Smile take him down. And I mean, just a lot of misplays, a lot of overextensions, and not really a plan when they were behind. And a great synergy and rotation from Team Falcons for game number 2. I mean, they were in control of this entire game. There wasn't a moment where I would even say it was a turnaround possibility, right? I didn't really see Besiktas have that momentum swing at all in this entire match. And now we got to look at it again. Where did they go wrong? How did they turn this back around? And I think it's going to start with a Yaya, right? First of all, picking up the right battle spell to not allow Smile to get all of these setups on him. Because once you get a couple, especially in the early phase, you're going to start pretty much one-shotting everybody who gets caught with your rough waves and your petrifies.
I mean, I like the Eve pickup early, right? I thought that was quite smart. They could have went for the Rithel themselves, but the Bruno was still a pretty good answer in terms of their draft. They went for the Hayabusa versus the Suyo. And I think Team Falcon, they set the Suyo up for themselves. You look at this team fight kill participation, 90% for Super. This is the reason why he did grab up that MVP. But again, I felt like Smiles set their team up for success early on. He was able to have as much kills as the whole entire BJK roster, right? But Chip, definitely quite good, had the fast rotation, and it's not something that we see very common nowadays. However, Super made it really work out there.
Yeah, I mean, he also had 17 assists. So that definitely helped out when it came to getting that MVP. But yeah, man, between the tank and the mage for Team Falcons, they were getting the job done. Definitely, I would say the staple piece is them two. When it comes to the rotations, they're always looking for an opportunity, and they're catching several members of Besiktas Esports out of position. If Besiktas wants a chance to still remain in the series and go for the reverse sweep, it's going to start by disrupting that, finding a way to divide Smile and the roamer from Team Falcons from being able to find these initial setups with the element of surprise and the crowd control effects. And it's going to start with the Yaya, right? He needs to not get out of position. If you're playing the Eve, if you're running a Flicker, I just wouldn't run the Flicker, run the Petrify, or no, run the Purify if you're going up against a hero who has a Petrify and the dive capabilities. So we'll have to see as we jump into game number 3. But UA, there's a free code on the screen. You can't grab it this time, right? UA always takes the codes as they pop up, man. I'm telling you, I would like to tell y'all there's a free code, but he gets it before it's... No, I'm kidding. I'm not going to do UA like that. Guys, get the code while it's on the screen.
I mean, that's why we're viewers of this games here. You know, the code comes up, we're all out there. I know Private for sure. You know, yesterday the code came up and Private was already looking down. He tells you he's not getting the code, but we all know, you know. Anyways,
Liz is getting them.
Game number 3. How is BJK gonna bounce back against Team Falcon? Team Falcon, again, is a team that we've seen been able to bounce back from deficits, been able to take the leads and snowball completely. I feel like they're playing it to their names in this series. It's extremely hard to take even, you know, a winning team fight against Team Falcon. I think BJK has to find a way to do it in the draft. And if not in the draft, definitely in terms of the laning phase. They can't give away too much in the early phase. They're just struggling a little bit. BJK has to find a way, or else this is going to be a rough end in this series.
Yeah, they'll be knocked down to the lower bracket to go up against Elevate, and we'll be seeing Team Falcons go up against Incendio Supremacy. So Team Falcons, they're running out of opportunities. This is their final shot to turn this back around. And it looks like Team Falcons will be on the 2-pick swing for the red side this time around. So this could be a possibility to do so and shake up the draft.
Now, do you like the second pick opportunities these days, or is it kind of like the first pick? Right, first pick, you do get to ban out some of the overpowered heroes like the Fanny, Zushin, Granger, which are 100% picks on bans, but they could pick them up themselves. But do you think the second pick, where they get those 2-pick swings, is actually an advantage in this meta where there's so many good heroes?
I personally would rather be on the red side. And the reason is because you can counter a lot of the first pick metas nowadays, right? I mean, let's say you pick up a Joy as first pick for Besiktas Esports, and you already know on your side, oh, we're good. We can get a Beleric, we can get a Fredrin. There's so many things to be able to stop that. Let's say they pick a Granger on the blue side. Okay, fine. We pick up the Irithel, we pick up the Hereth, something of that nature can definitely be a game plan. But the problem comes at the second pickup that you get on the red side, which helps a lot of teams, right? You
the
can
blind.
Yeah, you can go for the blind pick. You can go for the flex pick. You can get the Cho. You can get the high-lows. You can get the Gatot. But a lot of teams aren't doing that, though. A lot of teams are, even though, let's say like a jungle's picked on blue side, they'll still first pick a jungle on the red side instead of picking it for their third pick. That's the only thing that I don't really necessarily agree with. I think you should wait to pick. Like if there's a Joy, if they're gonna like if there's a Joy on blue side first pick, just wait to pick your jungle until the third pick before the second phase of the draft starts, and lock in something else like a Cho, like a Katat, something that's flex pick that can keep blue side on their toes.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. Besides giving the Granger first pick, I think Granger is still a little bit hard to deal with. The Rithel is a response. The Hereth is a response. But again, we've seen Granger do so much damage from the early to the mid into the late. It's just, there's not much of a response. And BJK here picks it up for themselves. I love it. But this does open up this Hilda. And and the Matilda gets picked up early. I actually don't know if I like the Matilda being picked up so fast here, but it does set them up with kind of like this alpha combination that Team Falcon, I think, is going to be looking for. But the Granger, I think, is a good start for the side of BJK.
Now, the Hilda, I think they're trying to press the final button to destroy Besiktas Esports, right? They're just pulling out the heavy trump cards super early. And yeah, I'm right there with you. Is it too early to show the Hilda?
Gotta be the alpha.
Possibly.
Has to be the alpha.
Ooh, alpha would be a treat. I don't
alpha.
think we've seen an alpha so far in the challenge season. But I would definitely look forward to seeing it. You're going to see the Bedang picked up alongside the Hylos for Besiktas Esports. I see it. What do you think?
Both teams go with the strategy that I think is extremely risky. They both want to go for the front lines early. I do not like it when teams draft the XP and the Roam. And with the Joy, Fanny, Hayabusa, and Soyu being banned out, there's only one option available, and it's an Alpha that actually has a pretty good win rate and a pick rate in any professional games out there. Paired up with the Matilda, this is like the golden trinity. This is like what works for Team Falcom, and they get the combination. However, BJK here, they get two frontline heroes that Alpha is good against, right? Alpha does a lot of true damage, goes through a lot of armor, and they're gonna struggle against the fast jungling of Alpha. Now the side of Team Falcoms get to take out a lot of the junglers that they don't want to deal with, and BJK is, I mean, it's just going to be hard here.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a challenge. I mean, now we got to look at the junglers left for Besiktas Esports, right? I mean, you could still go for the Assassin. I mean, you could go for the Ling, but it's going to be a challenge when you have an Alpha and you also have a Hilda on your tail. They could go in for the Fredrin. I mean, you have the Hilda that's going to rush in and try and invade, and you could use the Energy Eruption to stop the Hilda. Pair that up with the, let's say, what, Valentina still available on the board. You get both of them in effect, and I guess you're okay against the frontline presence, but it's a challenge.
You know, the Alpha is a fighter. Fighters are traditionally good against tanks. So it takes away the Fredrin, the Akai, the Ballman, or whatever, right? Now the fighters not that good against the Assassins, and they take away the Nolan here. The Hayabusa is out. That definitely means they're like Assassins or marksmans. They're not, they could go great if BJK goes Granger jungle here. I think that's big brain. In my opinion, I think the Granger jungle has the potential to work here, especially going against the Alpha. But if you go with something tanky, you're gonna get destroyed. If you go for like a fighter versus fighter, the sustain that the Matilda has may be too much to deal with, and they go for the fighter against fighter matchup. This Julian actually I think is underrated, has the potential to overturn things, but is it going to be good enough to deal with the invades coming out with the Hilda? I don't know, Weezy.
I think it's okay. Now there's a Melissa on the board too, so I think that Julian's even better here because you have a couple of range skills to work in your disposal. Honestly, he's one of those, like you said, underrated junglers that people kind of forget about. And even in the M series, he was pulled out a couple times and he was successful, right? So we'll see how it plays out. The Bedang slotted up again for Besiktas Esports. Going to be interesting to see how this kind of plays out up against Team Falcon's composition. Not to mention with the Melissa, you have to go away. So a lot of these frontline heroes are going to have a little bit of a struggle rushing in to the gold lane. Not to mention the Hilda. You got to watch out for those dives into the Julian as well. We'll have to see how this kind of plays out. Team Falcons definitely being very aggressive with this composition. They have a lot of crowd control. You're looking at the Valentina though. I mean, in this situation, you're taking what? The Glorious Pathway?
Yep. It's definitely still a good ultimate to take care of. And Smiles definitely is going to be quite smart with it. You could also take the ultimate coming out from the Vexana. That like mini Lord coming down is extremely annoying to deal with. But again, Team Falcom is up 2-0, Wheezy. The side of BJK, this might be their last stand here.
BJK, one more chance to turn this around. They need 3 wins in a row. What is known as one of the hardest things to do in the esports environment. Team Falcons leading the way 2-0.
Yo, we get to see that skin in action. I don't know. Is it? do you know the name of that Hunter X Hunter? It's like Kalapika or something like that. Well, we get to see the skin in action. That's something I'm actually quite excited for. Ty here with the Julian pick. We say it is underrated, but we're excited to see what they use with it. And I think BJK has set themselves up with quite a good mid lane, right? They have the priority clear with the Vexana. They have a winning matchup. The Hylas against any roam is almost a win, and they should be able to take care of business here. The early game, I would actually say BJK might have the advantage.
Ooh, big setup from Alpha right there. Kenji to be able to hit 3 members of Besiktas Esports, the Spirit of Alpha, dealing the crowd control necessary. They need to watch out for that. This is one of the things where Alpha starts to shine, right? The setup potential that he can provide up against Besiktas.
Yeah, but you notice the Besiktas here, even though the Alpha had a great ultimate, it didn't feel like they were able to convert that into any kill. And I think there's just a lot of tanky members from the side of Besiktas. This Hylos, hard to deal with, especially with, the amount of HP and mobility that he has. The Vexana also has a lot of CC here. So I think Team Falcon, they just have to play it safe, right? The early aggressiveness that they had in game 1, it may not be the same, and it's a reverse. It's a first blood from the side of Besiktas here, except for Team Falcons, they do get that objective. It's a 1-for-1 trade for both of these teams.
Yeah, you're going to see Ty taking down a Lark over there, Swinani, if we're going by the in-game name. 1 kill for the side of Besiktas Esports, and now they have a little bit of the gold advantage, but like you mentioned, losing that turtle, trading an objective for a kill. But I feel like that's something that you can do, especially this early in game, especially if you're taking down the ADC.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a win here from the side of Besiktas here. They're able to get a little bit of advantage for the Granger here. We can take a look at some of the instant replays. You talked about the range ability that the Julian has against the Melissa, and it was a showcasing there, right? Shanana was unable to get away on that gank, and it kind of just shows that this Julian pick is going to be paying some dividends.
Yeah, you got to watch out for the range. You got to respect the versatility that a Julian can provide when it comes to these engagements. And also, Besiktas now looking to be a little bit more aggressive, but also a little bit more calculated in the way they're playing, right? We're not seeing a full domination, but we're seeing a little bit of an even matchup. But Team Falcons now taking over the gold lead in their favor. A very close early game, way different than the last 2 matches, and an opportunity for Besiktas Esports to try and take this to a game number 4.
Yeah, this is much more of an even matchup here, but the top side, Hilda does get caught a little bit. He does kind of just walk away, and a 3-man gank onto the bot side. Chapo might get taken off. He does pop the flicker, but this tower is going to be in danger now.
Yeah, but look at the rotations. You are looking at Yaya trying to get there as alongside Accept, but caught out of position, needing to be careful. Mega burst down, Glorious Pathway dropping down for a possible setup. Smile doing great on the separation, but Detective Super need to be careful as well. The response back from the IMU and the Glorious Pathway. The Terrify onto Chapo, and Kenji with the cleanup. We'll find him. Swinani, Lark finding a Yaya to respond back. 2 members falling from BJK. Team Falcons now leading the way in kills, and the counter working against BJK.
Yes, a little bit of an over-aggression coming out from the side of BJK here. They popped the Glorious Pathway just a little bit too early, but the great micro coming out from his Smiles, right? He was able to get the Glorious Pathway onto that Granger, which was just slightly out of position, did get that double dash, and the Terrify putting Chapo in his place. They were able to pick up 2 kills there, further with an objective. Team Falcon going to be quite happy with that sequence.
Glowing Wand picked up by the Valentina as well. We'll have a little bit of that burn in that life vein to work in their favor. Right now, Team Falcons doing a good job, up by 1,500 gold against Besiktas Esports. Exception trying to find an opportunity, given a lot of vision on the map. But look at the setups, right? Able to cut to the lane, try and find the proxy play, but minions are a little too far behind to pull it up. But they're still going to go in for it. Exception and Ayaya up against 4 members of Team Falcons, and the turret will fall.
Yeah, this is a very early 5-man rotation coming out from Team Falcon. You don't really see teams go for a 5-man rotation until maybe that like 7 or 8 minutes on that 3rd objective. But here, Team Falcon's going on with an aggressive rotations. They know that they have the faster lane clear onto the top side, and they're able to kind of just do it uncontested, right? They didn't, BJK didn't find a punish there onto the opposite lane, and Team Falcons just get away. They get a tower for free, and now they're defending this mid and the top pretty much, protected here.
Yeah, 2-1 low in kills for this game, but 2,000 gold lead has been transferred.
Whoa.
Falcons, Glorious Pathway from both sides in the heart of the battle for the mid lane. Exception, need to be careful, but Besiktas Esports trying to push back. Team Falcons on their tail, a game of cat and mouse, but who is the hunter? Wait a second, Kenji looking for the Spear Alpha, gets the setup, but not the follow through. The fist crack comes out, but canceled. Mobilization on the Alpha. Ty able to get the kill. 2 for 2 on the board, and Team Falcons able to sustain themselves even though they lost a member, forced to push back.
Yeah, they lost a member, but they do get the top side tower there. And I think BJK had a very interesting strategy there. They decided that they had the members, they had the ultimates available, they tossed the Glorious Pathway, and they almost got that mid tower. It was just a Matilda and a Valentina defending. But however, the reinforcements does come through from Team Falcon. They were able to kind of push away a 4 versus 5 at mid. The Melissa did get the top side tower, and now it becomes kind of this like trade chess match. I think BJK is playing much better compared to their game number 2 and game number 1. However, it's just not good enough so far.
Yeah, now Ty needing to get away, but not able to. A 3-man rotation from Team Falcons to be able to take him out. That's going to be his first death of the game. Shwanani Lark for the side of Team Falcons did just pick up the DHS as well. Will be able to soak into the high HP pool from BJK, especially with the Eski skin on this Bedang, and also the exception on this Hylos. A lot of engagement though from both sides. It's amazing that this is a low kill game with just how many team fights we've seen so far.
Yeah, I mean, Team Falcon's just still been dominating from the left to the right, top to the down, and they're still looking to get even more here. The Matilda does come in with the ultimates, but I think they got what they were looking for. They got the bottom tower here. The Glorious Pathway double traded from both sides, but Chihuahua going in for a little bit more damage. Ayaya. I mean, to Ayaya and Shanana, man. Both of these names should be on the same team, but they're on the opposite end of the spectrum. Team Falcon gets away with another objective here.
You gotta love it, right? These teams putting on a great show today, but it's definitely a Team Falcon story. They're still holding on to every single turret, even though they're up by 1 kill. It's a 4,000 gold lead. I can only imagine how far Lark is compared to Chapo when it comes to the gold difference and itemization. 8 minutes in, and just a dominating performance.
Hey, I mean, 4K, 8 minutes. We've seen teams come back from worse. Team BJK, they definitely have, you know, what it takes to get a reverse turn in this matchup. However, they need to find a way to get maybe a few more pickoffs here mid side.
Oh, big guiding win to Alpha to be able to get him out. I thought he would have fell for certain right there in the mid lane, and Lark trying to take down this tier 2 on the top side. You're going to go ahead and see the Queen's Wings picked up by Kenji as well, so now he's going to have a lot of sustainability when it comes to fighting it out in the heart of the battle, especially with them rushing in with these setups with the Spear of Alpha. And now Team Falcons shifting focus on this lore. Circling Eagle, you feel the airlines in effect. You are going to see the Glorious Pathway go in, a quad knockup from the Lord. But Team Falcons will be able to secure it to be able to push through for some more objectives. And now going for the kills. Ayaya will fall. Kenji finding him. Alpha will take down Exception. 2 members from BJK dropping, and also a lure to Team Falcons side.
Yeah, I mean, you would expect Team Falcons to kind of pull back after the objective, but they saw that BJK was out of position, and Kenji was able to get a few man knockup onto the mid side, grabs up 2 kills, and now Team Falcon is pushing more for their lead. They're able to grab up the mid side tower. They do get a 2-man knockup here by the side of BJK.
Yeah, now they're going to try and take the tier 2 for the mid. Immobilization on the Kenji and the Terrify and the Glorious Pathway and a knockup. Lark will find the turret. Ty will find Kenji, though. Lark taking down Exception, a member dropping for both sides of the parties. But you are looking at the Lord on the bottom. Does Team Falcons continue their push? I mean, the Lord is full HP, but they don't have Kenji.
Yeah, I think Kenji is one of the biggest reasons why Team Falcon was able to kind of bully their way through any of these team fights. But Ty coming out with some damage. They're able to get onto the backside. Team Falcon looking to retreat here. So much HP has been lost. Ty here with a big play, pushing the members of Falcon back into their nest.
Yeah, as soon as they saw that damage, they said, "Nah, man, we're gonna wait for the team to be back. We're gonna wait for Kenji to join this again, because man, that was almost a wipeout if they were not careful." Now forced to disengage and gives Besiktas Esports a chance to regroup. You are gonna see them push onto the purple buff, focusing as a team, rotating together. They can't afford the solo pickoffs, as you are already looking at a 6K gold lead for the side of Team Falcons.
Now, BJK still have a little bit more work that they have to do. The light is not shining that brightly at the end of the tunnel, but I think they have found a little bit of a defense strategy, right? They're able to pick off Kenji, which went a little bit over aggressive. They did kind of stop the momentum quite a bit, but it's still 6k 12 minutes, right? That's still quite a bit amount of gold. But BJK, it seems like they still have some damage. They're willing to kind of look for a little bit of fights to see if they could find some pickoffs off of Team Falcon. But again, it's still going to be a little bit hard, right? It's an uphill battle. Team Falcon, they have the Matilda. You can already see the guiding winds creating so much impact, saving everyone that is on Team Falcons that gets caught off. Take a look at some of the items, a lot of completed items, but Kenji definitely has a lot of defense built up. The brute force into the Queen's wings, even with the Oracle, that's a lot of sustain, a lot of utility. It's a lot of armor that BJK has to go through.
Ooh, and speaking of armor and sustainability, Alpha with the guiding winds, able to be protected to get him back to safety again. A little bit of a repeat what we saw earlier and just how efficient the Matilda can be when it comes to those type of situations. Rose Gold Dog picked up by Lark will have an advantage when it comes to the low HP and the shields to be able to keep him in this battle. But look at the glorious pathway drop down. They're going to go for the steal. They need to hop on, though. They need to rush in. Not enough time, and now Kenji will take the Lord for Team Falcons.
You know what stresses me out more than, you know, a winning matchup at the roam position is when you're going against a Matilda and the guiding winds is just saving the enemy over and over and over. And the guiding winds is like a spell that you don't really have to lock on to anyone. You just have to cast it on the right time versus, like, let's say you go with a Kufra, or in this case, it's the Hylas. You actually have to aim your spells. You have to be very careful with your positioning. You have no dashes where when you get punished, you just die immediately. And you're going up against a Matilda, which second skill is off of like a 5-7 second cooldown. He could just dash around, save his teammates. Like, that stresses me out so much. And Super Detective here with another MVP caliber performance. Team Falcon on their way to a victory here.
So you are going to see the glorious pathway drop down as well. Lark will be able to take down an inhibitor turret and now seizing the opportunity to open up the base against Besiktas Esports. Team Falcons looking to try and close out this series. They're not going to be able to push on any further, though. They don't have the minions. They just lost the Lord. Do they overstay their welcome? We know a lot of teams, they get very confident, and sometimes that confidence breeds to arrogance, especially when they overextend. So they need to kind of tread lightly as the later this goes. If they make a mistake, could be costly. Airborne knockup, though. Both sides fighting it out. You are going to see a lot of damage from Lark.
Oh,
keeping the distance. What? Trying to take that turret, but not able to find the inhibitor. Exception. Great on frontlining a lot of that damage and has bought Besiktas Esports some time.
Yeah, another Matilda mechanics there. You can really tell that Team Falcon is quite good with this utility hero, right? Kenji was kind of stuck inside underneath the tower with the Winter Truncheon there, and he was able to get out alive with the Matilda's guiding wind. So, you know, Team Falcon is definitely a team to be scared with, especially if they're going to go up against Incendio, right? This is a Matilda that they have to watch out for. Falcon getting away with everything. I thought they were looking to end, but BJK here with a great defense, pushing the side of Team Falcons back, giving them another, 3 minutes before the next objective. And I think this one is going to be just as important as the last few one, but BJK here grouping up as 4, looking to see if they can get a push onto the top side.
Yeah, I mean, this is scary, right? Glorious Pathway dropping down. Alpha caught inside of it. But wait a second. Exception may have made a mistake. Smile able to find him. That's one member down for the side of BJK, and he was frontlining a lot of their damage. So now with this Lord spawning in 5 seconds, numbers will be in Team Falcon's favor, but they're going to also possibly go for the push. I mean, they only have minions on the top side. Are they going to go just for the inhibitor play, or will they shift focus to the Lord?
Yeah, I mean, I think this is smart, right? They have the numbers game onto the top, so the Glorious Pathway does get shot down, and they're looking to get onto the objective. They do get the tower, but there is some fighting chance back from the side of BJK. They do take out an immortality, but here, Falcon gets away with just getting that tower. That's kind of the bully ball strategy that Team Falcon has been using. They 5-man group up, and they force with their numbers. This is so extremely smart. Definitely one of the more disciplined teams with a lot of success that we've seen in this tournament so far.
Oh, and speaking of success, trying to thread the needle, BJK looking to take the fight in the Lord Pit, even though they may not have the advantage. It's an 8,000 gold lead, but they know they can't afford this Lord to walk in Team Falcon's favor. Glorious Pathway circling Eagle, both of them dropping down, and the Lord will be taken by Lark for Team Falcons, but now going in for the kills as well. Alpha finding Esky Skin, and now BJK forced to retreat. Look at Ty. He's going to have to recall back to the base. Wait a second. He has the element of surprise. We saw the damage from him on the Julian earlier. Has been spotted out. Now needing to escape. Use the enhanced sword to go back to the base, and a Luminous Lord now making its way through the mid lane.
Can they defend this, Weezy? It's a 5 versus 4 onto the base tower. The Lord is going to be marching down here.
And right now, a chance to close this out with a clean sweep. The first sweep for the challenge season. Team Falcons able to weather the storm and soar high, picking apart BJK.
Team Falcon with one of the cleanest series of this weekend here. A 3-0 sweep, something that we kind of expected from other teams, but Team Falcon coming out clean against BJK. And I think it's all just due to how they were drafting up against this team, right? They were playing it so smart. They were getting some of these priority picks, and even in this game 3, it felt like they were just undefeatable.
Yeah, and just a major statement for their debut inside of the challenge season. The representatives from MENA will go ahead and move on forward in the upper bracket, meaning they are going to be facing Incendio Supremacy. Besiktas Esports, not the same route for them, right? They're going to be dropped down to the lower bracket, and a difference in a statement from what they've made so far in the challenge season, but it's not too far out of the ballpark. They still have an opportunity as long as they just regroup and regain their focus before the next day. But as we are seeing the match, how it played out, I would say this was another one in the books for a domination. Team Falcons just entirely in control of this game.
Yeah, and if you take a look at some of the kill participations, right? Super and Smile, both a great combination from the side of Team Falcons, pretty much there in every opportunity. We saw Smile in game number 2 doing quite well, and Super getting that MVP, but this time around it's going to be Smiles taking the cake this time. And Team Falcons, again, they set themselves up with some great mid laners and roamers. It just depends on how they're going to take this on to the next level. They're going to be facing Incendio Supremacy on the winners matchup, but BJK, this is still a team that is quite good, right? We've seen them kind of go from worse to better in this series. They're just getting better and better as the series progressed. Unfortunately, they did not get a game here against Team Falcons, but definitely excited to see how they come back from this.
This is just one of those situations where it just takes time, right? The synergy from Team Falcons, they've been around for a while. They definitely have a lot more experience when it comes to the competitive scene for MLBB. And yeah, Besiktas Esports, they got a little bit of growing pains that they're going to have to work through as we progress through the challenge season. But like we said, the opportunity is still there for them. They just have to be able to create it. And speaking of this game, a lot of things that stood out for the side of Team Falcons was their rotations, their synergy. Especially the tank, especially the mage, right? We've seen a lot of good plays from Smile, a lot of good plays from Alpha as well to be able to keep these teams off guard. And speaking of Smile, there goes the MVP. We saw him on the Kadita not get it, but this time around with the Valentina, he was able to hit the mark 100% kill participation.
Yeah, and I think it's very special that Team Falcon is not afraid to do these 5-man rotations early on, right? We saw a 5-0 opening, especially at like that 5-minute mark where they group up onto the bot side just to get that tower. And it really shows you the strategy that goes behind Team Falcon, the macro calls, right? So it's very important that this is probably the most disciplined team that I've seen so far. But hey Liz, welcome back.
Yeah, they are one of those disciplined team, and they are taking the series the cleanest sweep we've seen so far in the challenge season. So congratulations to Team Falcons. They made MENA proud, and now they are one of the upper bracket teams. And from those 2 days of matches, we kind of got to see each team perform. And today, the series took a very drastically different turn from yesterday.
And I think, every team is just getting better and better. A lot more discipline needs to be called for many teams, but I think that just comes with practice and perfecting it. Now, the bracket coming up here for today, we did see Incendio go 3-1 against Elevate. It was a very close series, but Incendio is going to be the one that comes up supreme. And then series number 2, we saw Falcom get a clean sweep against Besikto. So this is going to be a Falcom versus Incendio top upper bracket here.
Yeah, definitely excited to see. It was some amazing series, and seeing Incendio Supremacy up against Team Falcons is one that we're going to have to keep a close eye on, right? I mean, I feel like Incendio Supremacy had a little bit of a challenge in their series, but Team Falcons had a clean shot. And so can't take them lightly in the upper bracket, and the lower bracket's definitely going to be a fun one to watch, as well as a lot of these underdogs have been full of surprises.
Yeah, and the lower bracket matches is going to be something that's a bittersweet for a lot of the viewers out there, especially looking at some of the big names from yesterday. They're all dropped down into a lower bracket, so that means only one from DK versus S2G will make it. And today, the teams today will have their chance next week to prove that they are ready for the challenge finals. A lot of interesting series this week, especially the Badon his way into the ban today. Only a few games played. Wheezy, has your opinion of Badane changed with this weekend?
Not the slightest, honestly. It made me not want to play him even more. But hey, if y'all want to go for it, good luck. Just not a fan of it.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the schedule for the upcoming matches. Well, for this week, we had... for next week, we have GK Esports versus S2G. Wow. MENA versus Turkey. And then we have Elevate versus BJK Esports.
Yeah, I do hope all these teams that are on the schedule for our next cast goes back and review some of their gameplay. As a caster here, I'm not a professional player anymore, but I could tell when teams are throwing and when teams are, just going out of their way, either too aggressive, wrong shot calls, micro, macro mistakes, whatever, right? There's just a little bit too much. And there's a reason why they come out on the bottom, right? But these are teams that have traditionally been doing well in these international tournaments, big names here. So I expect you guys to kind of push up into, just making sure that you're not making these mistakes that cost the game, because these small mistakes add up into a serious mistakes, and we really don't want to see you guys go.
And that's the beauty about having a lower bracket and having a double elimination effect to be able to review it. And speaking of reviewing, guys, you can check out all the gameplay, the latest and greatest for the Snapdragon Pro Series by following them on social media, as you see for X, ESL Mobile, for Instagram as well, and Facebook. So definitely stay tuned. There was a Savage today, under the table Savage that kind of walked through, almost a maniac coming through. And also, guys, check out Discord as well for more information for the Snapdragon Pro Series as we progress through the challenge season.
Yeah, by now you probably memorized it. ESL Mobile at all the socials and Snapdragon Pro Series on Discord. Make sure to join us on our social media and pay attention to all the latest info. And yeah, what an amazing weekend. What a way to start the challenge season. Definitely a lot of surprises coming our way, but we're super stoked about what's up next. Now, any last words from our casters from today and for the recapping the weekend?
Don't throw. Watch your gameplay. Please. That's all.
Just be better. That's the game plan, right? Well, guys, I appreciate y'all. It was an amazing 2 days for us in the challenge season, and like we said, a lot of teams definitely need to go back to the drawing board and figure out some game plans for next week. So it's been a pleasure, and I look forward to seeing you guys on the next shows.
Yeah, I can feel the frustration, especially from Yue, from our casters, whenever a team is trying to end, has all the circumstances there is to end the game, but we're not able to close it out. So that's something that these teams need to work on in the next couple of days in order to come back stronger. So we're all waiting for their performance coming back, and we'll see you next time.
The Snapdragon Pro Series is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming and DHL.
Looks like the players are ready. Here we go!
Sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Everyone wants to follow me, follow, but they can't beat me. The original, sensational, could be too good for you. Everyone wants a piece of this. Watch me drive up to the Hollywood Hills, always dressed up in my high heels. Everybody wants to have my life, 'cause this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. Wanna move like I move. Wanna step in my shoes. a piece of this. So beautiful, incredible. Everybody wants to have my life. 'Cause this is my life. This is my life. Yeah, this is my life. Yeah, this is my life. This is my life. I know you want my life. I know you want it. I know you want it. But this is my life. My life. Yeah, this is my life.
Cutie, dressed up and I'm glistening. I'm the gift, don't wrap me like it's Christmas. Want some yours, you'll know what you've been missing. Feeling like we should get into mischief. Listen, you've been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Keep me around or you might get lucky. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. Yeah, it's not hard to see. There's a pattern forming when you got me. 777 all wins, big money. The tramp over here never see me coming. I was in your back pocket the whole time. A quiet power, a silent gold mine, a big old confidence boost. You never delude. Just know that you'll be winning 'cause I'm with you in the building. I'ma keep you with the good mood. Keep you up all night. Never, never around you. Baby, this is so vibe. Got me dancing like a soul train. Laughing the whole time. Got me singing in the shower. Baby, are you all mine? Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. You wanna keep me with you. Keep me with you. You been looking like you're down on your luck. Need a girl like me to come through, lift you up. Hold me in your hand, I like when you touch me. Kick me around and you might get lucky. Baby, I'm your four-leaf clover. Your rabbit's foot, your charm bracelet, horseshoe. Baby, I'm your good, good omen. Yeah, you wanna keep me with you. Oh yeah, keep me with you. Let's go. Put it in motion. Baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment. Baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Speed up, make that thing rough. Foot on the gas so you got nothing left. Let's drive to the top of the mountain and see the view. Let's vibe, looking back on the journey, just me and you. Ain't nobody wanna go slow. Yeah, I was chilling in the past, I was solo. Now that I got you in my life, I'm like, go, go. I be living for the thrill of it, whoa, whoa. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we can go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. It's like they never even seen us, and nothing will ever get in between us. I'ma ride by your side every season, and if anyone try to stop us, we just speed up. Yeah, always keep it at 100. Top down, pretty face, so sun-kissed. Know it's scary, but I swear I really love this. Big shades on, summertime in London. I hear you like to gamble. Let's take the road, let's travel. Know I'm a lot to handle, but I wanna go fast with you. Think we could go the distance, although I know we're different. Together we both fit it, so I wanna go fast with you. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment, baby, keep going faster, 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 faster. Put it in motion, baby, we're going faster, 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 faster. Seizing the moment.
I'm the big dog, been killing it since tip-off. Come with it or stay home, the people gon' feel ripped off. It's only major leaguers in the office. If you giving half of an effort around the rest of us, you'll make it awkward. I'm about that action, not the one you talk with. You better hope I'm not the one your coach gon' have you out here really guarding. It took a lot for me to get here, but I have arrived. I really made it and the haters be looking surprised. Been down before, but now I'm better than I've ever been. Through all adversity, I saw them right down at the whatever the problem, we'll solve them. Make it through together, it'll be all love, and it's all good. Yeah. Okay. They say pressure makes diamonds. That's what I align with, cause the journey I be climbing is riddled with perfect timing. I'm in a different mode when I be trying to get it. To even get a chance to compete is a form of winning. I mean, what's the point of playing if we ain't striving for greatness? I feel a sense of pride with every play that I'm making. To the top of the world when I came from the basement. Boy, I'm the one and not the two, so don't get it mistaken.
Don't stop. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, gotta get it going. Keep it moving, won't stop. Rhythm overflowing. Don't stop, don't stop. Don't stop.
I can feel it in my bones, yeah. I can feel it in my bones.